All right, I believe that we are live once again, taking that pause where live streaming isn't available now is written up by YouTube, but it's always a trick. I have learned that this is a trick, and we are live, guys. Welcome to another episode of Break the Rules Free for All Friday. Everybody, it is so great to be here with all of you. I love each and every one of you. You guys are so amazing sticking around here, being here. I am Lev Polyakov, aka Lev Po at Twitter. We have recently reached 2,000 subscribers on YouTube. And also, we are not that far away from getting my Twitter up to 2,000 subscribers as well. So go to my Twitter, at LevPo on Twitter, and I guarantee I am going to have top quality posts. I am not going to have shit tier posts, because I learned from the best, the people who are with me here right now, including Titus, Carter, Corpse. Welcome, everybody. Carter,
or you can just call me Corpse Carter.
Corpse Carter, great to have you back. And Titus, you are here for the very first time. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? And new people, don't forget to subscribe once again. So anyway, Titus.
My name's Titus. You can find me on twitter.com at at Here Lies Thighs. Shit poster. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all I do. I just try and make people laugh. And
that's pretty great. I mean, that's the best thing you can do, especially I think nowadays.
Yes, I agree. I've taken the
divine alchemy of creation. I really don't know what is.
Yes.
And, and in the chat, by the way, somebody's saying T.A. Jackson. Yes, that is true. We are going to have the great whale himself, the friendly whale shark, T.A. Jackson, coming in later on in the evening. He's going to be coming in at 8 o'clock. All the more reason for you to stick around. And while you're sticking around, tell your friends about BTR so that we could grow this thing. Anyway, I interrupted you, Titus.
Oh, no. I was pretty much done. I don't have a long resume. Like, as long as I've been an extremely online individual, I haven't really done a great deal. So, but I'm happy to be here, and thank you for the invite, man. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I appreciate you being here. So, what do you guys think right now about this very divided situation that's going on? It's very hard to follow. You know, like, you can go to the news sources, you could go to 4chan, you could go to where the fuck ever, and you're not really, I think, going to get something that coherent, or even if you do get something coherent, everything just seems to be buried under just this sheer amount of noise and misinformation. I mean, this has been the way it's always been, and maybe some people want to go back to normal, want to go back to, like, sure, everything is kind of carried out by the establishment, yada yada, but at least we have a certain consistent info. Even if it's not the correct info, it's still consistent, so that we could go about our day and forget about it. Now, what do you guys think about people who have that kind of attitude?
First of all, am I allowed to swear on here?
I just did. If not, then it will be hypocrisy of the highest order. That will be very strange.
I forget, because when you're on YouTube, there's different, like I've seen YouTube videos where people swear all the time and they have like one swear word. It's, oh, hey, Gio. But I've seen YouTube videos where they're monetized and they're demonetized or whatever, they're allowed and they can swear, and then one swear takes them offline for us. I'll always ask just in case. But all I can respond is that shit's fucked. I think the whole situation, shit's really fucked. As for people who want to go back, I don't think there ever was a normal. I mean, I'm kind of seeing it from a mold bug perspective here, where, like, every year by the laws of entropy, things kind of just get worse or worse, or better and better, depending on your, depending on who you're rooting for. I don't think there ever was a normal, but I do think that you get a lot of people that are they dip their toes into radicalism and they have a lot of fun, but then they lose track of everything. Radicalism gets a way of them, and then they start protesting. They say, "Oh no, that's going too far." So you're seeing a lot of, like, boomers. I'll tell you this, because I spent half a year in California just now, and the place I was in, you had a lot of boomers, and they are some of the wealthiest people in the entire country. When they were teenagers, they were part of the August Underground, and there's such a presence of the Weather Underground.
Yes.
August
Underground.
The Weatherman.
That's something else. The Weather Underground, and it's gone so much to the point that actually near my house they had to detonate a bomb. Someone left over a bomb way back in the '60s, and they just left it lying around, and nobody got rid of it. And a hiker ran into it, so the bomb squad was called, and they detonated it very close to where I was living at. And so you have all these people, but now they're property owners, and they're incredibly wealthy property owners. So I've heard from plenty of people of that age range, like, what we were doing in the 60s, that was idealism. We were making the world a better place. Now you kids are going too far. You're taking it too far. And I really disagree with that sentiment. I think that normal always changes, especially with the laws of entropy. So
Well,
if you want to, quote unquote, go back to normal.
Before they bought a property in Vancouver and had a corporate management job.
And I think the return to normalcy crowd, I think Carter's right in a lot of ways, in that it's hard for the sort of de-radicalization of the boomers post the 1960s has a lot to do with the sort of temptation or rather the corrupting power of capital. That I don't think is going to happen for us. I don't think any of us, millennials or Gen Zers, are ever going to have that allure of comfort, because I don't think, first and foremost, I think for people on the right side of politics, that relationship to capital, I don't think will ever exist. I don't think they're ever going to sort of carve out a nook for us to be comfortable in.
Yeah. There's too much to lose for them to do that.
And secondly, the pie is, as Carter said, in terms of entropy, the pie is consistently and ever increasingly shrinking. So there's going to be less moving forward. So yeah, I think ironically, the return to normalcy crowd in a lot of ways is the same, or rather a mirrored image of the boomers who voted for Trump with the understanding of, we're going to make America great again. We're going to go back to 1950s.
Again.
Exactly.
The word is again.
Yes.
It's not make America great. It's make America great again. You know, which I don't get. It's like, why go back? Why not just be great in the future?
Now,
I'm not one of those people that says like, the past is horseshit. The past is idealized. I don't believe that. I think that there's a lot we can learn from the past. I don't think there's anything wrong with traditionalism, but you have to move forward. So I always hate phrases like, if only we could go back to this or that year or this or that month,
Well, it's interesting that we said August Underground, because that makes me think of the Emperor Augustus and makes me think of America potentially going Imperium mode. That seems to be like, we're going to have a friend of mine who is currently in the army, by the way, my friend Raz. He's going to be coming in here today and razz us all. And he's going to be coming in today at about 8 p.m. So he's in the army, and he talked with me last night about how he thinks that either America is going to eventually just fracture and become a shell of its former self, or it's going to go empire mode. And the Roman Empire, people are associating empires with like the evil empire of the Sith lore, from Star Wars and all that stuff. But really, it wasn't that bad of a time for a lot of the people who are also under the Roman Empire. Like, I remember the Monty Python movie, The Life of Brian, where they were asking the Jews in the occupied Jerusalem were asking, like, what did the Romans ever do for us? And then the other guys...
for plumbing and that's a great bit. Yeah, besides all those nice stuff.
Yes. So this
what do you
wine,
mean?
education, medicine. Oh yeah, wine. only they could do that in a place like this.
Have you heard of Masada? Jews killed themselves under Roman occupation. Where are the Romans now? Hey, fuckhead, you're looking at him.
man.
No, but what were you talking about returning to normal from? Do you mean the political trajectory of America, or do you mean like the Wu flu? What is normal? Like, I missed the first. I was getting ready.
I think I took the question to mean like sort of the Biden and all of the sort of political, whatever support he has, manufactured or authentic. I do think it does come from a feeling of again, sort of a return to normalcy, like a return to like 2012 Obama, just sort of neo-lib, slightly woke, you know.
Yeah, but not too woke. You know, but
Not
that's the
too
problem
woke.
with wokeness is that
Yes.
because right now a lot of
can't harm capital now. Not that's too woke.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
but it always changes as time goes by, because this is something that I hear a lot of liberals, especially neoliberals, say all the time. Is that, well, it's not political correctness; it's just being a decent human being. You know, and you see how that changes all as the years go by. You know, it's like, oh, there's nothing political about it; it's just nice. But it's gonna move on and go forward.
The kids, they think that the drag story hour is funny, so it's that's the drag time story hour. It's funny to them, so that's how they sell it. But yeah, as for that's a good observation. But for the second thing, though, I can tell from experience, as I said yesterday, having had it for 2 weeks, it's just the flu. It's total bullshit. Don't fucking panic over it. But if someone like me doesn't, knock on wood, but I can't say the name because we're on YouTube, but you know what I'm referring to by flu. But yeah, the return to normal, I think that a lot of pundits and a lot of Beltway people, they desperately do want to sell people this idea that Joe Biden, he quote unquote won, therefore the political order, the neoliberal post-war order of America, it's here to stay, and Trumpism was a momentary blip in time. But to be naive enough to say that the Pandora's box is not open, I think it's bullshit. I think we're going to have many battles and many culture camps because of, this is, Trump was always just the beginning of something. But I do feel a lot of people on our side feel that Trump is the end point in itself. And therefore, this stolen election is like quite a big loss to a lot of them. I don't know. I think that Trump is just a stepping stone. What do you guys think?
I mean, you could probably make an argument that there are things that he can do that he couldn't have done as a president.
Right.
And that in a sort of roundabout way, him losing this election in such an obviously fraudulent and scandalous way only adds momentum to whatever he's going to do when he leaves office.
Yeah, well, I think if Trump is able to delegitimize the democratic process, that in and of itself is way more important and way more impactful than anything he's done as a politician and as the president. If he's able to, my parents, who are comfortable boomers in their 60s, they were Fed posting over this. So that's great. That is, and if he's able to sort of continue that, Gio, when you mentioned the Pandora's box, it's a great metaphor. And while I agree with you, I don't think it's going to be, I think it's open now and it will be. That doesn't mean that they are going to do everything in their power to try and shut it. So, if Trump, the second he's no longer president, I am fully convinced that they're gonna take his Twitter. They're going to.
I've seen them rail about it already, and it's like, damn, you should have done something about this while you're president, dude.
Yeah,
you should have weaponized the antitrust laws or something like that.
Yeah, because it's one thing to have a conversation about Twitter going too far when you have power, and another thing to have a conversation about Twitter going too far when you have no power.
Yes.
But that's funny. Now that I remember, I released a video on my YouTube channel, Giant Art Productions, subscribe, that actually mentioned your tweet, Titus.
Oh.
You had a brilliant tweet. I think I capped it. If not, I'll add the link. But you said, I was talking about, it was based off of an Owen Cyclops thread, but I mentioned your tweet where you said that, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was along the lines of the fact that normies are finding the whole quote unquote democratic process as being delegitimized. That in itself is a win.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, that's fucking great. To me, I think that the info war is not just escalated, but it's reached an accelerative point. But it's whether, people can actually use this momentum to say to people, yes, the political system, it's not a matter of it's broken and we have to like return to some like, trust or some kind of Ben Weingart bullshit where it's like some trust in the system. No, it's like the system itself is fundamentally designed, or rather procedural manipulated outcomes are such a way that this is always going to be like this.
Yes.
And the sooner you dissuade yourself of blind loyalty and faith to Americanism itself, I feel that is what we should really be aiming for.
And that's a big hurdle. I mean, that is going to be a tough thing to do, but hopefully, again, fingers crossed. It's terrible to say, but if Biden, does get in there, we know what the politics are going to be. It's going to be terrible neoliberal austerity.
It's going to be war with it's going to be more eternal war in the Middle East.
Yeah, and
I'm
war.
not happy about it in any way.
Yeah, no. So it's not going to like the powers that be aren't incentivized to quell this in any sort of way that really sort of takes the teeth out of the critique that we have from them. So it's going to be really shitty. Like the next 2 decades are going to suck. But
I mean, well, so realistically, what exactly did Trump do as far as preventing censorship on the internet?
I don't think he really did anything.
Like, so how much worse could it really get? I mean, they're just going to ban more people. Isn't that what they're doing this whole time?
They might try to do to get rid of anonymity. There might be a real push to end that.
Yeah, I don't think they're technically competent enough to do that.
Well, this was
but
something.
Even if they are, they're still going to put taxpayer money into setting up systems to fight quote unquote the online hate machine, which is a complete fucking boogeyman.
Right,
so it's going to be like Obama
by the way, I was gone, and good news. Just from personal life, good news, just so everybody knows. Anyway, I don't know if Michel had a chance to speak yet about the article that he wrote, Beyond the Black and White Pill, and I guess now would be a good time, if you have not done so, to speak about it. The brighter side, I guess, of because people look at these various entities like the New World Order and like, the Great Reset as being these monoliths that'll take everything over, and you don't really see things in that light.
Yeah, it's kind of like I wrote 2 articles. One of them was also like about the liberal quote unquote technocracy. And the 2 articles together basically say, so the first one was about, I don't believe that any of these people are actually in control of anything. I think.
Oh, by the way, could you speak a little bit louder?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I think that the only thing that they're really in control of is the media, the academia, this kind of, the information. They're only in control of the information. They're not actually in control of the material conditions, which are rapidly deteriorating. And you kind of see this with global warming, where there's so much alarmism around global warming, but the solutions are always so mediocre. It's like, oh, buy an electric car. It's like that's gonna save the world. It's like,
and they put they put the onus on the individual, and usually the working class individual.
Yeah,
whereas,
because they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, exactly.
You see the same thing with globalism. Globalism is the big boogeyman that everybody says, oh, they're going to create the global order. But it's like the global economy has been at like a standstill since 2008. Global trade has been down since then, and it hasn't recovered. The world was more globalized in 1910 than it is now. This sort of dream is just kind of like a mirage that they put up to justify all of these policies that they're trying to do they can't even hold everything together. Like, how could they possibly...
When you say globalism, though, if we're talking about multinational corporations that end up having more of the piece of the pie in terms of not as much competition, if we are talking about, let's say, a consolidation of power in terms of, like with COVID-19, certain mom and pop stores are not able to function, but the bigger entities are. or laws that get passed, like let's say in California, where you have to have like a certain number of women on the board of directors, and that also ends up being a problem, as I've read, for smaller companies that are just starting up. So there are things that the bigger fish can do that the smaller fish cannot. So even though it's not like global trade, these are still companies that don't really have that much of an allegiance to America, as far as like much more of an allegiance just to making money, and they're not just in America, they're pretty much everywhere. So even though like, I'm curious if there is any of that something that's going to cause problems in the future.
I mean, I totally agree that, there's all these multinational corporations and organizations, the whole, I think Moldbug called it the Blue Empire, this kind of financial, diplomatic, corporate structure that sort of overlays a lot of what we would consider this global order. But the problem is that it's not really long-term sustainable. It's not sustainable in the long term, because when you talk about all of these massive firms basically sabotaging the entire economy just to get just a small sliver of what's left, it's like they're self-destructing. It's not, you can't maintain that for even like a decade. Like you cannot have COVID level restrictions for a decade. The economy is going to collapse long before that, and it probably will in like the next few years, and it's going to be like 2008 on steroids, and all these there's going to be no one to bail them out, because there's nothing left to bail them out with. And so that's kind of what I mean, in that this doesn't look like the construction of some nefarious like plan unfolding. It looks like the dying breaths of a ruling class that's unable
principle.
That's unable to maintain this system for much longer.
The sort of big campaign that you'll hear the phrase, the build back better, like that whole thing. Yeah, again, I have to agree with Matt. It's like that doesn't come across as this sort of nefarious sort of lurch towards consolidation. It seems like this really frail attempt of sort of maintaining what they already have. And again, I'm speaking in terms of I think more in terms of sort of the political arrangement of the global order, and not necessarily like YouTube and Google and sort of the business aspect. Although I do agree, like largely, save for sort of Silicon Valley, which like is such a it's such a mirage to me. I don't understand how Zuckerberg like is a billionaire. Like I don't understand it.
It's an investor bubble. A lot of these tech companies, basically they don't make any money. But they say, listen, we'll monopolize this service. Like this is how Amazon makes money. They'll say, listen, we'll monopolize this service, and we'll spend more money than we earn in profit to monopolize basically the postal system. And in turn, if you guys invest in us, then you'll have basically you'll have a portion of ownership over the monopoly that controls the postal system. And so in order to maintain that, they have to get more and more investors. And so this is obviously an unsustainable system.
Right.
And so, maybe eventually the government's going to have to come and bail them out. And you kind of see this with Google, how they're being integrated in the government. But then that starts to become complicated, because there are a whole load of different incentives and things that come into account. And not to mention that on the long end of the spectrum, it's still unsustainable. Even if you bring in the government can't just print money forever. There has to be a limit where someone in charge says, this is not working, or the whole system just collapses.
What if there's no limit, and we go into terminal favelization of the world, and there will be endless money printing neoliberalism, and they find a way to say that the money supply in the economy is totally fake, but we'll have to live in some sort of post-Soviet UBI / Chapotard paradise where everyone lives in their little pod, and it's the only way we could say. The only way we could do this is if we have rolling lockdowns for whatever new diseases that they're going to create. Maybe that's the real nightmare, is if they find a way to make the system like quote unquote last on its dying breath forever, but it's never quite totally failed and dead.
How does
okay.
that system beat China?
That's exactly
No,
what I
it
was gonna
doesn't.
say.
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
That's
Yeah,
exactly
you're
what I was
right.
gonna say.
Yeah.
Like the geopolitical angle is kind of like the final. It's like the final nail in the coffin, where it's like, listen, even if they somehow figure out how to maintain this broken system indefinitely, it's never going to be enough to outcompete these sort
No.
of growing third world powers like China,
Yeah.
like India, like maybe even Russia, like all of these different countries, which right now are far beneath America, but they're on an upward trajectory, whereas America is on like a sort of flat downward trajectory, and it's
You'd
only
say
getting
stagnant,
worse.
perhaps.
Yes.
Is it just America that's on the downward trajectory, or is
Anglosphere
it
Well,
in
also?
yeah, the
probably.
Anglosphere, the
Anglosphere.
West.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I would
Call
argue the EU too. The EU too.
Yes.
EU.
Oh
and
yeah, well, Central Europe. I mean,
Oh,
that's what Alexander Bard said on the show. Where
yeah,
he said
Europe
that,
is a whole
yeah.
nother issue. They're
that
like a
the
powder
most
keg.
interesting things aren't going to happen in North America or in the Anglosphere. Maybe Australia, but that's probably
Well,
yeah, we're done for North America. I hate to say, in terms
actually,
unless something dramatic happens.
I can't remember where I read it or heard it, but I remember someone saying that like all of the things that happened in the early 20th century with like all of the dictators and all the revolutionary regimes, they were almost like preceded by things that happened in America. Like, FDR was almost like the model or the archetype for people like Stalin and Hitler and all of these dictators, and Mussolini. Even if in a way they came before him, he kind of set the stage for this grand national technocratic society.
Right.
And so I think that something similar might happen, but also I think Europe is just screwed and it's going to become a complete absolute mess in the near future.
I don't want to say every European country, but the ones I'm aware of, there's a lot of them are on a downward spiral. I definitely say France is definitely on a downward spiral.
I mean,
Right.
I wouldn't even say it's necessarily like a bad thing, because I think
No.
it's a lot of it's going to be kind of like almost like what's the I can't think of the adjective form of liberation, but but it's going to be
Liberated.
liberating. It's going to be kind of liberating in a way,
Liberatory.
because all of these bureaucratic systems that have been in power since like the Cold War are just going to collapse.
Yeah, but don't things always get really bad before they get better though? Like there's
Oh, of
gonna. I'm not
course,
saying
the
that
point.
maybe some good will come out of it.
Creative
but
destruction, the
definitely-
burning of the trees in order for a new forest to grow in its place.
Well, I mean,
Yes,
you could,
I see. Yeah.
honestly, you could think of COVID in that way, where all of these systems and control are ramping up to like the highest possible degree.
See, that's
and
what I
it's
was hoping for with
self-sabotaging.
COVID. I thought by summer, your average person would get their priorities straight, but the exact opposite happened. Like people just cling to narratives. I thought it would like actually get people to start working together, or at the very least, move out of the cities. Get on the homestead. Kind of.
No, people are starting to do that.
yeah.
People are moving out.
That
Yeah,
is good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole work from home there was that article that Bloomberg put out where they're like, we have to tax people working from home because it's basically destroying the urban model that modern Western society is built on.
It's built upon, yeah.
And the housing bubble again, it has to affect it. Like the fact that like stores and office buildings just like are going to be,
I think,
by and large, vacant moving forward.
I think it's going to be actually probably next year is when the effects of that are going to really start kicking in, because there's been all kinds of like sort of moratoriums and delays on that, but that's again, it's like you can't delay that forever. It's not something that's sustainable. And
Because you have to understand, I'm not against ripping off the bandage, but I am saying that there's always a human toll to this, so let's not be callous.
Oh, of course.
Well, there would have to be
yeah.
there have to be a certain amount of time. I think, like the best case scenario would be a certain amount of time for people who, at least the people who have enough common sense to have a bit of a warning, have a bit of an addressing to the warning. They would prepare, and then
that's what I'm all in favor of. I'm kind of in the process of that myself. Actually, this last quarantine, I've made a lot of I think, progress in achieving that goal. I am definitely in favor of that. You know.
Oh, and I looked at Michelle's tweet over here 20 minutes ago. When I first learned about political parties at the age of 8, I claimed I was a member of the Bionicle Party.
That's an exact quote.
But
I said I'm a member of the Bionicle Party.
Yeah. No, but it's funny, like even with the pandemic, you really don't. I don't know. It's like you don't hear the scare stories about it anymore. Like it's more of just the sheer numbers because they've trained people on such fundamental level that you know what I mean. Like,
well, you're the canary in the coal mine.
Yeah, like even me, like when you actually hear that you have it, it's like it's scary. But then then it's like, oh, it's been 2 weeks. That means it's fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
But
bored, you know,
especially someone like me, right? Like, but that's the thing. I feel that a lot more people have had it than people know, and it's a matter of the break-in from, well, not to give away what I'm writing on, but it's rather like the juxtaposition between the information of the expert class and the information that the average person can handle, and really because we're living in such a unique, I wouldn't even say unique media apparatus, because media has always been this way. It's just that people are more aware of the manipulation. So what we have is this disconnect between a small subclass of people who are willing to believe things outside of the norm, and who by and large live online anyways. Let's just rip the bandage off, right?
Well,
and the vast majority of people who have a sort of disjointed relationship to media, because the information itself is controlled in such a haphazard way where you're expected to just accept radical changes within the narrative itself. And in some ways that's never happened within human history, because there's always been information lags, whereas nowadays it's instantaneous. It's like the guideline for this is different from like not just a month from now, but like from a day from now. And that level of like schizophrenic cognitive dissonance has never occurred before in mass media environments in human history, in my opinion, unless there was an ancient civilization that had the technology that probably, but yeah,
well, don't get me started on the ancient tech and the Nazis,
but you know what I mean, like in terms of like
jump.
Like in terms of a high information society, there's never been this schizophrenic swaying between contradictory forms of information that you have to, by the way, you have to accept as gospel, or else you want to kill grandmothers. So, but what were you saying?
The Koof brought down Atlantis. If you know this,
exactly.
You know this.
We have a comment from Wong Kar-wai Superfan XOXOXO, who has recently become a $5 patron for Break the Rules. So guys, go to the Patreon, patreon.com/break the rules. I'm going to post the link in the chat, and it is in the description as well. First thing you see in the description. And if you become a member, you are going to get one of my dad's very beautiful magnets. Here you could see the beautiful wooden magnets right in front of you here. Look at the quality of this stuff.
Well, we can't see it, but you guys.
Yes, this is really good stuff, and you'll get a personal note from me. And also, you are going to get Giovanni Panichetti's absolutely beautiful prints. Here they are. This is the process of creating them from the TFW No GF series. So this is $30 patronage. You are going to get these prints, and we are already going to start sending both the prints and the magnets to people very soon. Like this week, we are sending them out, and we are going to have some very happy and satisfied customers, including you who are watching it right now. Look at that. This could be yours. This could be yours. So what are you even doing? I'm gonna post a link right now. Go there.
What's this one? That's a black pill. This is the black pill right here.
Yes, this is the black
Beyond
pill
the black pill. Read Michelle's article, Beyond the Black and White Pills.
Exactly. I'm gonna post it.
Yeah.
Beyond. I think it's Beyond the Black and White Pill.
Beyond the Black Pill Principle. That should have been.
And also, $50 patrons. $50 patrons are going to get a custom wooden magnet. Whatever you guys want my father, Alexander Polyakov, to create out of wood as a magnet, it will be yours, and it's recurring every single year. So every year, you guys are going to get a new magnet, and 2 magnets. So if you become a $50 patron, you're going to get the regular magnet, random magnet, and you're going to get a custom magnet every single year. Guys, don't miss out on this offer. Do it right now, and don't forget to subscribe once again to the greatest, most underrated podcast / streaming series in YouTube history.
$50 tier, you will get a personal Jules Sissy Hypno.
Catboy ears. Wait,
Jules P. Hamilton Sissy Hypno.
Should the Catboy ears? Yes.
Catboy Sissy Hypno from Jules P. Hamilton at $50 tiers. So, who was it, Michelle or Titus, that wanted to follow up with the information?
Whoever wants to go first.
Or Carter.
Or Carter.
Well, I did want to ask you, Gio, would you say that, because I agree with you that the media has always been like this, because I think the media is like this just by in its very nature. Would you say that the big change is that in the past 30 or so years, they've just become lazier with the kind of information manipulation?
I would say they become lazier rather that, well, they've certainly become lazier to hiding their contempt for average people.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that statement.
But I would say that the difference, okay, I think Trump really brought a lot out, like the fucking Anderson Cooper with his puffy fucking lips saying obese turtle flailing around, whatever.
The guy got really upset, right? Like, wasn't he like I swear, Trump, if you don't lose.
It's because they have to, they want to appeal to the, like, drop the mic, sip the tea, fucking TikTok.
Yeah, no, because they're all obsessed with the got you moment where it's like, I'm not fucking around, folks. I'm really serious, but they keep doing it every week. So how serious can be? And also, you're not intimidating if you're not actually physically intimidating.
Right.
So
They've also
I hate it when you do that all the time. It's
they've
like
also they've also gotten
to beat up chuds, you know.
They've also gotten really stupid, and by that I mean, and I forget the study, but there was a study about sort of college majors and the sort of the average sort of IQ, and like journalists, people who go to like get degrees in journalism, like have like the lowest like on average IQs of anyone. So yeah, it's they're legitimately, these people are like legitimately stupid.
Yeah,
well, and that's just another example of how it's like not really able to sustain itself.
Yes.
And you see this in kind of these like big families, like, you know, these dynasties that are important. You see a sort of gradual decline where like talk about like Hunter Biden and Chelsea Clinton. It's like,
oh God,
are these really like
these
people are supposed to like carry on the legacy of their parents?
But how many people do we have in general in the world right now that would be able to fit the shoes of a Churchill, or on the other side a Mussolini, you know, or even a Hitler,
Very
like
few.
there aren't really.
But to answer Carter,
I mean, Trump would be the
certainly
closest
no one
one.
from the McCain lineage.
By the way, go to Titus's Twitter, and his response to Meghan McCain, like having the sassy, like, my father won Arizona. Like, your father, if you want to look it up, go look up white phosphorus videos of the Iraq War, and that's what John McCain Sr. did. But anyways, to little children.
Yeah.
But he's like the woke hero now. So
people.
Did he out?
Well, and so one more thing on the concept of, like, you know, the info war and how information is so tightly controlled. I think two big encouragements here about how malleable and how much people will kind of respond to it is the two big things that happened in the last few years. QAnon, which is like, it's mind-boggling if you really think about it. Like, a bunch of boomers are listening to essentially like intel dispatches from an anonymous, like from an
4chan.
Anonymous poster on like 4chan. Like,
It
shouldn't make sense to
they have political candidates.
And exactly, like this, like, yes, someone in the Senate, or is it the Senate or the House of
Representatives?
Somebody in somebody in Congress believes that there's like a secret agent posting on an anonymous anime image board about the government, and it's like this would never have been possible before. And then also you have the whole like boomer exodus from Fox News, where it's
Yes.
like
And
the
Drudge Report.
yeah, exactly. Like, it kind of goes to show you that these people are not just sheep. They have preferences, even if they're very uninformed. And when they're given something that directly contradicts what they want and what they believe, they don't just sort of roll over. They're like, no, this
Yeah.
isn't what I want. I'm going to go find something else that caters to what I want.
I remember this one tweet. There was some like black Twitter person saying that oh, these people that are against cancel culture canceling Fox News. It's like when they use the word snowflake, it's not we're over that age of
Yeah,
Ben
exactly.
Shapiro, you have to be consistent. It's like, no, like, don't read fucking Ben Shapiro. Read Carl Schmidt.
Yes, there you
Not
go.
read
Yeah,
Ben Shapiro.
there you go.
Okay.
Exactly.
But to answer your question before, I think the difference with the media is that the logic of the media now in the age of Trump is kind of like the logic of the way big happenings go along with largely Anglosphere intelligence agency controlled sort of events, whether it's war or whether it's a public war or a culture war, meaning that they have to have a state of exception. And when we get a certain point, it's not going to be like this anymore. Don't worry, trust us. So the media, they have to keep up with largely a war of information that is being fed to them by various cathedral or like blue empire apparatuses.
That's really speaking my language, using that term, cathedral.
Yeah. So, for example, in the war, right? Like it was largely, if you read Paul Virilio, it talks about like the Iraq War or Gulf War I. It was like an information war. It was like destroying the enemy's comms and using hyper technology to fill in the gaps. So, for example, with the Demic, right?
Yep.
The logic of it is, while there's information coming in every day, we have to trust experts. There's a state of exception. And by the way, Giorgio Agamben was right about everything during this pandemic.
I gotta get a drink.
Not even Moldbug was correct.
Every time
Giorgio Agamben.
Okay, part of the 11 Joules drinking game. Every time Gio says Giorgio Agamben, we take a drink. Okay.
Or Michel Foucault, then you will have another drink. So the reason I bring this up is because, again, like if you read Homo Sacer, this is the same logic with the state of exception. Of course, he was inspired by Carl Schmitt and so forth. And so the media, they're like, well, we have to keep up with this information. And really, they're like lemmings to the expert class. So now with Trump, now you have this same state of exception logic that, well, we have to have sassy gifts and we have to have like clap back, Dragon King, Dragon Queen, because Trump is this evil, terrible fascist that we had to get rid of.
Anybody but Trump.
Yeah, and now they're
literally anything to fight Trump, no matter how contradictory it is. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if Joe Biden warned about a racial jungle in the past. It doesn't matter if Kamala Harris. Apparently
or he's like signed for segregation
on drug crimes. He is the biggest threat. Even if we're worse by our own standards.
By the way, another thing,
it's the logic of the state of exception that the media is operating in. But now when you bring in millions of people within the information age itself, now you have a case where vast swaths of the population are wireheading themselves to the media because of various happenings. Why do you think that they want to extend the election to months now? Because of the ratings, because boomer liberals are glued to CNN. They're wireheading, they're goon caving themselves with the mainstream media. So that's the logic of mass media that I don't even think, well, he kind of did, but not even Marshall McLuhan could really have predicted the way it would have gone. So
there's also like a selection like bias component to that as well, because all of these sort of blue check media people are on Twitter and spend all their days on Twitter.
Right.
Like the clapback and sort of the performative actions that get a response on Twitter, they need to adapt to media en total,
and very low information because it has to be a soundbite. It has to be instantaneous. Yeah. That's true. Exactly. I think Twitter, again, is another mechanism in this equation. And Twitter, the way that people even process information, it's like how we used to say, 4chan is dead. 4chan's the Twitter, like 4chan Paul is like the Twitter clip show. It seems that the information apparatus of the Blue Empire itself is the Twitter clip show now. So,
And we also have a Remus back with us. And
Hey, Remus.
Guys, what's up?
And before we go to Remus, I don't know if you guys noticed this. For whoever here is still on Facebook with like relatives there or anything of that nature, have you noticed? Okay, I've noticed that some of the people who are, let's say, more cathedral adjacent, who I'm friends with on Facebook, after the news announced that Biden was the projected winner, I started noticing not everybody, but a lot of them started taking new pictures of themselves as a profile picture, which is just like straight shot with a big smile on their face. Like, I don't know if this is just a coincidence.
I haven't seen this. I mean, I don't have any family on Facebook, but I do have quite a bit of people in that age range added, and I do not see that. Maybe I'll see it later, or maybe my friends list has kind of changed over the years.
Very interesting.
Are they soy facing? Are they doing the?
No.
No, that's unfortunate.
No,
you should
not
try and get them to do that.
No, yes, that may
or they
not
have
be
the
a bad
profile
idea.
picture with the mask on. That's hilarious.
Oh yeah. Well, speaking of that, I found a couple.
I had this one guy actually recently with a mask profile picture accused me of being racist when I said looters. That maybe it's a good thing that Florida is allowing you to shoot thieves and looters. And immediately his mind went to black people. Really curious.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he was just like, just say you want to shoot black people. It's like, bro, what?
What?
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that conversation. It's like you know.
And I was talking about third world precarious business owners. What the fuck is he? It was whatever.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Also,
it just
in
tells
the
you
Discord, I posted an
situations they
image
have.
that I think really sums up how a lot of people feel when they say now things can get back to normal.
Oh yes, that's right. Let me
There's
scroll
a
up. for
video.
those-
I just saw a video of
this over
a
here.
I guess
Oh, boy.
an
Oh, great
anti-Trump-
tweet.
Amazing.
Yeah,
I think
perfect.
it's actually going to be really funny when if Biden actually does become president, and it's just going to be like 2 years of just utter like failure. It's going to be worse than 2021 is going to be worse than 2020.
Oh,
yeah. God.
Like it's
Republicans
just
have the
going to be
Senate.
yes.
Yeah.
And
They have everything,
they have
right?
they
So-
have a pretty sizable chunk of the
Dude,
house. So it's going to be he's
yeah.
going to be a lame
It's gonna
duck
be a shit
president.
show.
And
It
so
would be
it's
the
gonna
American
like,
equivalent of like what we have in Canada and Britain, or
Yeah, where nothing
parliamentary
happens. It's just
minority
politicians.
government. Yeah,
yeah, so
minority
it's gonna be
government.
like it's gonna be like everyone's looking at this lame duck president. He's like senile. He can't get anything done. The whole world is collapsing, and they're gonna be
Yep.
like, we fixed the election for this.
For this guy.
Like
As
that's
a-
gonna
as-
be
As a
We're
shit
not
poster, I am happy to see our first pee poo poo president. I am excited.
I think it might be worth it just to have him go senile in his inauguration speech. Like the Duke
Oh,
could just
boy.
like say the N-word in front of everybody. For his
Have you
You know,
guys seen-
inauguration.
Corn
Make it
Pop
all worth
was.
it.
No.
Have you guys seen that
like
video
what
of that?
he's
I don't remember who it is. It's some old Indian man, but he's doing like some sort of like a talk to lots of people, and he dies like in front
he
of them
was a
on
Swami,
camera.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
so
People
crazy
died.
to watch. Like watching this man's soul leave its body. It's so weird. My God. Like,
Is it
Joe
like
Biden's
a-
inauguration.
Is it like
and
in
then, like,
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? You know, where you have that bit of that
His-
the sparklings
his-
coming up.
yeah, it's like
all of a sudden he stops. He stops. His mouth goes, or his face goes blank. His mouth goes
Yeah.
slack, and then his eyes roll back, and he just falls back.
We'll have our
just like,
we'll have
"Oh
our
my
first
God."
snuff video president.
Yeah, like that guy's dead. Yeah, right. I'm like, maybe we'll get that with Biden, and then it will
First
be
Bud Dwyer and now
Oh,
a
yeah.
perfect transition
You
to
can't
mommy
put that on
presidency.
television.
No,
Mommy
Bud
Trump
Dwyer.
presidency.
I think they should show Bud Dwyer to students like in medical school or even before that, just so they have an idea. This is how it actually works.
Yeah, it's one of those clips that I have like seen so often, shared by so many people, just kind of burned into my brain.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, it's amazing
As
how
much as I
how
think it's
quickly
bad.
the blood.
The
ended
best
up
was the
coming
guy in
out.
the background. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's
I mean,
like, how do
like
you
yeah, that's
respond?
the most realistic
yeah.
response.
First
It's
snuff
like,
president was Kennedy.
it's like,
That's
crap,
right.
Like,
Oh, true.
Yeah, he's
True.
gonna be the first snuff.
Yeah.
The
president.
first snuff. No, was it?
Because that happened on TV, right? That was live.
Yeah, that was
No.
live.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I
Can you
think
imagine
there
watching
was-
the president getting his head blown off
Well,
live?
have you heard
I think there
about-
was actually Boer War footage of people getting shot, but the media, like a first live one, yeah, Kennedy. No
Yeah,
doubt.
that's kind of
Well, I mean, if you really want to dig deep, have you heard about the medieval found footage conspiracy theory?
Yeah, I've seen that. That's on
yeah.
all the
I'm
all the
intrigued.
icebergs.
We need we need an next Poe video or some scare
real.
theater. My theory, by the way, for those who don't know about all those creepy YouTubers, like they cover like internet mysteries. My
Yeah.
theory is that all of them know about Nobody TM, but because of the politics, they're not going to touch him with a 10-foot pole. So, yeah.
Wait, what is
that's
this
my
medieval found footage? I'm looking
Yeah, I
at
want to hear about that.
I'm looking at a clip from Basti666, and I don't know if this is a movie or something. Like, what exactly are we talking about here?
Well, so it's like like everything else on the conspiracy iceberg, it's just a set of words that could basically mean anything, and it's kind of up to you to figure out if it means anything at all. Well, it's actually really interesting when you dig into some of that stuff, because it's like usually it's referencing like an actual sort of fake conspiracy theory that you would have no idea ever existed at all, like golf rumors.
Oh, I love golf
It was like-
rumors.
It was like
That was Mike Ma's. That was Mike Ma's handle before he got yeeted again.
Will Mike Ma ever come back to Twitter or no?
No way, dude. He's in Brazil right now. I used to be
okay.
pretty good friends with him. I still am, but like we used to be geologically close at some point.
Ooh.
Yeah, we used to live in Miami, like we're in the relative same area. Same with like Sadie's on Fire, so I got to hang out with him like quite a few times. And yeah, he's like, he moved back to North Carolina. Who knows where he is. I might be doxing him at this point, but I think he's in Brazil now. I don't know what the fuck he's doing there. But I fucking love Mike Mott, and that was his before he got banned again. Golf rumors.
he's probably in Bolsonaro's cabinet.
Here's a tweet that I did about Mike Ma's book, Harassment Architecture, where this guy, he looks so much like Jackal from Nights into Dreams. For anybody who remembers this game,
He does.
He
really does. He's got the jiggly hat.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there are no jigglies on the ends of Jackal's ears, but the frame seems very, very similar. And even the energy, like the vibe that I'm getting from Jackal. And Jackal, like, he throws a bunch of cards at you. And, I'll put the video up of Jackal's boss battle. But suffice it to say, Nights into Dreams, for those who didn't play it. And I'm not really a gamer at all. Like, I don't really play any games. I don't remember the last time I did. Maybe I played a Sonic, that last Sonic game, that 2D one. But other than that, I don't really play games. But Nights into Dreams is pure Kino. I highly recommend people download
and there's
it.
a lot of symbolic power
sure,
to the Harlequin, to the Jester character, especially going forward.
A game where you play inside dreams. Right?
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
Yeah.
And
he
Sonic
is
Team,
literally the Jester.
and Sonic Team, when they were studying, well, the Jester is Knights, and I guess Jekyll is sort of like a Jester as well. There are different kinds of Nightmare and different kinds of bosses there.
By the way, speaking of which,
Oh, here we go. Here we
Leo's
go.
got it all.
But Sonic Team, when they were researching to make this game, they read a lot of Carl Jung. So this game was highly influenced by a lot of... yeah, definitely. It's an incredibly beautiful game. I don't like the way the sequel looks. I've never played Journey of Dreams. Personally, I think it looks kind of lame in comparison to Nights into Dreams, so I just avoid it like I avoid The Godfather Part 3. I don't know. Have you guys seen...
Nice.
But I think you kind of brushed on it in your meme episode, because you talked a little bit about the. I mean, I guess he's not as relevant, but there was the Honkler, and I know Jonathan Pajot loves to talk about it. But there is a lot of heavy symbolism with clowns, jesters, anything like that. So that is probably one of the best book covers of all time.
Yeah,
it's great to repost it everywhere.
For those
I feel like I gotta be the happy clown on the outside, but the sad clown on the inside.
And then this is the angry clown.
Same with that video game back in the day. What was it? That had the.
It's a Twisted Metal, Sweet Tooth, or is there
Twisted Metal.
Twisted Metal.
Yeah.
That's a blast.
He's a great archetypal evil clown.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was just a straight serial killer, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
It's-
with the evil ice cream truck.
Yeah, all
Notice
of them
how
were
nobody
some-
cancels Stephen. I guess because he's woke now, but nobody cancels Stephen King over that that one scene in It. If you know what I'm talking about,
Yes.
that
A lot of
one.
the
Oh
shit
yeah,
is
the one that's.
Well, they're all for that. So
Yeah, the
Yeah,
child
the one
orgies.
he
There you
wished to
go.
have thought twice
Normal.
before writing,
Hmm.
but he doesn't remember because he was on cocaine when he wrote it.
And the best
Yeah.
was this fourth waiver that wrote this review of it, and it was part of her thesis, and it was in I think it was the Mother Jones, where she talks about the main character, how she was maternal in that moment of having a child trained.
You know, we gotta get
knows
her.
what a train is, but
we gotta get her.
I'm not say no more. Say no more.
But Gio, we gotta get her. We gotta get this reviewer together with Mr. Girl.
I have to dig it up, but even just reading this scene was
Mr.
fucking,
Girl, Mr. Girl, and this reviewer. They should.
Get at Mr. Girl again.
Powerful
That was the
combo.
best, man. That's still to this day. That was like one of the most.
He made everyone the most butthurt that I've ever seen on the stream, man. Everyone was just like, "Dude, really?"
Apparently, that guy. What happens? He like something with his girlfriend came recently.
Oh,
He like
yeah.
age plays with his girlfriend or some shit. Like some
Oh,
no
okay.
fucking shot, no surprises there. But
Yeah,
I'd hate to miss this riveting conversation, but I actually have to go pretty soon. So
Well, Michelle,
sorry, I can't discuss I can't discuss the child orgy and Stephen King.
All right, Michelle,
God.
I would love to have you back, and I would particularly love to have you back when we bring Jessica back on. Not Jessica of Dr. Don Wario, but the other
God.
Jessica, who's the who worked on Pete Buttigieg's campaign. She's a friend of the show, and I would love to have her on, as well as somebody who is like very heavily into like the New World Order, like maybe, I don't know, somebody like Kriston T. Harris, for example. Just somebody who thinks like, that's it, Agenda 21.
Mark Passio. That would be
Yeah, exactly,
hilarious.
Mark Passio.
we'll get Jeff Rentz on the show. Or
Yeah.
someone like that. Yeah.
Passio's my favorite. He just won't listen. That'd be so amazing. He's
Okay,
so
well,
funny.
I gotta go. See you guys.
It
See
was
ya,
great talking to you.
Take
Yeah.
care,
Talk to
Michelle.
you guys too.
So yeah.
So now we're going to bring in a surprise guest. By surprise, since this is Free for All Friday, I'm probably going to regret this, but maybe I won't. You never know. It's kind of a, it's kind of what like a Kinder Surprise doll, like you're probably going to get something interesting in it. Just make sure you don't swallow
you
the
gotta be
toy.
the Harlequin right now. You got to be the Harlequin filled with
Exactly.
tricks and
So-
prizes and all that.
Oh,
So
boy,
I am
yeah,
sending
yeah.
the Zoom link to somebody who I have no idea who it is, but they went on the Discord and they said like, "Oh, I'd like to come in." So here we go, Gio. We're going to do a test. I'm gonna have the mute button and the kick button ready to go in case some shit goes down. But here we go. This is free for all. This is Free
I
for
hope
All
there's no
Friday.
gamer words that's
Here we
about
go.
to happen.
And he is from let's see, he's from London, I believe, or somewhere in England. So it's very late for the guy. I really appreciate him coming in. Michael Jones versus Redhead. Yes, by Redhead, they're talking about Buff is talking about Jessica. That would be a very interesting stream. And but again, I really want to get Michelle in here, because a lot of people, they take the concept of the New World Order and they run with it as if it is this very organized plan that's going to come into fruition. And who knows, maybe it will. But I just want to, see what's crack-a-lackin' there in terms of what retorts Michelle can give, as well as Jessica can give. So we have a comment, by the way, from some really good people here. Diogenes says, "My dude's okay book was Mike Ma like early 20s when he wrote it, or younger?"
Younger.
Mike is pretty much my age, like around 25. I don't really want to tell you his real age, but I guess it was like 2 years ago. So yeah, early 20s, I suppose.
And when it comes to the name Diogenes, I know it's not the same Diogenes, but just like whenever the word recycle comes up, I think of Chris Chan now. The word Diogenes makes me remember that stream with, what's his face? The guy who did that very interesting move on this chair and almost shot a guy. What is his name? You know who I'm talking about.
Oh, Andy Worski.
Andy Worski. Yes. So Andy Worski. I have no idea what that conversation was about. All I know is that Andy Worski had some guy on named Diogenes, and there was just
that
like
was
this...
his co-host. Yeah.
Oh, that was his co-host.
Before he went to the kill stream again.
So who is this
him and Ralph
Diogenes?
made up.
Who is this Diogenes character, and why was there so much drama?
He was like some 50-year-old boomer or something like that. I don't know. He was like controlling Andy. Some bullshit. Some drama. Some fucking. I don't know.
Yeah,
aim.
I just want to imagine the real Diogenes. The historical Diogenes.
Speaking of IRL streaming, what's been going on with Baked Alaska? Is the bus over? Or,
Has he been shot yet?
I wonder. I saw some of the
a
recent
logical
stuff.
conclusion of that. Like that guy, that doesn't seem smart.
Well, it's baked Alaska, so it isn't.
The
Evan,
best was when he like woke up his like compatriots on the bus just to like fight his battle for him after he like went in the store. Remember that one? And like they had to like go out and like tussle with that lesbian woman. That was
That whole sentence is just so depressing.
And he like had to go, yo, wake up, guys. They're gonna come back in the story. Oh man, it's hilarious.
so let's introduce Evan into the stream. Ewan.
Oh, he did the classic mistake. He did one of the classic mistakes. Evan, it's Ewan.
Ewan.
Oh, it's Ewan. Like,
Guys, it's me, Morse Code.
Morse Code is back as well. The
Morse Code's back.
The great Red Skeleton himself.
Yes, sir.
So first, let's go to Ewan. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Then let's go to Morse Code.
Ewan.
Ewan.
He's Russian.
I don't know, man.
Ewan.
Oh, is that someone making fun of the British accent? I've never heard anyone make fun of the British accent. Never. I'm so surprised.
The rest of the world needs to get their kicks in, man. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys had it for a while.
Fine.
Yeah.
Already in the chat, oi mate.
Oh, for fuck's sake! It always happens. I should just embrace it.
You got your guest license. You got your streaming guest license.
Jokes. That's another one.
Yeah, all right.
There should be a bingo list for like just any
We
British
need
person
some North
joining.
memes. In
Oh,
the
North
Discord.
FC.
Oh, North memes. Okay, that's.
I think my friend.
Come on, England. Score some fucking goals.
Got some fucking goals.
Well, fucking nonsense in here.
North is way
Not
better than
Mr.
South.
Girl, I heard he was.
This guy poofed it. That's a good one.
Well, no squad's full of nonsense.
This guy's a fucking
Goddamn.
Love me, Gregs. Love me, country.
I totally
Simple.
we totally destroyed Ewan's introduction. I'm so sorry for
No, it's all good. It's gonna happen. It's
We
just
have
if
to clown
anyone
on the
speaks
island.
with British accent. It's
Yeah.
Can you rule the waves? Come on.
fine.
It was like, how many?
I mean, I've got a webcam, so I'm not really like too embarrassed. Like, oh no, you know, it's all good.
Yeah.
But
So-
basically, I just don't really know what I'm doing. I've got like, I wrote 2 books that I'm like barely share to anyone, and
What
I'm
are they
just kind
about?
of trying to figure it out. Oh, they're just really rambling books. It's just like little sections, kind of short think piece kind of things.
Like philosophy, commentary, or are these like fiction narrative?
I don't know. It's like some fiction, some whatever. I'll DM people if they're interested, but I don't know, they're questionable. Especially the first one is questionable. The second one's like,
Yeah.
eh.
Questionable
But I'm just
how?
gonna hit
The
the chat.
third one, I'm sure the third one will, maybe we'll
Yeah,
get
exactly.
get them.
Well, questionable isn't shit. I'm not trying to be like edgy most of the time, but occasionally I'll just like, the woman chapter's really bad in the first one. I was just very annoyed at just everything. So that kind of came out specifically in that one.
You
and
gotta
it was
just keep at it though. Once you keep at it, we'll get better and better.
Exactly. I've got to
Definitely.
keep at something, but I'm not even sure if that's my purpose, and that's
Well,
the main thing.
Yeah,
You look,
exactly.
you look pretty young. How old are
Yeah.
you, if you don't mind me asking?
2-0. I don't know why I did that, but 20.
Duo.
There we go.
Alright.
You get your
Yeah,
whole life
20.
ahead of you.
Exactly, but I've got to try and figure it out.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
See, I just look young, but as was revealed on yesterday's stream, I am actually 32 years old. So,
Yeah.
No fucking way, dude. No
Yeah.
way. Come on.
yeah, I was
That's
born
like
in
the flex.
1988. I'm telling
Yep.
you.
Damn.
And for those who are talking about, what kind of skin cream I use, none, zero skin cream. I don't do anything with my skin
Just
whatsoever.
perfect Slavic genetics.
Exactly. Yes. Well,
Dude, you got the hookup on adrenochrome, bro. Don't come on.
Well, this whole stream's about, how the hell is
exactly.
Biden gonna affect my adrenochrome?
Yeah.
Bro, I see those dream diaries, bro. You can't, dude. You got the hookup, man. You got the.
Lev is pimping out jewels to
Oh,
to acquire this.
oh my god.
Yeah,
He's so
Jules has
beautiful.
the
How could you,
has the what do you call it? The blood tube attached to him has the catheter. And just
Yeah.
rolling the catheter
You're-
around.
You're sending him to Saudi princes. So they can get
Like bear bile cages, they have adrenochrome cages.
and then-
So
And by the way, speaking of adrenochrome, let's go to the Red Skeleton himself. Morse code. Where have you been, buddy?
Oh, you know what? I just got here. I just came back from a nice walk of mine. I've had a great day so far, and it's really gonna be nice to close it off with a good BTR session.
Ah, that's
Great to
nice.
be here again after a brief hiatus. After my brief hiatus from Twitter in general, actually, you noticed I got deleted. This is due to some complications in real life, but I'm back in action. Back to
nice.
good old Morse code.
Excellent, excellent. And what exactly have you been up to in the real world so far while
Well,
you've been gone?
You are not going to believe this. Truly, you won't. This is the greatest story ever told. And I'll be honest, I shouldn't even be telling you, but I will. Are we all familiar with President-elect Joe Biden?
Yep.
That man would be dead if not for me.
Wow.
And I say this completely genuinely.
Bullshit.
I'm not joking.
I'm
Biden-
calling bullshit.
Joe Biden would be a dead man today. He would be killed if not for my actions. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Back in 2018, I used to play a video game. And in this video game, it was very close. It was a very close, well-knitted game. With a very tight-knit community of people. 20, maybe 30 people. And in this game, there was a player, Alex Dice. Now, if you were paying attention to the news a few weeks back, 2 weeks back, you saw that there was an attempt on Joe Biden's life that was thwarted by the FBI just moments before it was committed. Right? That man is Alex T. Dice, a man I used to play video games with back in the day. And I don't want to tell the full story because, that's for another time, maybe even too private for BTR. But all in all, this man was sick, he was a pedophile, and he was just the worst person ever. So me and a few other people, we composed a hit piece exposing this man for his crimes. And it got to the FBI. We actually got it to the FBI. I was brought in for questioning just a few weeks back, and I was told that he had tried to kill No, this is before that, actually. I was brought in because there were pedophile charges. He had CP in his computer. This is the whole...
I've read the article. I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about.
I
That
know
was
what
me.
you're talking about. Yeah,
That was me.
This is the real guy. This is like
I
the guy
didn't
who
know
posted
he wanted to kill
the
Joe
whole-
Biden at the time,
Wait,
but I knew he was fucked.
Can somebody
So-
post an article about this to the Discord, by the way?
Would you have not stopped him if you knew?
If I knew... I'm sorry, everyone. This is my fault. It's all my fault. No, I'm joking. No, but really, I didn't know he was planning on doing that. And originally, when they searched his car, when they arrested him, it was supposed to be just CP. He was just a child predator. But it turned out he had thousands of rounds of ammunition and like 11 guns in his car and was 20 minutes away from Joe Biden's house with plans on his computer on how to kill Joe Biden and shit like that. On top of like the terabytes of CP.
What was his motivation? I mean, does he like?
You're not gonna believe this.
Okay.
The articles pinned it as a vengeful Bernie bro. That's it. They've pinned it as a vengeful.
You mean a Bernie bro is into CP?
Yeah.
What? No.
Unthinkable, truly. But
that's what we.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, this reminds
A
me of the.
DSA member is into CP. No way.
Oh, this
No
reminds me of the
way.
Steve Scalise situation. You remember the shooting of Congressman Steve Scalise? And
I did hear about that.
And Rand Paul there too? Yeah, there were like a couple of senators at the golf course, and the Bernie bro, also very salty. He was shooting them. So
yeah, I remember that.
He's Bernie bros. No, but really, he wasn't a Bernie bro. He was just. I fucking knew him. I talked to him all the time. Like, this guy was just like an angry shit
He's your
poster.
average Discord user. He's just like
He was a
video
fucking
game manager,
Discord.
child porn
Yeah,
person.
he was a zit-faced nerd.
What game it was?
I can't say. I can't say
I'm
because
just saying he wouldn't have been able to fucking kill him
that's-
anyway.
that's-
I
doubt
can't
it.
say. But it was a very small game. It was very close, and I knew this guy very well. And I knew a couple of people who met up with him personally. It was very interesting to see like a guy who I would like fuck with in video games and make fun of for being a pedophile online, like actually like change history in a way, or tried to do it at least.
Yeah.
If I wasn't alive, I don't know where we'd be right now.
Well,
Who would be president? Where would our
Once
country
again,
be?
someone on
President, thank you for-
Discord who is into CP.
Everyone, I want everyone to
delaying
salute.
the inevitable.
Is that-
I want everyone to
President
salute me.
Harris.
By the way, this
Oh,
is
Is that him?
That's him. That's Alex Dice. Yes.
Oh
Oh my
my
god, he
lord.
looks like a fucking creep.
You want to know some stories about this guy? He
55%.
would fake having a electrical license and go into people's homes and fuck with their TVs and ask for $1,000 and then leave.
Oh my god!
It's kind of sick.
He also had a. He's also trying. I want you to look up Loosday Island. That's LOOSDA Island. He was trying to make a pedophile island.
On Epstein
And
Amateur
his very own
Fucking hell.
Epstein Island,
He's
where he
amateur.
would
Fan
he would make
fiction.
No, seriously, you can buy a citizenship still to this day for $100 on his Loose Day Island website, where you would be just chilling as a pedophile on Loose Day Island. I believe it was also off the coast of Florida too. This is a real island which he was trying to buy, and was going to move there with his brother. So there's a lot of weird lore to this guy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I've got a few.
Okay, now if he were to
Christian.
live there, would they just be watching CP all the time, or would
I
they
think
try to
so. I think that
traffic-
was. I don't think he
Probably
expressly.
some other
referred
level
to it
James
like that.
activity.
I'm trying to find this
Definitely
island. I'm not having
suspicious things.
I'm not
Pedophile
having good
ethno
luck
state?
finding the island. You said it was
It is a real. Is in fact a real island. Yes.
LOOSDA.
I linked the Google sites in which he was selling his citizenship there. I actually
here
told
we
the
go.
FBI. They didn't know about that. They didn't
What?
know when I first came to them. So that was
Oh,
there.
God.
Also, they didn't know his name before they talked to me. They didn't know his name. So
I
I'm
doubt.
gonna question they click on
I just
this.
want to see where this island is. Like, is it that far away from Florida? Like, there's no information here about.
I'm not quite certain where it is. I know it is a real island though. I'm not sure if he does.
Oh, it's got his
Own it?
email address and stuff here.
But he hadn't bought it yet. He doesn't own. He didn't.
I don't
own
think so. There's
He's
not a lot of
was he
information
saving
on his
money
site.
to own it, and it's not like if you. That's why you need to give him money to.
His FAQ is blank
A
currently. I really
timeshare
don't know.
pedophile island. That's, yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, so if you
Gooner
want
Island.
Loose Day was a big
Gooner
fucking meme in
Island.
the community for a long time.
Oh my god.
So
It's only $100. Only $100 for citizenship.
Binti
Oh my
is back
God.
with us. Binti, how are you,
Binti,
Binti?
baby. Welcome back. Still connecting there, it seems.
And there was somebody earlier in the waiting room named Bay Ocean or Baby.
That would be
Ocean.
my dear friend Ocean. I think he was highly expressing his need
What's
to go.
up, everyone?
There's my friend
Hey.
Binti.
Hey, Binti.
Alright.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Hi.
Good to see you, Binti.
Good to see you too.
So,
Well, I mean, it's just great to have you on, my dear friend.
What are we chatting about today?
We're chatting about President-elect Joe Biden and
Of
his
everything
would-be
being
killer.
fucked, and about
Oh,
how
Vector?
yeah, and about
Pedophile
how
Island.
saved his
I want
life.
everyone to
Yeah.
salute me, by the way. I'm an American
Yeah.
hero. I want to salute from every one of
No.
you.
You might have prevented
Salute
or
me. There
caused
we
a
go.
world war
No.
more.
Thank you,
We're not sure
guys.
yet.
Thank you.
Could've
appreciate
prevented
it.
or caused
You
one.
can't salute anybody but the queen. It's
Ah, I see, I see.
Yeah, exactly.
Filtered.
Exactly.
Understandable.
and
You
Baby
get a
Don't-
pass.
Ocean is
whatever,
here.
some random politics. So.
Baby Ocean, how are you? Can you hear us? Can we hear you?
I'm doing great. Can you guys
There
hear
he
me?
is. There's our
Yeah, I
guy.
can hear you
Ocean.
loud and clear.
Baby Ocean, do you have a Twitter account?
Yes, at Halal Tomboy at Twitter. You know,
Great
you know the
account.
vibes.
Halal
Really
Tomboy.
great account.
Hello, tomboy.
There we
Binti,
go.
do you have a Twitter account?
Yeah, it's at Binti Star.
Binti.
I love your account, Binti.
There
Really
we
great
go.
tweets.
Binti has the
Binti's
most
stuff.
A1. I look at Binti's numbers the same way e-girls. I mean, I look at Binti's tweets the same way e-girls look at angel numbers. You know, it's
True. True.
Flawless.
Oh,
Thank you.
Here, I just started. Wait, was I not following Binti this whole time? How
Oh my god.
how dare
What are you
I?
doing? You've
What
been
the
missing
fuck?
out.
I have been
Yeah,
missing
we
out.
actually have kind of a problem. So we have a problem now. Fuck you.
I'm not following any of you because fuck Twitter. I'm
So
not
this-
fucking using it.
Wait, by the way, Ewan, how did you find out about this?
I like browse Twitter occasionally, but I don't have it. I found it through Fodcom, I think. So I
Interesting.
used to hang out with Fodcom. Well, not hang out, but
Well-
like talk occasionally.
So
like, way back.
Fodcom, yeah. Okay, so
yesterday was
yesterday,
quite a spicy exchange between him and Pill Eater.
I don't
was
think it was
quite
him
something
though. I
else.
think he was hacked. He even
It wasn't.
said-
It definitely wasn't him.
Yeah.
I know
Ewan,
it
are
was.
you?
God.
Do you know Snipers?
That I don't know him personally. Like I've met up with it. Like I've met him at an event before, but
You look and sound like Snipers. I just
people
thought,
have fucking said. I think I've heard that before while I was
Yeah.
there. Like a
you
little
look
bit.
and sound like Snipers.
All right.
I'm gonna
Just
watch.
wanted to-
I'm gonna watch his eyes. Like, what are the tells? Like body language tells. Like when someone's lying. You know. Like,
What body language is lying? What like that?
When
I'm actually
lying, I'll
snipers.
change to a British accent.
Oh, is it the British accent? Round fucking two.
They all
Round
sound
fucking
the
two.
same to me. They all sound the same.
They're
Okay,
multiplying they're multiplying the podcast. They're fucking spreading.
Oh, hello, Tombo. Okay, I recognize you. I thought you were a woman for a brief second, so I
Yeah,
had like some smidgen of hope that Twitter was a dating site, but now I find out that you were not. In fact,
Yeah.
Wanna be? I don't know.
Most
Maybe we'll get
people-
Frank Castle in. We'll get Dr. Don Wario in here.
So
to
here's
do some mimification. So
here's what I've noticed about Twitter. When I first made this account, I had 0 followers, so I was like, all right, guys, what is the tech to get more followers? And people simply told me, LARP as a woman, and I was like, you know what, you're not wrong, but I don't think I can do it. I don't tweet like a woman, and this account was very not misleading. Up until I changed my profile picture to a K-pop star who I have no idea about. I have been getting floods of like girls who think I'm a cool girl mutual and just thirsty people.
You're sissifying yourself, basically, for Twitter followers.
I think
That's what it
people are
sounds
just
like.
projecting.
Well, it sounds like you're sissifying yourself. You're pretending to be a woman.
No, because I'm genuinely
would
not.
go and
I've
do something
tweeted
like
so
that?
many things about like my dick and stuff like that. Like it's
yeah, but they figured that
Beyond
that's
the-
like another Twitter e-girl.
Yeah,
on
that's
brand.
just a girl on Twitter though. Like that's
Oh,
just-
Yeah,
shit.
dick
It's
girl.
super accepting to Chinese. It's fine. Don't
Yeah.
worry about it.
let me live my best life.
Well, we know that certain Asians have discovered a third gender. I'll say no more. Do not research.
Well,
Don't worry.
Interesting, Gio.
So now there's
Female.
three and counting.
I don't know. The third gender. What the
What is this
Sissification.
third gender? So like,
Cloud.
powerful.
Monitor medicine.
Yeah.
Sissification.
No,
for
I,
cloud.
I,
That's what
I
it
really,
is.
Listen, I'm looking
I
at
really
his
am
account.
serious
This
that,
is not
and I know
sissified.
Gio, you're gonna hate
Just
me for bringing this up
things.
again, but if we did get Jessica, the guy from that video,
What is your fucking obsession
Lev
with
has an
this one?
obsession with
No,
this.
like if Frank Castle met anyone else in that mall, there had to be that one fucking old man, Jessica, that he like totally mind fucked.
I-
Those of you who don't know, we're talking about the Frank Castle video.
I don't.
Dr.
yeah,
Don
the episode
Wario.
from yesterday, right?
Yeah.
yes.
Where he
Yeah,
goes
yeah,
into
yeah,
he
Frank
tries to
Castle.
sissify this old man. He's like, your name is Jessica. This man wears women's clothes. You're my sissified, bimbified gimp slave.
And this man, like, I would love for you guys to.
He's gonna
guess-
put it in the chat.
I'm
Lev
gonna-
is going to put it in the chat.
I'm gonna contact
Of course, I'm gonna put it in the chat. Why wouldn't I put it in the chat? So here it is.
Do we also refer to him as Jessica?
Yeah, he
No,
just
only
refers
Lev
to
does
him
that.
as Jessica.
So here
There
is
he is.
Jessica.
He loves Jessica.
Oh,
Okay, who
lovely.
do you think he is? Like in terms of his ancestors, like is he Middle Eastern? Is he
I thought
from
he was
Latin
really just-
I
America?
think he's mixed Caucasian, mixed Hispanic.
He looks
Yeah,
like a
probably.
Mediterranean.
He looks like a
he could be-
Cuban, straight up.
Greek.
Sure, it's
Greek.
He's a Menabetti. That's what. That's
He
what.
looks Greek.
There we go.
By the
There
way,
go.
we have a comment from Mr. Murray. Dude fucking loves Jessica. Yeah, absolutely, that's right.
No,
Make a
but
magnet.
yesterday with
Oh, wait,
Frank
wait, wait,
Castle, he's
oh.
like, maybe we could like get the funds for Jessica to complete the transition.
Well, just for the video, not really. Like, cause the guy probably has a family and friends and all that. But just for the internet video, for the clout, he could just put on a wig and a suit, and we could pay him money to do it. But anyway. We have a comment from Mr. Murray. Make a magnet of Jessica. Okay, here's the deal. Mr. Murray, if you want a magnet of Jessica, that can absolutely be done. But what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to pony up. $50 patronage gives you the opportunity to commission whatever wooden magnet you want. So here is an example of the kind of wooden magnets you can get. Here are the magnets, but these magnets, these are random magnets. For $50, they are going to be, in fact, let me show you. Guys, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to show you an example of a custom magnet that was made for our great patron, Aman Sadhu, and it's going to be sent to him promptly. So guys, I'll be right back with some raw milk and the magnet. So talk amongst yourselves.
Of course.
Subscribe.
milk.
Hey, but
So-
do the magnets attract bitches?
Oh, good question.
That's like
That's
if that's
$50
not-
worth right
Well, they're
there.
a talisman. They have the power to cultivate Oregon or Vril.
Yeah, but if you have
So,
Jessica on your fridge, you don't really need any more bitches, do you?
Oh, there
Is
you
she
go.
Jessica, by the way, I'm fucking confused here.
See that old man?
That's what I'm saying. Is the old
That's
man Jessica?
Yes.
Well, he became Jessica
Yeah.
in a
Oh, I
matter of a
see.
single conversation.
See.
She-
Frank Castle
she
turned him
always
into Jessica.
was. All right.
Mm-hmm.
He always.
Isn't
Oh,
that-
sorry. I'm dead naming. No.
Yeah, isn't that how it works? Yeah, they always were the whole time.
But speaking of dead naming, we were talking about Joe Biden. Do you think that Kamala Harris will sissifiy Joe Biden in the White House, and he will complete his bimification by Mommy Gamala? So maybe we should go back.
Here's a question I have about.
Bro, he's stepping on him with heels.
Yeah, go ahead, Carter.
Because I don't think Kamala's feminine enough to sissify Joe.
Well, no, but that's the thing. Kamala is the dom. She is like the.
But don't doms have to be attractive?
Well, I mean, when she was younger, I don't know. I'm not saying no more.
Doesn't Joe like him like really, really young?
Oh, I mean, well, he's got his few of his granddaughters down on lockdown.
Here's something interesting. Yeah. The matrix is breaking. Whenever Biden got elected, there was people did this thing where they asked Siri, how old is the president of the United States? And Siri gave not Biden, not Trump's, but Kamala Harris's information.
Yeah, I was seeing this.
It was on Wolfram Alpha, I think, and then it was like, it wasn't a glitch, obviously, but it was a glitch.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
I say he drops out like first year and just Kamala is the president for the rest of the time.
She's going to kill
That's what I'm thinking. I think
2 years tops.
Joe's like a Trojan horse. I think he's either going to die or he's going to get Epsteined or he's going to resign.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, I think Biden probably near the second or third year he's going to peter out or something will happen.
Yeah. Probably the case.
About this, so is everyone? I mean, here's the thing. I know people have been really going off on blackpilling, but do you think that at this point it pretty much is a Biden president-elect status, or what do you guys think?
I have no fucking clue.
Well, Trump won't accept the results, so I think we need. So whose willpower is greater?
Okay.
You know, like how well can Trump fight? Because Trump won't accept it.
It's gonna be a pope and anti-pope type situation.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
That's what we're gonna have.
Well, now we got Hotep Sophia over here, and by the way, so here is the figure. This is a custom figure that my dad created. It is also a refrigerator magnet, and this is for Aman Sadhu. So Aman, you are going to get this beautiful figure, and this shows you like the level of craftsmanship that you are going to get with whatever commission you want. So you want Jessica, we'll do Jessica. You want whatever, it doesn't matter. Just tell us what you want. $50 patronage is going to give you a custom, whatever you want, type wooden sculpture, exquisite wooden sculpture every single year. Every year you're going to get a new one, whatever commission you want. So anyway, let's go to Hotep Sophia. And over here I got the raw milk over here with some cream on top. It tastes really good. Right?
Delicious.
Utterly delicious.
All about dairy. You know, people need to drink more dairy.
I dare you to drink more dairy.
Good shit.
Yeah.
Yes. And by the way, I did notice that as you keep doing it, a lot of the initial things that people may not be comfortable with, they start going away slowly. So your body does
it makes you physically stronger, and it connects us to the real like Yamanaya people kind of progenitor Indo-Aryan ancestors. Because they were a cow culture. They're all about cows.
Mm-hmm. And you know what I did yesterday? Yesterday, I put 7... So this is thanks to, a raw egg nationalist. I got this idea. So I put in 7 raw eggs in the blender with the milk and the cream, and I drank that up, and it tasted pretty good. Oh, and I also added a bit of honey in there as well, you know, just a little bit, and that it tasted really good. And I noticed that my body started radiating heat afterwards, and I did a pretty good workout after that as well. So
training like a fucking savage. Raw eggs, you are training.
Hell
there you go.
Yeah.
You have to give a flex for the audience now to show your raw milk energy.
No, I don't. Okay, I'm gonna flex it, but it's gonna be fucking pathetic because I don't have anything yet. This is nothing. Yes, you are much better than I am right now.
You're laying down the groundwork.
I am laying down the foundation right now. Talk to me a year from now. Talk to me a year from now. I'm gonna be better than fucking.
Or even less, honestly. If you
let's fucking go.
Start, you know, like you'll make quick gains because that's the thing. It's like you keep talking like, what do we do now? How do we not get blackpilled? The thing is, I don't want to go back to the new normal. I don't want people say, let's go back to now it's gonna be normal. Let's not go back to normal. Because why would you want to be normal? You want to be happy and you want to be better than normal. That's more important than being normal.
I agree with that.
Lift against the modern world.
Well, maybe not that bad.
What is blackpilling in people's opinion? Like, what is that even?
Anyone telling you
internet
not to
speak.
lift or not to work out is blackpilling. Like, we need the opposite. And telling
Red
you
pill,
not
red
to
pill,
drink
blue
that
pill.
is
Shut the
fucking-
fuck up and live.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
true.
That's
So
fucking
true.
blackpilling.
Get off the go outside.
Get off the
I
internet.
guess
Like,
people
no,
say.
like
Go outside, go for a jog,
This
try
all
and
is-
speak
that-
to
all that-
people
that's, I think,
without
is the real
saying
solution to all
Chad,
this shit,
Virgin,
you know?
Zoomer, Boomer. Fuck that shit.
There's a,
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's a
exactly.
reason
Go
Gary
the fuck
Cowboy
outside.
left. Like,
Wait, I think I have a meme I could drop.
Yeah, we can't even go outside anymore with this new national
Yeah, that's-
mask mandate.
Oh, god damn it.
Oh,
Well, that's why you gotta outrun them. That's why you
Lev,
gotta train and
Lev, I
drink your
just got info from headquarters.
There you
I
go.
believe Sasha is coming online.
Oh man, excellent.
So
He's coming in line right now.
get your blast shields going. Sasha's dropping in.
Oh,
Here we
excellent.
go. Here we
But
go.
wait,
It's not
so
beating
it's
our
bullshit
outside.
because like
Too true, Binti.
Here we go.
because like I mean the mask thing,
Thanks,
like I mean
Derek.
it's impossible to get it outside. It's bullshit.
Oh, Diogenes has a great comment. Men among the cringe. I like
Sasha
that.
has arrived.
Sasha.
Welcome, Sasha. So good to see you here.
Looking
Oh,
handsome as
Sasha.
always.
Looking
Nice.
great, Sasha.
Great to see you. I dig
Looking
you, sir.
swole as always.
Hit it.
I
hit a
I
flex.
loved your Punkin' Love video that you dropped. It's really cool.
Thank you.
I've always been a big fan of Punkin' Love, and it's so cool to see you working on stuff with that guy.
So first,
Yeah, I'm like his like manager now or something.
No fucking way.
wow.
Something like
Dude,
that. So we're gonna be dropping like a music video a week
that's so epic.
for the
Nice.
next bit. But that music video was just the start. I made that shit in like 2 hours.
That was sick, though.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I'm happy with it, but it's an aesthetic I want to explore and expand on more.
I think definitely it deserves some exploring.
so
Yeah.
I want to first turn to Hotep Sophia. I would love to hear her thoughts on what's going on right now with the election, with the chaos that we're currently in right now. So take it away, Sophia. Let us know what's crack-a-lackin'.
Well, it's a lot actually going on, and a lot of it is luckily being crowdsourced so that we know what's going on, but otherwise we really wouldn't have any idea what's happening if there wasn't a whole lot of crowdsourcing.
I'm sorry,
going
but
on
what the
of
fuck is Snipers
information.
doing? What are you just punching the...
What?
No, let him punch. Let him
I
punch.
just thought it was-
I'm not trying to
What are you
interrupt. I'm
doing?
just punching, man. Carry on.
All right,
I
sorry,
want to hear.
sorry.
I want to hear
What
Sophia.
snipers
Go back
doing?
I want to hear Sophia speak.
I'm just
but,
yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, I just...
Let him do
I
his
was a
job.
little... I'm trying to listen to Sophia, and you're
Yeah.
bugging out over
Carry
there.
on. Carry on.
Oh boy.
Carry on.
Airboxing. So the long and the short of it is that the people who perpetrated this fraud are in huge trouble. And now they're trying to double back and cover their tracks. This whole thing with the servers for the, first of all, with the election equipment being connected to the internet, that's a huge problem. Then the servers for said connected information being housed in Germany, the army went in and took those servers. So the military is really trying to cover their tracks on this one. So everybody who perpetrated this in big trouble, all trying to figure out how to basically devise this into forcing his seed. But we have all realized that they're going to put us on lists and actually execute us, which is basically what I've told my child. So we can't lose. And they're going to put us on lists. And they've already said they're going to put us on lists. They want a reconciliation council, which basically means FEMA camps. So if we lose, we're literally going to be murdered, as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
But they're so stupid that they really made so many mistakes. I have never seen people make so many. The idea that Joe Biden got 10 million more votes than Obama is the most outrageous thing I have ever heard. It is literally impossible. Like, there is no possible way. Because even the numbers don't add up. There's no mathematical way to make this election make sense with Biden getting 78 million votes, and the liberals who watch CNN are going to have a hard time accepting what happens next. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but they have been so egregious with their cheating that there's no way the election results are going to be certified. So there's the 12th Amendment stuff. There's literally the Supreme Court precedent about fraud in certain circumstances nullifying. I mean, there's just so many different avenues. I don't know which one's going to shake out first, but I've never seen such horrible cheating. These people are not even good at it. Like, you used to think, okay, 007, super spies. Then you see Peter Strzok and you're like, no, this is like not even a real spy. Like, this is what spies are like. They're actually horrible and they do a terrible job. And these people have done a terrible job at this whole shakedown. So it's just insanity. So
there's the FOIA. There was a FOIA request on the pipe burst in Atlanta, and it came back. Oh my god, the text is fucking hilarious. It was like from the head of the head of the whatever it was, and the head maintenance guy, and the head maintenance guy was like, oh yeah, dude. I mean, it's I don't know why they're calling it a pipe burst. It's a like slow leak, and it's not in the same area that votes are being counted. And it was like, we only need it slowed voting by an hour and a half, and I think it was offline for 12 hours. I think they just stopped counting in Fulton County for 12 hours. So so stupid.
They stopped counting because the turnout was, again, these people weren't expecting Trump voters to turn out in the numbers. So they already had the machines rigged for the weighted percentage part, and they already had all of these fake ballots, but it still wasn't enough to actually overcome the number of people that, one, turned out to vote, which is a historic number, and two, were voting for Trump. They just still, even with all of their pre-planning, it still wasn't enough.
Yo, what's up? How's it going? Glad you're here. What's going on, buddy?
Yikes.
You just joined. Oh, we got the...
It's my dear friend, Ya.
Hey.
Hello?
The cat.
Hey, buddy.
Feel so good.
Hello?
My friend Ya. It's my friend Tsunyami.
Yeah, that's me.
Welcome to the BTR Break the Rules podcast,
We
Ya.
have a celebrity amongst us.
Yes, an E-celeb has joined.
That's cool. Yeah.
An E-celeb, an American hero. Are in the
I'm
chat
being
right now.
doxxed like all the time now. I don't know. Sigh.
Tell
That's
your
kind
story,
of like a
Nia.
hard life. Someone thinks that I said the N-word and I didn't.
She did not.
I did not. I'd never say that.
She'd
Yeah,
never
only Exile Judge said that.
True, too true.
Yeah, so I'm getting doxxed because I rejected some beta, and then now I don't know. Now they think I said the N-word, but why would I say that?
Why would she go and say something?
What N-word? Like nya or?
Nincompoop.
Are you her advisor, Metal Skeleton, or whatever your name is?
Say again, Nice Snipers, what?
Are you her like advisor? Because it sounds like you're too.
I kept
you're a friend, right?
I kept very closely to the Nya drama.
Okay.
Scode isn't my advisor. He's just my best friend.
Aw.
Well, that's what a best friend is.
Yeah, no, I was there for the whole thing. It was really ugly. She got doxxed, death threats. I mean, the whole kit and caboodle. It was really terrible.
Oh, wait, quick! I got a question. Who is Kali 7X Star?
A dear friend of mine, dear friend, really great for the show.
There
I
we
think.
go. I'm putting him in right now. Mayday.
God.
And be sure to retweet it. By the way, all the new people who are coming in this show right now for Free For All Friday, retweet the fuck out of this video.
Retweet
send
this.
Us,
don't have twice up.
send us
Retweet
some
this
subscribers.
now.
Doesn't matter. Uwin, send it to your friends. Send it to your
Okay.
Snipers, post on your channel again. I love you.
It's the only podcast where you can hear about Sissy Hypno, the magical properties of dairy, the age of media cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, but when are we going to talk
Metal
about?
Skeleton saved the life of Joe Biden by uncovering a timeshare.
Yes, sir.
And goon caves.
I'm going to see if we can get Andrew Meyer in here so that this could be real party. He just posted over here in the chat, Lev, talk about the 7 Sephiroth and tell everyone else to be quiet. So I want Andrew to talk about the 7 Sephiroth.
Yeah, honestly, don't talk about that.
For real.
It's not going
So
to.
true. 7 who? I mean,
Before we move on, I just have a question for our good friend Hotep Sophia. Do you say the N-word regularly? Like, I just can't imagine that.
I don't think that's appropriate.
Did you say it live?
No, I'm just asking you, like, did you say it a lot?
You said it on the show. What?
Really?
Without the hard R, though, thank you.
Without the hard R?
Phew, that would have been bad.
I feel like she can say the hard R, but I'm not a.
No, the
philosopher.
algorithms.
YouTube doesn't think
I don't
so.
think they.
The algorithm does not.
We don't want to get
The
demonetized.
algorithm does not
Sasha.
YouTube doesn't see color.
recognize the melanin
Yeah,
content.
that's an interesting theory, Sasha.
Can we test that out?
Yeah,
I'm
can we
a-
test that one?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Kali.
Kali, how
There's
are
our
ya?
girl.
Hey, Kali.
I'm very good.
Oh,
Thank
it's
you.
Kali, not like the other Kali.
No,
Like
no, it's the girl, Kali.
Girl
Yeah.
Kali, the British 24-year-old, like
Yes, that one.
Nazgul.
Mhm.
CEO of Love Stylist. Melancholy on Twitter.
This is real. This is real.
It's real.
I don't even know.
Is
What's
it real?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought I would just get an introduction off.
Wait, are you British as well?
Yes.
I mean, whatever you want.
I'm
We're
gonna
all
put, I'm
British
gonna put you
today,
right
now.
next
Whatever
to,
you want. That's a very good answer.
British accent mocking number 3.
Everybody
When are we
British
we're gonna get to 10?
today. British challenge.
I'm
British
honest, we have it,
yeah.
we have it
Oh,
pretty
wait,
hard. I mean,
everybody, I'm
just
gonna
talk.
I'm gonna do my
Listen,
impression.
love.
Tea and
I'm gonna do my
crumpets.
impression of the British. Here we go, and
Here
you
we
gotta
go.
hold your nose for it. Okay. Hello,
Well,
governor. Hello, governor.
So accurate. He sounds just like
I get
Sniper.
I feel like it's not funny if I don't
Yeah,
like, act
it's-
annoyed. You know what I mean? If I act annoyed, it's like way funnier.
Maybe you
It's
should
like-
pretend you're so mad you leave.
That would be
Look at
really
him.
funny. And then if you
Well,
didn't
I
come
wanna
back,
hear
that'd be
your
so
impression
funny.
of
If you
American.
disconnected from the call.
What do
Yeah.
Americans sound like from British people? Take an impression of an American. How do we sound
So,
like to you?
Kali, are you
Yeah.
on
Oh,
Twitter?
that was good enough.
Yes, I'm on Twitter at Melancholy.
Great account.
How do you-
Melancholy.
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
I'll link it. Hold on.
All right, link it.
Yeah, let me associate. He can link
There
it for you.
Yeah, let me just. I'm the manager. There you go.
Yeah, you've been
So
promoted.
follow him there.
You've been promoted to
Melon-
manager. Morse code. It's about time, isn't it? And
I do what I can.
and I sent Andrew Meyer the link. For those who don't know Andrew Meyer, you guys remember that video of the guy who got electrocuted, tased, and who said "Don't tase me, bro" when he was asking.
That was hilarious.
Well, that's
That's
him.
the-
That's Andrew Meyer.
Did he
Hey,
get
remember the sexy little scene girl that's been going around recently that electrocuted herself? Anybody
remember
There is
that.
a
see
scene
that?
girl that
I feel like there's
electrocuted
multiple
herself.
not seen
scenes
this.
I
though.
did not know that. Is that a thing that happened?
That's a
Okay,
shame.
Morse code. Who is OE?
That is a shame.
You know what? That's actually a mystery to me. OE?
OE. Yes.
I feel like I should know who this is. OE. I'm racking my
How
brain.
many
I
people
can't
have
say.
you been sending this fucking link to?
Only 3. Binti, Kali, and my dear friend Ya. We are a
And
group, yes.
And how many
And
people have they
can't
been
forget about
sending
Ocean.
the link to?
I don't know. I deleted it after I sent it to them, so I don't know if
Doesn't
they,
matter if
I
you
haven't sent
deleted
it to anyone because I respect the privacy of this call.
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't do
appreciate
that
I
either.
as well.
I haven't sent it to
I
I
anyone,
only
so
want the crew of the
don't have
white-hearted
anyone
in
to-
here.
I
Hey,
say
that's
let 'em
not
in.
white-hearted. Listen.
GTFO.
Yin Yang hearted? I don't give a
Talking
fuck.
over me isn't white-hearted.
Oh
if-
man. Okay, I want to ask something to Hotep Sophia. Hotep Sophia, if I were to go Tim Pool mode for a bit and say, how would you be able to prove, or like what evidence would you give to the reconciliation committees leading to the internment camps?
I don't know how they're going to make this decision. This is why it's really should be frightening for everybody, because it's not just like people who didn't vote for Trump. You could, who voted for Trump, like you could change your mind to be like, oh, Biden's doing a terrible job. They'll probably force you into the camps too. It's not, it doesn't just stop with, first of all, it's allegedly a secret vote, which I don't even think that's true anymore. But anyway, it's supposed to be a secret vote. So you would be volunteering the information, but just and on top of that, they're libertarians. They're talking about bringing in the UN and the blue helmets, and it's about to be like crazy stuff. So I just don't even understand what's going on. Like,
Whoa,
I don't
wait,
know.
free summer camp?
No, I wish it would be like
It's to help you
summer camp.
concentrate.
I
Once
don't
you get
think
in there,
it's
they're
gonna
going
be kind
to have you really on
I,
concentration.
I hope we all end
actually.
up being there together. Like we're all in the
what
same.
if they just
We're gonna
Dibs
be
on
in
top
the-
bunk.
do it like
Maybe
that?
the real
This,
revolution were the
flags
friends we made
together.
along the way.
Well,
Now
we had
all
so
we put
Hotep
friends in this
Sophia
camp.
was in this tweet. I forget who did it, but saying like they'll have the Break the Rules show within the FEMA camp, and I'm like, yeah, we'll have to. If you know prison slang, shout out to the Stark Truth, by the way. We'll have to like hoop cell phones, and like so to pass it to each guest, they'll have to like hoop it to the next guest. So
Well, I hope we
Yeah,
can do
that'll
that
be,
for Uncle Ted. I'm not sure exactly what that's
Yeah,
gonna take.
we'll have to
He'd
get him.
fucking hate being on this. I can tell he'd hate this so much.
He would literally tell us all to kill ourselves and get off.
Who?
And we would deserve it.
Ted Kaczynski, we'll get a guard to hoop a cell phone for him to come and read through those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would just destroy the cell phone immediately.
Yeah, I mean, he's not having that bad of
Worm
a
is
time.
here.
No, he's not here, but he's saying
I know,
that,
but he's here in my heart.
That's
He's in all
he's
of
in
our
everybody's heart. We all have heartworm. That's the problem.
That's
Get it?
I
We're
get
quirked
that.
up over here.
I love Wretched Worm.
Quirked up.
Wretched Worm is
Wretched Worm is white-hearted.
Truly.
I don't think it is
I
really
must say, Wretched Worm is a next level Twitter poet, in my opinion.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree
Wretched
highly.
Worm is the next level, just like vibe, bro. Like,
White-hearted
when I be
energy.
vibing, I just be vibing back.
So
For
true.
real, bro.
Actually, so true.
It's like, you ever heard of
What
like
the
the
fuck,
Yin
Ocean
Yang
came
part?
on?
Hey,
shit-
Ocean.
Crazy.
What's up?
That's
Yo,
just
Ocean
crazy.
Cam. What's up, Ocean?
Yo, we got Halal
What's up?
Tomboy, aka Ocean.
Looking
Not
good,
gonna lie,
Ocean.
you're kind of sexy.
Damn,
Looking
what's-
good, Ocean.
Not
Call
gonna
your
lie,
girl
this
so
guy's kind of sexy on stream. Not gonna lie.
So true.
I've
He's so
never
cool.
seen
I love my
Halal
friends.
Tomboy Ocean face talks before. This is wonderful.
This
Great
is
physiognomy.
a very relatively. This is this is a very revelatory stream. There, I said it.
Powerful.
And guys, please
Yeah,
subscribe.
spit it out already,
for
guy.
for all the great
Alright,
people who
I'm
are
gonna-
here today. I'm having a lot of trouble speaking today, just so you guys know. Anyway.
Are you having a stroke?
Well, it's Friday the 13th, so that's
Yeah.
Maybe it was all
Let
those
him
eggs
speak.
you ate
Maybe
yesterday.
it was all the
No.
eggs. I don't know. I'm still adjusting. The system's still adjusting. But no, I am feeling
Maybe
good.
you got salmonella poisoning.
Well, what are the
Say
symptoms?
that 3 times fast.
Salmonella,
I don't know.
salmonella,
Stroke, I guess.
salmonella.
I literally don't think it exists. I think we should all just eat raw chicken.
I don't
Well,
know.
like the
why
Japanese,
they're
the
not
Japanese.
poisoning.
They don't want us to be like our ancestors.
They don't want us to be
Chicken
strong.
Actually,
Black
live
people
in
are not
Texas.
eating raw chicken. Let me just make sure
Yeah.
that's.
It's just
known.
because
You have
the
to.
white, like, true Aryan
Whoever wants to be-
ads should
Well, that's
definitely-
that's why the voodoo
It has
blacks are stronger
You
because
put
they
some
eat raw
adobo?
chicken.
You put some adobo on some raw
They
chicken,
don't
I
eat
think the
raw
Hispanics will be on
chicken.
board.
Adobo.
Yeah, they do.
They do. I can confirm.
They
That's
don't eat
true.
them raw. They just
Myself
use the
some
chicken bones,
bread.
don't
Yeah.
I've been to Louisiana. I know.
they? They do.
the
Oh,
Guru
I don't know
Blacks
nothing
down
about
there.
them. I don't know nothing about
Well,
them
Bill
black.
Clinton, he was very much into voodoo. He even said so himself in his autobiography.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Did
you
he
can
ever
look
meet
it up.
Papa Legba?
He definitely has
Oh, yeah,
like
I
some
saw-
voodoo physiognomy going.
Didn't something
Yeah, that's
happen
true.
today?
He has a voodoo
It's some
smile.
raw chicken energy. Not gonna lie.
True.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
Raw
those
chicken
eyes.
and white-hearted.
I'm sure
Instagram
he's-
with him meeting Papa Legba and then dying in real life.
He's got raw chicken skin.
I'm
Raw
proteined
chicken
up right
skin.
now.
So he was into voodoo?
Hey, tell us
Yeah.
about that, Lev.
Jules,
Yeah,
she's
so
right down the hall.
actually, I think I could talk about it with
Is that
Jules as
Jules?
well. Yeah, Jules is back. This is the
Jules, long
legendary-
time no see.
Jules?
So
Feels
in-
like just yesterday we were playing Connect 4.
Feels like just yesterday I saw that video of those two girls sucking your dick.
We don't talk. We don't talk. We don't talk.
Oh,
about
my bad. I was just kidding.
That's
Feels
really
like just
smart.
yesterday people were spamming jewel emotes with cat ears.
Back in the good old days.
Yeah. Do you think Kaliak is ever gonna come back? What's the
No.
situation?
No.
No,
I
I think good
destroyed it
riddance.
with my
What is
own two
Kaliak?
hands.
Oh, Kali doesn't know.
It's destroyed
Ali-
forever.
It's
Kaliak
dead.
is just like
It's a cyber grooming cult.
Kaliak
like a
was made
cyber
from Sasha.
we in the
Oh.
Wait, what is
Caliuga
Kaliak
and
again?
we-
No, actually though.
Kaliak was just some like fucking Discord server that existed for like.
Oh,
a week
was
or
it?
something. Anything beyond that, like I mean.
No, I don't really care about
I'm,
Kaliak. I'm a
uh,
love star right now.
Yeah.
true.
I'm actually
just,
part of the
like,
Custis
Caliuga,
fan club.
I heard that Kaliak was racist though, which I kind
Wow,
of
that's
don't really fuck
crazy.
with.
That's awful.
No way.
Racists on Discord? No.
I don't
Okay.
believe it.
You mean
Yeah,
like
but-
the eye
Racist on
chart?
Discord.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like, they'd be discriminating against like because if you didn't know, usually like melanated folks have melanated eyes.
Oh, I had
And
no
saw that
idea.
eye
That's
chart, and
crazy.
Like
I can see
Blue
that.
eyes originated in Africa. Hello.
That's true, actually. I can confirm.
I think
that.
it was like coded racism because it had blue eyes at the top, but if you really look into it,
Well, like they
only
like
white
they
people have
physically
blue
placed
eyes.
them at the top in the template.
Which,
Yeah, physically, the blue-eyed people were standing on top of the brown-eyed people.
Mm-hmm.
Physically.
So it's like that it's like that pool rules poster. It said like be cool, don't be cool, like follow the pool rules. And
Yeah, and then be racist was at the bottom.
Yeah.
The thing is
Yeah.
racism has been debunked multiple times by like good studies. So
Oh, has
I
it?
just don't-
That's interesting.
I just
Wait,
don't
so it doesn't
really-
exist?
Racism
No,
doesn't exist,
it's
guys.
debunked.
Don't worry
Yeah,
about
we're
it.
all pink on the inside if you think about it.
And I have a source.
No, we're not just all pink. We're all made of star stuff, okay,
Yeah,
guys?
star
So
stuff.
it's
We're all
don't worry about
stardust.
it.
If you think about
Sugar,
it,
spice, and everything.
we're really
nice.
just one with the universe.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bros.
Really, like we're all the
Racism
same,
isn't cool, okay? It's not
Why?
funny.
So
Ever.
true.
Why?
So
There's no
freaking awesome.
humor
We're just
aspect.
balls of stardust flowing in
Yeah.
the infinite expanding universe, and we're like ants on a rock in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
Think
yeah.
about it like
Isn't
that.
that
Nothing
beautiful?
matters. Nothing
Man,
matters
that's kind of
also.
deep, actually.
Oh,
Also, I just owned
I
someone
have
in
to
Connect
post
4.
that to our politics, and I will get.
Yeah.
So
Is anyone going to speak up? Who did I just beat in Connect 4?
That was me. That was
Speaking of
awful.
politics,
You just got fucking.
I think
Oh,
it's important
oh
that
my
we bring
God.
Someone just get
attention.
mocked on BTR.
We
How
need
do
to
you
bring
lose
attention
that?
to Britney Spears.
I feel
Gentlemen.
like I have that other sinking feeling that the chat is fully falling apart.
So, gentlemen, I've come here today
Oh my-
with one important message.
Yes, hello.
Britney Spears. She
Free
needs our help.
Britney.
Free
Okay.
Britney.
Free Britney.
Does anyone know what's
Free
happening
Britney.
with her?
Can you bless her with like the
She
big
doesn't-
foreign
she-
speak
The
you do?
Supreme
No
Court
control over
justice
her
has
life.
just failed Britney Spears.
Oh, is this the
Serious?
court case with her
Okay, can you
father?
give her a blessing, Ocean, in your language?
In your language.
MashaAllah, hamdulillah, bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, alhamdulillah bil alamin ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. God
Damn,
bless
that's
you,
kind of
Britney
demonic.
That was so cool.
Get out of here.
How
Get out.
dare you?
How'd you do that?
How
Are
dare
you
you?
referring?
I don't know. I was
Where'd
just
you learn
speaking.
that- where'd
Yeah,
you
how
learn that
did you do that? How did you just speak in tongues
How'd you just
live?
do
He
that?
just spoke Arabic. That's like
No,
Arabic
they
or
was
something.
speaking in
My
tongues,
bars,
Yeah, no
dude.
shit,
it was
man.
tongues.
It's
Oh,
Latin.
fucking
That was
don't know
bullshit.
shit.
I did not say
It's
I did
Latin
not say a
back
Okay,
single
then.
guys,
Arabic word.
it's good. Hello, what happened to Britney Spears with her father? What happened?
So,
What's
as
happening?
you know, a long time ago, Britney Spears had a psychotic breakdown. She shaved her head.
Mhm,
She got that fresh
I didn't
beard.
know about that.
Oh,
And
can't
because
do
of that, the court put this thing called a conservatorship on her life, which basically means that someone else can watch over her and basically dictate everything that she does to protect her life, so she doesn't harm herself. So the person who was given that was her father. Now, to make a long story short, she can't leave the house
What?
or spend her own money
My
without his
God.
permission.
Wow,
This
she's
So-
just
Gary
like me,
Coleman all over
actually.
again.
So he has been making big bucks off of her. And just this year, they went to court to try and remove it. There have been celebrities who have been trying to free Britney and talk about it. But Britney's father, their lawyers are so strong that all those tweets get deleted. That's why you
Wow.
probably have never
Holy
heard
shit.
about this.
I didn't
Wow.
actually know
I've
about
never.
Yeah.
I just googled it right now. Just found
I've
out
known about this for
right
years.
now.
Yep.
It sounds
terrifying.
really
Still,
trad.
the
So
next-
you know what? Like,
The
She's
next
just
hearing-
baby, dude. She
kind
can't
of
help
like
it.
the idea.
So-
of just
Wait, I
taking
wanna
on-
I wanna ask Jules. So Jules, do you know any connections to Britney Spears?
Of course she does.
Anyone. Jules, we can't hear you.
It's all
Uh,
3 degrees of Kevin Bacon at this point in existence with the internet and Facebook and everything else. I don't know anybody that
Oh,
knows
that's such a
Britney Spears, but I think it's really.
I know her. She's my cousin.
I think it's. I'd be like, what? Like that'd be a shock.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Yeah, guys, that'd be so
That'd be
weird
so
if that were
weird.
true.
I think people do too much strong arming with the law, and that it kind of creates very perverse situations. And it's really because people are just so obsessed with control. They don't realize that the best way to get control is to, in some circumstances, like give it all up.
Burger check.
Yummy burger there.
Yummy.
Oh, real quick,
Can
guys,
I have-
before I forget, I want to
Real
give a
quick.
quick shout out to my friend Definitely Legit on Twitter.
Definitely
At
legit.
Definitely
Legit, friend
Legit.
of the
You should
show.
definitely follow because
Bark,
he's
bark.
definitely legit.
No.
I
He's
love
probably
definitely legit, and I'm gonna post that GIF that I have of him somewhere over here, the one where his eyes start flashing. I love that dog photo so
Yes.
much.
Yeah.
So let me find it right now. But Jules, you were saying.
I just think it's so awful what's happened to her. I don't know the minutia of the case. I know just from a common sense perspective, she's clearly being strong-armed by the law. That's her money.
Mm-hmm.
She had a breakdown, probably because people in her life, as portrayed in the South Park episode, were
Yeah, I was thinking about that. It must have
tormenting her. Like,
There's kind of a perverse joy the media got from ruining it.
if people want
yeah,
to see
pulling
you
it.
break down, they're going to be successful. If like
Well,
that,
I'm going to agree with Titus here.
Well, because you
think
can argue that she was
I think
gangsta.
that this is
You can say that
trad,
was
and I
gangsta.
think that
I think we need more of that. I think more female
gangsta.
celebrities.
I think
More
Britney
gangsta.
Spears is really a time capsule of a different era that millennials grew up in. But I do feel that you know that a lot of you know the Mean Girls generation, they need a daddy dom to come and tratify them.
Exactly.
So
Wait.
I'm with Titus on this one. I'm just.
Jules.
I volunteer to be
Let's
the
say-
daddy dom of Lindsay
Of
Lohan
course,
circa 2003.
Yeah, okay, you sound a little.
Let's say
Can we hear
theoretically.
Wait.
You sound a
speaking of-
little too low test for that. I
Wait,
don't know.
speaking of Daddy Dom, whatever happened to her sister Jamie Lynn and the child with allegedly Dan the Man Schneider?
Oh Jesus Christ!
Oh
They
my
lived
god.
happily ever after and smelled her.
That's
feet.
some intense.
Oh boy.
Jules, say theoretically that Britney Spears' dad is out of the picture. What does it take for one to become her next daddy? I'm just interested in that.
Yeah.
You just apply.
Theoretically, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right
wait,
name of the
is
list.
there
I
somewhere
think there's
can
an
apply
election,
for that?
actually. I think you have to be voted in.
Every 4 years, there's an election of who's Britney Spears'
Okay.
dad.
Yeah.
They choose my eye color.
I feel so bad for Britney Spears. I mean, she's just clearly been
Yeah, I could save her, literally.
milked so much. They drove her crazy. She lost it. Then they just took the
Now she's
immediate
psychic.
opportunity to just like strong arm her with the legal system, and basically they can just gaslight her in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Say you're erratic. Like, look at you.
She was probably one of the first MK Ultra victims of a celebrity.
Too true.
Oh, I don't know about that. There's been
GameStop
Yeah,
was a
no,
thing
you
that
had
was
Jane,
done by
Jane
worst
Mansfield
enemy.
way back in the day.
And there's something very ritualistic about all the Britney thing. I think she was a victim of a sacrifice, or a planned victim of a sacrifice.
Yeah.
If you
definitely,
look at
definitely Bohemian Grove is
yeah.
definitely involved. You know,
She
I
was
mean,
like the
she
queen
kind of
bee.
hits all the check marks of what you
Donkey.
require from a sacrifice.
Yeah.
There's one of every
Wait, what are
generation.
the- what are
There's
these
a
well,
queen
the
bee every-
template
That's
was
true,
really
Sasha.
started in the 50s by
What
Jane
are-
Mansfield, even
What are these
before
check marks?
even before what's her name Monroe.
Yeah. Well, James Manfield's also interesting because she was a direct member of the Church of
Felinite or
Satan,
something like.
and
yeah,
she then was decapitated.
that's
You know,
right.
in a
And,
car accident.
and
You know,
she was
a
into
lot
the
of-
occult.
Actually, I'm going
wasn't
to
she?
share some art in the chat. Some of my favorite pieces by artist Jim Coleman.
Joe Coleman, yeah, I was gonna mention that. Joe Coleman, yeah, he's one of my favorites as well. He did he does these like beautiful tapestries.
Yeah, I love
like,
his
really
stuff.
small point. Yeah,
And this is Jim Coleman, Jane Mansfield, and it's essentially it's a Catholic triptych of Jane Mansfield.
That looks tasty, Sasha. What is that?
and is that a Sun OO shirt? Nice.
What do your fridge magnets say?
Fridge magnets?
Yeah, what do they say?
Post this in the chat. Jane Mansfield.
Dude, you sent him into a schizophrenic
Yeah,
episode.
I'm curious he's reading them now.
He's having an episode. He's not even here.
He's like, holy shit, what does it
cooking
mean?
show.
What do they say?
It's the activation code for some.
Yeah, also, fair warning, this is kind of a spooky, not safe for work piece of art. So
Oh wait! Don't post it then. If it's not
Don't
safe
post
for
it then?
work- No.
Don't
If
post
it's-
in
Sasha's-
That's not
BTR.
safe for work. Where can I
Somewhere
post
else.
not safe
No,
for
no,
work?
it's just a
Sasha's
painting.
gonna
It
go to
counts,
like
it
some
counts, it's a
fit
painting.
after this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just.
Where
upset
should art like
Video.
that go then?
Yes.
Sasha's
apologies.
activating.
I'm glad I nipped
No,
it
no,
in
it's
the bud.
totally fine. I guess I'll message you later, but it's a really, really
Hitting
good piece
yourself,
of art.
Jules.
By the way, Sasha, you have all these fridge magnets. Why don't you become a patron and get one of my father's fridge magnets to go along with them? Now, you're not seeing them on the screen right now, but I am going to post them on the Discord chat as well for you to take a look. If you become a $20 patron, you are going to get an original one-of-a-kind refrigerator magnet made out of wood made by my really talented father. So there we go. That is the pitch for the magnets. And if
How much of that does your dad get?
We need.
we all kind of shared.
Oh, we all kind of share it.
Yeah, we all
okay.
kind of share it.
All of us, like
All
me,
of us.
you,
Oh,
Sco.
I share it.
Yeah.
What cut am I
Well, you
getting
got
for
to
being on
become a
this
part of the
podcast?
Polyakov. You got to become a part of the Polyakov Hamilton family. Either
I can
one.
work. I can work that out.
You're like a harem,
Patron.
but I can be.
I think we just got.
yeah,
a new
do you have a
patron,
sister?
guys.
Wait, what?
I think we got a new patron.
Golly, you're
Olivia
girl.
over
You're a
here
girl, Golly.
says.
Olivia?
Olivia's gonna be a patron.
Oh man, that is amazing, Olivia. Thank you so much.
Good job, Olivia.
Thank
You're
you.
the Olivia I'm thinking of. I hope you're having a
You're
great
gonna get a magnet.
For all those Olivias out there, I hope you heard that.
Yeah.
Tsunami, oh my god. Always the troublemaker.
You say it.
Oh, bye, Binti.
Bye, Binti. Nice
Love
to
that
see you
girl.
again.
She's really good. She's the greatest.
So,
She's
Lev,
great.
do you have any siblings? Someone asked.
Can we just
You have
have
a
a
sister?
Binti appreciation thing?
True, Sasha.
I have
Yes,
no
so
siblings.
true.
And we got legit.
But
We
but
sacrificed
my
Binti
Russian,
for legit.
my Russian brother from another mother, definitely legit, is in the house, and I'm gonna
Think
post
about how
the GIF again.
Binti just left and legit just joined. Think about
Interesting.
it.
Never seen
Interesting.
Binti.
Yeah, how'd you guys like my voice changes?
Really
Pretty good,
makes
wasn't
it
it?
good.
All I'm
How's it-
saying
It's
is I've
pretty
never
good.
seen Binti and legit in the same room.
I never seen two.
right.
pretty
And they
good friends.
both just happen to live in the same place. Kind of weird. I don't know.
Weird. Very weird.
This coffee is fucking packing.
It looks really tasty.
I will
Sasha.
not elaborate.
Definitely legit as
I
a
put,
dog.
I put water in it to cool it down so I could just.
That's
drown it
good.
as
You don't want it
fast
too
as
strong.
possible.
Definitely legit.
Yeah.
What are your options of what's going on right now with the election results and all that jazz?
It was for the
I don't care who wins. I just want to see the redacted happen.
He's not even American. Why does it
What
matter
does
what
that
he
mean?
thinks? He's not
No,
American.
it matters a lot because Canada is a vassal state to the U.S. So,
Oh, so you're saying you
He admits
basically
it.
don't
Everyone's
matter.
an
Yeah,
American.
yeah,
He
okay.
admits
yeah, pretty
it.
much.
Everyone's
Yeah,
an
yeah.
American.
I was just testing how aware you were of it.
But
No, I know my
Canada has a
place,
lot of
don't worry.
space to-
Yeah,
to
under my boot.
disappear.
That's
That's right.
where.
Yes, that's where I belong.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Canadians, we have no right to talk.
Too
Well,
true.
what would it take? It would take like butter. If you put butter under your boob, then a dog's
Butter
probably gonna
dog.
look like butter dog. Exactly.
Did
Yeah.
Shut
I'm sorry,
up!
what?
I'm
Do not
leaving
mention
now.
peanut
You're
butter and
fine.
That is a trigger word from
Yeah.
Well, that's legal in Canada, right? Like,
I'm gonna have to deal
No,
with
not
that in
anymore.
like an
They
hour.
actually they
Only with
Wow.
women. Only women can have sex with dogs in Canada. I think men
Wait,
are not
where did
allowed.
this
no. They
Well,
closed that
I think
loophole.
fucking-
It's over.
you
We're
guys
talking
on?
about
No.
butter.
This is what Twitter does to people.
Sorry
Talking
guys,
about
no more.
fucking dogs and shit.
Well,
What
you
do
can never
call-
actually fuck them, right? The
People
law was
would
you
What
can
do
never
you call
bump
dogs
them.
when a girl
Before
fucks
they're
a dog
power,
only
so-
once?
So apparently,
One
Poe,
night stand.
I just got word on
One
Twitter.
night stand.
Poll Modulation on Twitter says first time I turned into a BTR stream, you were someone else, and this is to a cat girlfriend. You were someone else said something about K word and Jewish guest got mad. Oh, so that would be.
Oh, that was a good stream.
Yeah.
That
I
was
love Cat Girlfriend.
Dumbo, though.
He's so
I
cool.
think that said
Catgirl?
that.
Is
No,
Catgirlfriend
Dumbo
listening?
said the K word.
No, no, it
Why
was,
does she call herself Jazzman? What's the connection between the word Dumbo and Jazzman?
You'll
Well,
never
yeah,
know.
that's pretty dumb.
That
I will
lore
not
too deep
elaborate
for
on
even me.
that. There's lore behind it.
I
You
just
right
like
back and
that's-
make it some
Wait,
dinner.
I feel like
It's so funny.
BTR is already growing its own lore.
No, absolutely. No, we've had several sagas, I believe. By the way, Gennady is coming back. Gennady is
my
coming
God,
back
yes.
on
Oh my
Oh
god.
on the
God.
I love him.
next and prim transhumanist stream that we are going to have. So
Can
it's
we
going to be
please
called
just
it's going to be
get
called
something?
and prim transhumanist 2 electric ooga booga.
Wait, you're telling me a trans person made these humans?
Yeah.
And transhumanism. What
I
the-
love Gennady now because I saw it was his birthday, I believe, and he did a birthday stream.
Yes.
and he just flew around his Minecraft world in 3 frames per second, showing off his Minecraft builds, and that totally like switched my
Oh
opinion on him. It was
That
like
blew
I was
me
like
away.
one of
Just
7
Minecraft?
viewers.
was good too.
The fireworks show at the end, it was really cute.
It was immaculate.
It was so the vibes were immaculate. It was really great to see, and I love Johnny now. He's so cool.
Wait, what did he build in his Minecraft?
It was mostly like tower structures.
Fireworks.
It was like a city, and then there was this big fireworks show at the end. It was really well done too. He's a great builder.
With his own composed music in the
Yeah,
background.
with his own music. Yes, it was very
That was
nice.
beautiful.
The one condition he had was that we can't invite Sunny on. But
That makes sense.
That was his
But
one condition.
that doesn't make sense. I think that's a
what
good
the
idea.
people want to
No,
see.
no,
though.
that's
Yeah,
completely
we definitely want to see
fair.
that
Yeah,
happen again.
we gotta respect the guy's wishes. You know, this is how.
Okay, well that guy's gay.
Well,
That's
Sunny
so
Sunny is no
Doesn't
longer
matter.
a thing, right? There's a new account, so it's kind of
Yeah, technically,
Sorry.
Sunny
I want to be a
there's a
man.
legal loophole there.
I want to be a man of my word. By the way, we are also going to have Dr. Roman Yampolsky, who is a professor of computer science and engineering, AI safety and security researcher, AI influencer, and who else? We are also going to have possibly a futurist psychologist educator, adjunct professor at the UTS Institute for Sustainable Futures, and we are also possibly going to have a staff writer covering tech and culture for Ringer. Now, I'm not that familiar with Ringer, or The Ringer. Is it a good magazine? It's sports, pop culture, tech. I don't know if anybody here subscribes to it or knows about it. Gio, do you know about Ringer?
Maybe I've heard of it before.
The year is 2020. Who reads magazines anymore?
So
Good
true.
point.
I love how
Website
for the
once.
transhumanist side we have like professional or semi-professional people and they have to like go up against like a total
That's the best
mogging by
part.
Twitter at shit posters. So
No, it's going to be a friendly stream. We're going to bring on, hopefully we're going to bring on Serpent Mound. I got to confirm with him if he's coming in, as well as other Vitalist Twitter personalities. I would love for them to come in and to have a conversation, talk about the Great Reset. I
just think with
yeah.
transhumanism, like I think they're just mad because they're not very good humans. So they
It's probably true.
like mental model in their head of just like some. Man, I'm
I don't know,
just
like
human,
some of
but
them
why are
look
you worried
all
about
right,
that, man?
although there are some that do look kind of weird. You know, like they do have a Bug Manny type appearance, but not all of them. Not all of them.
I mean, Gennady isn't that ugly. but,
What?
like, I
No,
can't
he's a
think of
beautiful
any
man.
pretty
Gennady is a
You-
beautiful man. What are you talking about?
Do you ever wonder why they're all atheists too?
I don't
yeah, I
know
know.
any.
eh?
Ollie,
I wonder why that
do
is.
you
That's
know
kind of
any, like,
strange.
pretty trans-
A little bit odd.
Well, it makes sense within their framework of.
Yes.
I know it's a fucking joke, but yeah, it does. If you must create heaven if you do not believe in heaven, so that's kind of like
Mhm.
the
Is
driving
Johnny
force.
cyberpunk, by the way? Is he
Yeah.
steampunk more? Is he like more steampunk than
He's more
cyberpunk?
cyberpunk, if I recall. Or
He's a bit of both, actually. He
I remember
he
him
has a
saying
little
about that.
steampunk hat and everything.
Yeah, he does have that funny top. I think he wore a monocle at one point too. It's kind of cool how he mixes the two genres like that. It's kind of interesting.
I feel like steampunk is like I don't know. It's like vaporwave.
I see what you mean. I kind of see what you mean. I dig the penny farthing cycles. Those things are really cool. I think we should bring those back. The ones with the big wheels at the front. Those are really cool.
is
That'd be
cyber is steampunk still
just
around?
don't
Is it still a thing? Or
No, steampunk
Oh,
is
no.
is kind of fallen on the wayside. Kind of the same way with furries. What
It's an
is
expensive
what is
hobby.
Snipars doing? What is
Dude, he's
is he just fucking punching shit?
He just punched his
Cool it, Ed. You're gonna break something,
with
Snipars.
snipers.
This is what it's all about, man. Dude, he's living.
Go make a montage parody. Relax.
He's making another. Yeah, he's making an MLG montage.
Oh, is snipers the
2015.
crying meme kid? Is that?
No, Snipers is the 2015 like Shrek is Love montage parody guy.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah.
I'm not him. I'm not actually him.
Dude,
though,
yes,
just to
you
clarify.
are. Shut the
I'm
fuck-
not actually
Yes,
him.
dude,
Just
if
to
you look
fucking
and
clarify
how
it.
does
You're like his brother or
One time
something.
Oh, he made the
my-
Lenny face thing.
Yeah,
too.
he was the Lenny face guy.
Yeah.
He was like the COD montages.
Yeah.
Also,
It's
by
really
the
cool
way,
to have
trying
him in the
do-
call with us right now.
Trying to do that, by the way, I spilled
This
water
is
on my bed. trying
Snipers?
to
Oh my
use-
god, such a big
It's
fan.
not snipers, but I know
He
that's
did the
joke.
song "Give Me the Booty" to.
He did the Frankie edits back in the day.
This
The
reminds me
Frankie
of
McDonald ones.
this reminds
Oh,
me
man,
of
why
that
did you
scene from
lie?
This reminds me of that scene from Airplane where Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the
seen
co-pilot,
it.
and the kid was always talking about how he's actually Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and he always kept denying it until the very end. So I think the same thing is happening right now to Ewan here.
By the way, I just want to explain something. I tried to use the mouse with a boxing glove, and I ended up spilling water over my bed. I have to put.
This is your Dharma.
Yeah. Is that on the? No, hold on. Yeah, I spilt water, a fucking mug of water over it. I don't know why.
You should just start smashing things.
Yeah,
Start breaking things. No, seriously, just like throw that mug behind you and then have it shatter. No, really.
That mug.
I'm serious. You should just start breaking things.
Why?
I think that'd be funny.
Oh yeah,
No. Here's what we do.
No, really.
It's a cheap
No,
mug.
smash the mug.
It's a cheap mug.
Here's
Smash
what we
it.
do. No, here's what we do. Don't do it yet.
Throw
Don't do
it.
it yet. Don't do it yet.
Okay,
Here's
it's
what
a
you do.
cheap mug.
No, really, throw it right now.
No, go to Streamlabs.
No, I'm waiting. And we've got to build it up.
No.
We've gotta
Go
build
to
it up.
streamlabs.com/breaktherules and pay us money, so then he'll throw the mug and I'll
Yes.
split the money with him. There we go.
So
Okay.
true.
That's how we do it.
No,
That's
that.
how we do it.
You have the
Yeah.
incentive.
He's got the
to do it now.
CEO mindset. He's got the CEO
I've got
mindset.
a surprise to it. Though. Like, I could just like throw it now because it's like a really cheap.
Well,
mug.
listen, let's rake in the dough first.
Exactly.
Okay,
Right.
fine.
We'll be
Listen,
rolling
I like
in that
I like
dough.
the way you're thinking.
You remember that
Is
Dexter's Laboratory
edible.
episode with the those chefs with the dough? We be rolling in that dough. You remember that
I
episode?
don't think I
Jules?
saw that episode.
No.
I did like that.
That's kind of like an esoteric episode of Dexter's Lab.
That
Yeah,
was
I
the
don't
beard
remember
one,
that
the one where you
I
started
like
growing a
the
beard.
president fighting one. That was.
And then he fought the little
That was a
like
good one.
ponies.
He fought what?
There's that episode where there's the action, like he grows a beard and there's like this kind of action.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
When
It's like
he's got a big
funny.
axe, right? Like a big
Yeah.
battle axe. I remember that episode. Yeah.
Dexter's
That
Lab
was a
was a
good
good
one.
series. What is
What
this
is
gold
what is
one?
that? What is that? Oh, it's a Bakugan.
Ah.
Is
Do you
that
have the
Bakugan?
card?
Wait, what are those?
No, it's a
I'm gonna
Bakugan.
fucking clean it up if I break it as well. Fuck.
No, you should break it though. Really.
I'm gonna have to
serious.
clean. The problem is I got chalk everywhere at one point.
Ewan,
Oh, I'd hate
I'm
you
being
cleaning that up.
serious. Snipers,
Well, I can.
do it. Well, you
I'm
can't do
just
it.
waiting. Well, when are
Oh
we?
my
When
god,
do,
there's a thing.
Listen,
inside.
let the
are we
dough
gonna
roll
try and
in.
get some donations?
So,
I'm gonna
anyways,
just-
Is it a monster?
what else is happening in the world?
Wait,
I don't know. I saved
Canada
Joe
had
Biden's
a
life.
Canada had a hostage crisis.
Wait, he's doing it.
Yeah, Ubisoft.
Then fucking break, you dork. You gotta throw it harder than that. Come on.
There's a fucking no. I'm gonna fucking put. There's a fucking dent in the wall.
Well, then
Oh my
listen,
god.
throw it against a harder. Throw it against
What it takes
like the
to get
floor.
it
Throw it against the
out.
floor.
Easier
The floor
for the
can't
wall
break.
to break the cup than break the wall with your cup.
The floor.
Guys, I'm
dummy.
really
This is
missing
riveting
definitely
content,
legit.
guys. This is
Okay, wait.
And
Gee,
I
also
miss
my
him
dear
so
friend
sorely,
Okay.
and nothing on this earth can fill the void in my heart. Don't
And-
forget to follow Definitely Legit on Twitter because he's based.
Definitely, he is very based. By the way,
What the
Gio,
fuck?
what is going on in
Definitely
Canada right
based.
now
Should
in
do his
Montreal with Ubisoft?
I don't know. Yeah, I see. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't. I'm
fucking
pretty
market
I'm pretty lax when it comes to Canadian news because Canadian news is generally boring. But I don't know.
Canada's
Apparently, there's some
done.
hostage thing with Ubisoft or
What's he
something.
doing?
Yeah, literally,
You know who's doing
Ubisoft
it yet?
developers
Do we
are
like
being
know
held
who's
hostage right now.
making hostage?
Is this YouTube shooting too?
Is it still going on, or is it?
Why would
has it
they,
been resolved?
Why would
Maybe they're
they
mad about
go
Assassin's
after
Creed Valhalla.
Ubisoft? Is like, was it over? I don't know the.
They want Skyrim 6 now.
The-
They
Yeah,
want
or
every copy.
maybe the latest
Watch
Rainbow
Dogs.
Six was shed or something. I don't know.
No,
They want to
no.
do Rainbow Six in real life.
Oh,
Did
there
you
you
see
go.
that
There you go.
Watch Dogs, the source code got leaked, and they've just like gonna make the game. They're just gonna make mods and shit for it.
That's
Yeah.
epic.
Apparently,
They have
this
the
is
whole-
the
That's the
CBC.
true
It's a
hacker way.
hoax. So
No, it
apparently, it was
wasn't-
a hoax.
It
so
wasn't real.
It wasn't real.
The
Wow.
Ubisoft thing wasn't
Yeah,
real?
it's
real
a
gun.
hoax. It's
Oh,
not
Well, that's
real.
fucking that's lame.
duped.
But they evacuated the building, so the RCMP had to like respond, obviously, in case it was real.
Did they come on horses? That's the best.
Sometimes.
Did they do
no,
shouts like in Skyrim?
No, the Mountie uniform, like it's really weird. They have to wear, but like it's just a symbolic thing now.
I know, it's awesome. I love the mountain
Yeah.
uniform.
But remember, like that was
What's
the
he
big
doing?
debate back in the day because the one guy wanted to wear a turban.
Is that WD-40?
Did he spray paint his camera?
Did you just fuck up your? Oh my god, you really did.
fuck
spray
is he
you-
doing?
What the fuck?
What the
Dude.
fuck are we doing? Oh my! What the
He
fuck
is
is
Joker
he
fan.
doing?
This guy really
I
is
love how
snipers.
Jules is just
He's
eating
finally
popcorn.
accepted his
He's
Dharma.
making
Oh
a
my
montage
God.
parody.
What the fuck?
Look at this dork.
That was like a sick
It's
YouTube
blue.
outro.
It's red paint.
It's a real filter now.
The red pill for real.
Hold on 1 second. I've got to make something with this.
Just start punching it.
See, this is
Yeah.
why I love bringing people
want
on
him
the
to go back to
stream
punching.
who I have no idea who the fuck they are. So he just contacted me out of nowhere, and he wanted to come on the stream. So I was like, yeah, fuck. come on."
You don't know who this guy is? Who is this
I have no
guy?
idea who he is.
This is the snipers.
Is this what happens?
Yeah, he's
when,
literally
like,
snipers. Rudy found out.
It's
the
actually,
Saxon
yeah.
finally wakes up and he starts trying to. He starts break his coffee
Watch
mug
it.
and
Episodes.
spray
Spilling
paint
He
his.
has begun to hate.
Damn.
Oh, well, this
Saxon should go back. to
Yeah, when
sleep.
the Saxon
Saxon
began
should
to
take
lay
a nap.
Lenny face.
I'm waiting for his mom to burst into his room. Oh, what the fuck are you doing?
Or his
I hope
dad,
the polka
his
dot
dad
mug is
wanting
okay.
to
Where's
he going?
Is that
cut
a
down.
knife?
Oh,
Oh my
my
god!
God.
No! What are you doing?
Get him off.
What are you doing?
Cut it
with
off.
that?
Cut it off.
Do you have a knife
Get him off.
license?
Get him off.
No.
What are you doing?
I
You can't
can't
kill
believe
anybody.
this.
This guy's fucking
Stick it
crazy.
right in the middle of the camera.
Stab the camera. Stab
He's
the
doing a
camera.
Nick
Stab the camera.
Fuentes thing.
Good
He's going through.
Let's
This
get
is
her
the
knife
last thing
out.
you see. I can see
It's
the
a
light.
kitchen
People-
knife, so obviously.
People produced
Dude.
this camera. They produced this lens. This is
Don't
work.
care.
Somebody spent money manufacturing
Can you
these
stab the
things,
wall?
and this is
I've
is
done
how
this
you're paying
before.
them.
I've like I've broken up a really good quality webcam by like spraying deodorant into it. So
Man,
You're crazy.
this is not good for the economy.
This is performance art, I feel,
is.
right now. This,
It is.
This,
No,
this
it's
is Joseph. This is if Joseph Byers had a fucking webcam. That's what I feel.
no,
he
this
would
is the
do.
broken Windows fallacy. It's not good
Oh
for the
my
economy.
god, he's covering up the fucking webcam.
I've got no
Oh, oh, you
Gets
can
smacked
just
straight in.
look how fucking creepy that is.
Still good morning.
You can just
Done.
see the ghostly figure. of-
Jules, what do you think of what's going on right now? Any
No,
thoughts?
we're talking about the broken window fallacy.
Yeah.
What was that? Was that in
That was
Freakonomics?
Thomas. Yeah, that was Thomas Sowell, I believe.
What? So what is the broken window
So
fallacy?
the idea that like when things get destroyed, it's good
What
for
does
the
he
economy
do?
because you would have somebody come in and then you would pay them, you would give them a job of fixing it, but a resource was already destroyed in the process, and so that I don't think is good for the economy at all because the resource could have been used for something else.
And what they found is that if like one broken window attracts more broken windows.
That's a different one. That's I
Yeah,
know.
they just have
That's not a
the same name, I guess.
fallacy. That's when people see that something's not taken care of, it inspires other people to not take care of it.
Yeah.
True.
Like I always get like a little bit disgusted when I see cars with like fucked up headlights and just fucking trash bag windows. It's like, holy shit.
But in a way, maybe that is the not totally accelerationist point of view, but something close
What's that
to it,
mean?
where you would get to the point where things get so bad. Like if things get so bad in New York City, maybe it'll prompt people to get off their asses and to vote people in who are not going to cause as much damage to it. But maybe it has to get worse before it gets better. Jules, you disagree?
People don't understand what's going on. They don't even know how to trust their politicians. You could have people say, I'm a Republican, and then they get voted in, and people don't even know how to keep up with their actions. The whole thing is broken. You need people that are trailblazers, that reinvent parties in their image and can totally hijack media narratives. Otherwise, they're useless.
Call for Caesarism. Yeah.
Who?
I agree.
Well, that is something that Giorgiani was talking about. He sees three ways out as far as one of three different powers taking over the entire world, which one of them would be Islam, the other one would be China and the Confucianist model. And the third one, I guess, would be like a combination of like America, Iran, Russia, Japan, India. So that is kind of what he sees as coming in the future. I don't know if I necessarily agree that that's going to be the model, but I was talking with my friend Raz today, who unfortunately he cannot make it today, but Raz was talking about how if America doesn't crumble now, it's going to grow into imperium mode, and it may not necessarily be that bad of a deal.
What's he got there?
It's a little, I don't know.
Is that a blender?
It is
It's
a
a
blender.
blender.
Are you
Are you gonna-
Oh my god.
He's gonna.
You guys know that
he's
one
gonna put the camera
horror
in the
movie
blender.
like on like Skype where that
No,
guy
no,
like
no,
sticks
no, no,
his
no,
hand
no.
in the
This
blender?
is
Blenders is
Oh,
on hand.
God.
Oh no.
Unfriended.
Yeah, unfriended.
Friended, I feel
Is this what
This
is this what this is?
Friended. Oh my
That movie
god,
was
that
funny.
fucking movie.
That movie's
What is
hilarious.
he doing with that blend?
I think he's gonna put the
fear what he's doing
webcam.
with
I think he's
that
gonna put the
blender.
webcam in the blender. I hope.
Gonna blend
He's gonna
us.
put the blender.
Can we not watch this? Like,
All right,
I've seen
so
this video
Lev is
before.
at the kick button right now.
so wait, we're putting the
What is he
webcam, not
doing?
your hand, in there.
Yeah,
right?
I'm putting
Yeah,
the
yeah,
webcam,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
Don't put
good.
a body part in there.
All right, here we go.
I mean, I know this is the stuff that y'all like, but my people don't like this type of stuff. So
I love this
like,
type of stuff.
Yeah, honestly,
Camera.
sister, I'm not fucking with this.
Yeah.
yeah, can we not?
The thing
Wait.
is, I don't even know
Oh my
what this
God,
stuff
he's
is.
putting
Going in the blender.
Lev, this is your
My
clip.
people
This is your
don't
clip,
like
Lev.
It's a cheap webcam, by the way.
This is the thumbnail.
Lev, this is your clip.
You better put a fucking blender in the
Pin the
thumbnail.
video. This is
Oh
your
my
clip.
lord, this is not
Blender.
stuff my
Yeah.
All right, make it
like.
paint.
Oh my god, he's gonna do it!
We're in a fucking blender.
I'm in a blender right now.
We're in the blender.
Oh, there it goes.
There it goes.
There it goes. Immediately went offline. Wonderful.
Ewan,
1 second.
Ewan, what happened to you?
What the fuck?
Are we gone forever?
Yeah.
Tell me that was an entire webcam.
Oh
That was
god,
the entire
everybody,
webcam.
You shredded his webcam.
everybody subscribe, right? Why are you not subscribing? Look at the quality of this content. Where else are you gonna get this shit?
Subscriber, you'll get blended.
Exactly.
Yeah,
We're in
exactly.
the blender.
Thank God I didn't step out to get a bite to you. Holy shit. Oh.
Incredible. Amazing,
Oh,
really.
man. Hallelujah.
Subscribe to the BTR.
I thought he was gonna put his hand in there or something. That would have been something.
Yeah, no, he put us instead.
Not
Yeah.
the Goonies.
No, but you
Will
know,
it blend? You remember Will It Blend, everyone? Remember
Oh,
that show?
yeah, but
Whatever
you,
what happened to that guy.
but
The
you
new
know what?
stuff
I
is,
think
hydraulic presses and stuff like that.
eventually what's gonna
Is a
happen.
blend tech still like $1,000 to buy or some ridiculous price or no?
Eventually,
Jules
what,
node.
Yeah.
eventually, what may happen though is we may get so advanced, like Atlantean level advanced with biotech, that it would be possible maybe to like insta heal any part of your body. At which point, people would probably be doing like weird, sick shit, like blending their hands and then like just regrowing the hand. You know, it'll maybe take like
Yeah,
a week
there's
or
no
so.
consequences.
It'd become a new
Regenerate,
fetish.
You're saying that people would go after more and more extreme sensory experiences.
Exactly.
You know, so
Apparently
that's
the
something
Will
I'm
It Blend
interested in. That's
guys
why I think it's
still
very interesting because I was wondering.
I heard he killed
We have
himself.
plenty of video games where, like, if you ever played Halo Reach, spoilers, but that ends with like your character dying, and you get to see and plenty of other games you get to die in the first person. So I think eventually we'll go so far that it won't just be sight and sound your last minute alive, but it'll also be the sense. You can feel your bowels release as you die. Like
That's
some
cool.
kind of VR experience. Do we think that? Well, I'll ask you guys this. Do you think
Yeah, like
VR
a
will
full
get so
dive.
good that we could simulate touch as well as sight and sound?
No, I don't think that'll ever happen.
Okay.
Well,
You'll never get Sit Yourself Simulator.
But
think
don't
it's
they already have
possible.
the brain implants, like the Elon Musk ones? Like Jules, you're very into a lot of the transhumanist things, and you're paying attention to what's going on with the brain implants. How advanced are they? Can they actually simulate the feeling of like a knife cutting through you or something like that?
I mean, they're not going to be able to do a lot of this stuff for a very long time. When DARPA had the brain-to-machine interface, was it 20 years ago? Whenever it was, Elon Musk, he's got his own version. So we'll see what the exponential development of technology brings. But I think it's... I wouldn't expect to be Googling with your eyes closed anytime soon.
Well,
You'd
for
be
now,
too
I'm
busy
gonna
like
steer
being
away
in
from
mind
something-
prison.
I'm gonna steer
Well,
away
that's
from
the thing, a
something
lot of
really
Digital
complex,
goon caves.
like simulated death. Let's just go to simulated shitting your pants. Let's say someone really wants to shit their pants, but they don't want to actually fill their pants with shit.
Like diaper furs?
Simulate that.
Yeah, like that for first.
I think
exactly.
people who are into that wouldn't want to trade for the simulacrum. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think
They
people
would
who are
wanna-
really into that sick shit are
what
attracted
there's
to
no
it because
sick
of
reason behind it. They're just like, okay, I'm going to a wedding, and there's a chance I might shit myself. I want to get the feeling out of the way now. I never want to experience this again, but I want to simulate it.
out of the billions of people on this planet, there might be one person who goes to a wedding and
Exact
thinks to
situation.
themselves, yeah, you know what? I could definitely drop trow and shit my pants.
Yeah.
Really go for a nice shit.
I love how
so much.
there's
We have flight
already
simulations. Why not shit yourself simulations?
there's already academic discussions with posthumanists about like in the future how people like extreme body mod will become a thing to the point of like prosthesis, and how I remember one time I was in grad school and I what's her name? I'll look her up. I went to this lecture given by this like post-humanist, transhumanist, where she was talking about like prosthesis and how like people will voluntarily like chop up their own limbs and like have different attachments, and how that will like change the definition of the human. But I guess if someone wanted to simulate shitting their pants, like I guess that.
Well, speaking of those kind of mods, I have a question for Titus. Titus, you were the one who just said right now, drop trow. You said that phrase, correct?
I did.
Okay, okay. Are you a fan of Tim and Eric? Have you seen that episode with the third ball? Because that is exactly the phrase that they use. They use the phrase drop trow when Tim was examining Eric, because Eric decided, because he wanted some pizzazz, to have a third ball. And unfortunately, the third ball went deep into his body, so Tim had to operate on Eric. And it was a whole... I don't know, have you seen that episode at all?
I haven't. No, I haven't. No,
that is such a coincidence then that you were using the same phrase drop trow, because that's
Well, I've
the
heard
second
the
time
phrase. I think the phrase drop trow is actually very normal phrase. I think
That's a very
hear it
common
lot,
phrase.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
What does it mean?
Drop
Drop your
trousers.
trousers.
Yeah.
Oh,
I hear that all the time. You
okay,
know.
gotcha.
Maybe
I
it's
do it all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you imagine like someone like that also reminds me, I believe the Mommy's Milkies Frank Hassel video, there was like randomly a wedding party in the background.
Yeah.
Okay,
Could you
there is
imagine
something
just, like, going into a wedding and just like dropping trow and
Yeah.
Mm. Well, at what point would it be considered to, because you got to be careful of weddings more than probably football games. Though football games still, like, how far away do you have to be considered like a sex offender if you do that? Like, do you get on like a sex offender registry if you like drop trow in front of a crowd?
I think nowadays
there's a medical
it's
reason
bad
to do
paperwork.
it. There are reasons that are not creepy to do things like that. Like if you were shot, for example.
Oh yeah.
You gotta get the family, or if you shit yourself. I think. Well, there are plenty. So in New York City, where people shit themselves on the subway all the time, and the entire subway needs to stop so that way they can clean it because it's like essentially a medical hazard. So I'm sure there's a situation where one shit themselves when they had to drop trow for the good of the greater community.
Interesting. So
It's
you
a very silly conversation. This is a great conversation. What is the
possibly,
social dynamics
One
of
time I was
pooping
on
your
a bus.
pants in public?
So possibly
From transhumanism, like
How would that actually happen?
So if you
because
were
the transhumanists solved this problem, you don't have to shit your pants.
We all got here because Ewan put us in a fucking blender. By the way.
So if you were an exhibitionist and you wanted to be one without being a sex offender, all you really had to do is just make sure you shit your pants before becoming.
Yeah,
basically.
But see, that's just way
That's
too
the way
elaborate.
out.
It goes to the whole transhumanist thing. Like people, I don't think he's gonna give up. Like you said, they're not gonna give up the simulacra.
Yeah.
So just entertain yourself in another way that doesn't involve doing that.
That's the future probably. I have a prediction. In the future, there's probably going to be people who are going to be stuck in these VR furry hellscapes, but they'll just be used to the furriness and like all the bright colors. But then there'll be another people like the Morlocks who are going to be out in the street just like G.G. Allening it up, And they'll be the ones who want the authentic experience. So in a way, they will be the pure souls.
Well, we have that. We have that now. We have that now. It's furry Twitter versus like furry con.
It's furry Twitter's a furry con.
Yeah, like that. We have that now. Yeah.
And also,
who was that one furry that shit all over what was his name? Tumbles the Stair Dragon.
Hold on, okay, we got Hotep Sophia here. She is getting disgusted. I can tell. My apologies.
I was gonna bring up Tumbles the Stair Dragon.
This is just black people don't do this
Transhumanism
right
is
here.
scary.
Black people don't do this.
I don't know what to say. This is not stuff black people engage in. So
as a white person, I disavow these furries. They're not white either. They're
Wait, how many black furries are there, by the way? I'm sure there's
there's none. I don't think there's any.
No, I'm sure there's a lot.
Oh, really?
Because there's a lot of what do you call them? People who are suburbanites. That's something that a black person who's never been around black people would.
Do you think that there's a connection
engage in heavily?
Oh, there you go. I saw it now. I think that people are listen. There are bronies and furries and all that weird shit in the weirdest places, man. There will always be some kid in the worst neighborhood in the United States, and there's probably some weird baby fur there too, because they invade every space. They don't.
Yeah, well, yeah, furries are like that. They are virus.
Yeah, there's Nazi furries. Like, there's.
Oh, we have a comment.
Nazis
We have a comment, by the way. Speaking of Nazis, we have a comment from Childerberg about the Italian futurists. We're the Italian futurists. Not that I'm saying they're Nazis, but that's like close to the conversation. We're the Italian futurists, the last great right-wing art movement. Gio.
I have a friend who
not until my art movement. Don't worry about it. No, yes, I would say that and certain elements of the Viennese actionists and certain elements of German expressionism. But in terms of like an explicitly right-wing art movement, I would say yes, the Italian futurists. There's some other, I mean, I guess you could consider them like neoclassical, like fucking, although they don't really have an ideology, but like the like whole, what do they call, like art renewal center type of shit is
well,
I
like
guess
Arnold Brecker was just like, they were just Nazis, like neoclassics.
Yeah,
they were just
Nazi artists like Arnold
yeah.
Brecker.
Yeah.
There's certain painters as well who are Nazi adjacent, but in terms of like an explicit right-wing art movement, I would say I wouldn't consider Nazi art to be a unified movement. It's just by the outside of like the art world that happened post 1930s. But I would say that because Nazi art is difficult to describe as like a coherent movement, because it was more of just like a state official art. It's similar in that people talk about socialist realism.
Yeah.
It was more of like the state apparatus art form of the Soviet Empire. But I would say that in terms of like an explicit art movement, then the Italian futurists are probably one of the last. So yeah.
You know, we have
until me and my friends get going and we get money from maybe Peter Thiel in the future. Who knows? I don't know.
And Buff says, nah, it's just Ben Garrison.
Ben Garrison and what is McNaughton going to do if Trump is officially out of office? So I don't know what's going to happen with maybe he'll paint like Joe Biden. I don't know.
He's
coming out of the swamp.
He's going to end up at the camps too. Like we're all going to the camps. Like there's not going to be any getting out of it.
Is McNaughton the guy who does like the real like sort of kitsch?
Yes.
Oh, I'm looking forward to his paintings of like Joe Biden. Like that's going to be great.
He did the Obama the Obama one where he's
burning,
like,
the Constitution.
Yeah,
it'll be Joe Biden like pooping on the Constitution.
You know, the one thing I don't get about
he did one with Joe Biden. It was like the dogs playing poker. He had all of them in it. It was
that's great.
That's cool.
No, he did one. It was like Trump, Reagan, Nixon.
Yeah,
and if you guys,
Bush was there too, right? Like
Bush, yes.
But was Bush in a positive or negative light?
Well, he was. They're all playing poker, so I'm assuming that.
Yeah, here's the image right here in the chat. Is the painting?
There's a subsect of boomers apparently that believe that the Bush administration did nothing wrong, but now that Bush is getting like a woke retcon, I don't know that now Bush is good because he hates Trump. So
the same thing happened to McCain. You know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Gio,
Sidney McCain, what a fucking pig! Go to Teddy's Twitter. He fucking we mentioned that. Where I don't know, Sidney McCain isn't that atrocious looking in my opinion, but she is just her soul is atrocious. Put it that way. But she's a McCain, so her father's a war criminal. So
exactly, yeah. And somehow war crime is okay, but saying naughty things on the internet isn't.
Yeah.
Gio asked Cody Wilson for funny. No, he is a Foucauldian, but I mean, then no comment.
I gotta go in about 20. But I just wanted to briefly. I wanted to ask you this, Gio. There's a documentary on Netflix. I saw this, randomly not too long ago, maybe a couple months ago, on this guy, this artist who's I think he's Polish, that just happened to be living in like the Midwest in the United States, and nobody knew he was there, and these guys just found him. I can't remember his name right now. But this guy's art is like, it's fucking insane. It's like looking at, I don't know how to describe it other than like, it's kind of like almost Art Deco, but like very.
I think I may have heard.
I can't. He's so singular. It's like his stuff just looks like his own. I gotta find it. But his name is very Slavic. It's hard to remember. It's like a lot of K's.
Not Basinski, but no, because Basinski never left Poland.
Yeah, no. It's not Basinski. He's I like that guy's art. But
by the way,
it's not him.
with Italian futurism, that was all about speed and being fast. And I know that we were talking before about like Jeremiah.
Oh, here we go.
Jeremiah Harding was talking about Sonic the Hedgehog being an example of this very ultra libertarian anarchist. But the image of like speed and Sonic could it be used in a could it be used
the cult of speed, the cult of action?
Exactly. Yeah. Like, could he be reframed with the Italian
Is it
futurist?
Zuklowski the artist?
Well, the hedgehog is like the libertarian.
Yeah, that's the artist. Yeah.
Fur persona, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. Or
Yeah.
But what about Tails? Because
The
Tails
movie's
seems a bit
called
more right wing
Struggle.
to me because he's a builder. He's like a manufacturer.
He's a builder,
That
and,
represents industrialism.
and according to that cartoon, Sonex, which I highly recommend everybody look up, in that Sonex cartoon, Tails says that he believes in Jesus.
Wow.
Wow, deep lore.
But yeah, this Zuklowski, this is like total like Soviet pre-Soviet silver period.
How
By
is
the way,
it still working?
How many webcams do you have?
He was this
How
guy.
many-
What?
The webcam is apparently still working. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
No,
Oh my
maybe
God,
it's
blend
a
it
different
more.
one. Maybe it's
Will
a
it
different
blend?
one.
Yeah, you have to blend it more then.
Oh my
No,
God.
I think
No, but,
I think Ewan just has a closet full of these webcams, and
I
he
don't.
just like
It's
brings.
the only one.
Yeah, Gio,
But
I wanted to ask you.
apparently,
Hold on.
I've gotten word. I saw my notifications, even though he is an Ethan Ralph Janney. But do you know the YouTuber Toad McKinley?
Right now.
Anyone?
No.
Well, apparently
never heard of that guy.
he makes these documentaries, right?
Oh.
He made the what's the guy's name that's going after Onision? Who the Chris Hansen? Chris Hansen.
Yeah.
So he's got so apparently he made an hour-long documentary. I have to watch it on Francis E. Deck. So I have to,
okay.
amazing, yeah.
I'm gonna watch that definitely.
But maybe we'll get Toad McKinley on the show one day.
Oh, there it is. The
Yeah,
big
I was
thing,
wondering
red
if
on
you
it.
had heard of that guy because his like when the documentary is interesting because they're actually talking to him. You know what I mean? They're talking to the artist himself
yeah.
for like hours and hours and hours of this guy
Oh,
just
shit.
rambling because he's like, I don't know, he was just a weird person, right? So
I'll find a way to rip it.
Yeah, it's
I'll
very,
find a way
I think you'd like it. I think you'd
Yeah.
like it.
Because I'm not paying for Netflix.
No, don't pay for
I pay
Netflix.
I think I'm paying for Amazon Prime, but that's
If I can find a link, I'll send it to you.
thanks.
By the way,
man. Yeah.
next on my mukbang, here we go. Look at this.
What is
This
that?
guy.
It's
Is that
omelet.
an omelet?
Oh, okay.
Hotep
That looks
Sophia.
really good. Is that like a
Onions,
patty in there?
What is it?
Hotep Sophia, what do you think of the omelet?
The omelet looks great. It's just, I'm sorry.
Uh,
Oh Lord.
Ewan's back from the blender.
I'm surprised it works. The web, it's not dead.
He blended
oh my
us.
God.
How is
How is this
the lens
possible?
It's going back in the blender, by the way.
What's going
It's
on?
going back
It
in
has
the
to be
blender.
blended again.
I don't think.
Will it blend? Someone put that meme in the fucking chat.
Hotep
Will it
Sophia,
blend?
are you-
Why did it
Are you
disconnect?
okay? No,
It's going back in. It's going back in. I'm surprised it survived. I'm so surprised it survived. I'm glad my mic's working as well.
I feel like I'm getting the same. If you look up Joseph Byers, Beuy's, look up his performance art, like where he paints his face in silver and he has like a pet wolf.
Oh, I
I
paint
feel
myself
like
blue
this is a
before.
Joseph Byers skit.
I painted
This
myself
is
blue. I'll
fucking-
send you a photo. Okay.
Oh my God, he's doing it again. He's doing,
There it goes.
there it goes.
I heard that one second.
The one ball.
That 1
Oh
second
my
of blender
God.
sound. That's
Please,
the last
I can't.
sound.
I'm over here about to die. I can't take it.
Wait, love. Who else are we gonna have? Everyone seemed to have dropped off.
No, we're gonna have more people coming in.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have the friendly whale shark. We're gonna have the friendly whale shark Jackson coming in. He is coming in.
Oh, nice.
He is coming in.
Good
at,
friend of mine.
8 o'clock. So let's see if we can get him earlier on. Let me see, because he didn't reply to this thing. He may be gone somewhere right now. I'm not sure where anybody else is. I recently found out that this dude I knew from back in the New York film stuff, that he is a journalist, and I would love to get him on. He has the hashtag resist at the end of his profile. I really want to bring him on. And so we'll see what happens. I'm not sure if he's not going to be able to come right now, but I'm going to try my very best. And by the way, for all you guys who are watching who have not subscribed, how dare you? We're putting on this content for you and you alone, and you deserve it because you got to have self-affirmation in your life, and the BTR stream is the way to self-affirmate while watching me eat all these delicious meals. Look at that. Look what else I got, by the way. Hold on, we're not done
Affirmate your
yet.
life right now.
Look at this. Look at this salad. Look at this. Look at this
Oh,
salad.
that looks good.
It is a good
That's
salad.
avocado.
Yeah, it's got avocados in it. It's got onions. It's got tomatoes. It's got I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, but this is good stuff. So if you
Does
combine,
anyone know how to change profile pictures on Discord? Not Discord, sorry, on
you have to
Zoom.
register. You have to register for a Zoom account, and then you can put in a profile picture.
Oh no, I have a Zoom account, but oh whatever, I'll figure it out.
You need to not have blended your camera.
Oh,
so you
that
have
is
one.
unfortunately.
Oh no, yeah, you have to like log into your Zoom account.
Yeah, that's
and
what it
then
is. Yeah, you gotta do
So
that.
Jules,
okay.
on your profile picture.
so Jules, what's the word on the street in the big city, in the Big Apple?
What is the word on the street in the Big Apple? I'm being moved. 1 second.
All right.
Shoe, Jules.
The word on the street is there's a lot of uncertainty. People are getting along.
Have you seen them board up the shops? I've seen quite a bit of stuff being boarded up. I mean, I don't think they're boarded up now, but back when it was like election night itself, I saw quite a bit of boarding up in the streets. Did you see any of that, Jules?
I'm sorry. I'm being told that this is Olivia's stream right now. I don't know what she's saying. Yes, the windows are boarded up on the street.
Yeah.
I mean, Olivia doesn't want to make an appearance on the show,
No.
but
Okay.
she might.
She can. What if she puts a bag over her head?
Sheila Booth.
She's not that kind of girl. That's not for her.
By the way, Gio,
Yes.
you said that you were talking about the guy who painted himself silver. What was his name again?
Joseph Byers.
Joseph Byers. Well, I've actually, funny enough, check your DM because I actually painted myself blue before, like very
Oh
recently.
my god.
I don't know if I can post this in the stream chat or not because I've got my like part of it nude, but it's blue, so I don't know if
Oh,
it
don't
counts.
worry
as-
about
Definitely, don't do that. Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
Stream chat.
So I'm gonna see if the friendly whale can come on right now. He just got back to me here, so hopefully he's gonna be able to come in. But I know, Jules, would you disagree with what Hotep Sophia was talking about in relation to these detention camps? Because I know that people like in the Weather Underground and shit that they talked about it, but like we were talking before with Michelle, like Gio, how would you describe what if you were to be possessed by the ghost of Michelle? May he live for a long time. I'm not saying that I want to be a ghost, but if you were possessed by the ghost of Michelson for a bit of time, how would you elucidate what he was trying to say, where he doesn't really believe that these power structures are going to last for that long of a time, and they create an impression of something big, but really it's like the last breath, the last gasp of their power. Would you add anything onto that?
I'd agree with that.
Well, I think his point was that they really have to work harder to maintain several different illusions of their, not just of their own omnipotence, but also the managerial state itself has to maintain the illusion that they are the expert class that is going to seamlessly instrumentalize power in such a way that they will always achieve perfect one-to-one outcomes with whatever project they're going for. Whereas we know, you don't even have to read Talib, but to talk about anti-fragility and the Black Swan event. But as we know, the efforts that they have to put in to maintain just, oh my God, holy shit. This is approaching Joseph Byers' level of performance art right here. So
I was an Amigo before.
we
I
had
did
Frank
a bit of
Castle on.
Amigo.
Now we have Ewan on.
Yeah. We should do more of this stuff. This is fun. This is fun.
But did you link his article in the chat or?
Michelson's.
Yeah,
I was
Let me
gonna
do that
say
right
earlier
now.
about the whole
Yeah,
camp
link it up.
shit. Like I don't see that kind of thing happening, man. I don't see like. I think people always talk about the U.S. military killing them and having to, fight the U.S. Like the U.S. military is still you. It's still like people.
Yeah.
It's still United States citizens who like a lot of the time. Yeah, some of these people are full on, like indoctrinated, but a lot of them are not, right? And I think it would be really, really, really difficult to conquer the continental United States, even with even as the U.S. military. Like, yeah, they can nuke you, and yeah, they can kill you with drones and stuff like that. But like, you're not winning anything there.
Yeah.
Like, if you think that they're gonna just globally genocide, then like, what's been stopping them for all of this time?
They haven't had
now?
like the plans in place to actually.
But I think that the whole point of putting someone in a camp is you want to ruin their life. You want to make things miserable for them. There's easier ways to make someone miserable and take away all power from them. I think there's a lot easier ways than to do this kind of UN plan.
Yeah, just stop them from having a bank account. Like just ban them from like PayPal.
Yeah,
like,
ban them
they've
from
done that. They're doing
yeah.
that. So
dox their family's location, dox the address of their family. Like that's a great thing. If like dox the address of their family, then they're just going to give up on themselves. You don't even have to kill them. They're just going to demoralize them.
Well, speaking of,
or they'll kill themselves.
Speaking of banning, somebody actually just got banned. They canceled their reservation on Airbnb and banned them because they were coming into DC for the march tomorrow.
Yeah.
The Trump march, and this is what I mean. I say it. Maybe it doesn't sound serious, but it's a serious thing. They're literally making.
So
lists.
I agree that it is very serious. I agree that it is very
it's
serious.
Outrageous.
You're 100% right. I completely agree with you there.
So
I know quite a bit of people I really, really like, people I'm really fond of, who all they have left is their Telegram. And it's not fair, and we can see a very clear bias because they say, oh, we're just trying to cut down people, stirring up hatred, or cutting down the people who are going to stir up violence. Whereas, we've seen violence get the okay from CNN. And also just the amounts of hypocrisy. I mean, I love that Gio brought up McCain, because that truly proves that the state has a monopoly on violence.
I see. It seems that anyone like involved, anyone directly involved with tech, with info technology, that have any sort of clout or infamy, they have to go to Eastern Europe and have like some weird crypto that's feeding them money, because all of their financial, literal banks terminating them. Like this happened to, the obvious examples would be like Weave, a lot of other servers, like the guy who runs Kiwi Farms, Null. I think he's of that same level where they got rid of his bank accounts. He's got to live in Saudi.
Null's life got fucked.
No, Null did do some questionable stuff with that, in particular with that 1.9chan, but they really went hard. I feel that anyone. Of course, a lot of what happens on Kiwi Farms is out of Null's control, right? But that's
exactly. That's important to understand.
But anyone that creates any alternative platform, I feel that eventually the Eye of Sauron. It seems that technology, the tech sector, Silicon Valley, that seems to be the Eye of Sauron nowadays.
Well, they want to protect their monopoly on things, and they want to protect the narrative and all that stuff. Yeah,
exactly.
Just what I wanted to say to Sophia is that, like I said, earlier in the stream, the next decade or so, it's going to be really, really bad. But I think what's coming is more of a soft soft oppression and censorship and stuff like that. In terms of like camps and rounding people up, I wouldn't necessarily like worry about that, because what you can look at what came out in terms of the people who were like financially supporting Trump during this election, and like the two biggest segments of the population that are Trump fans are the police and the U.S. Marines. So like in terms of like, you know, worrying about like a real heavy-handed sort of response to, you know, people who, you know, have rightist politics, I really wouldn't worry about that as of yet. And also,
I agree with you, because you know, I don't think Trump's going to lose. So obviously, I mean, it only works if they win. As long as they don't win, then all of this basically will sort of go away for the masses. It's just, you know, I just don't want people to think that this is like, oh, well, this is because a lot of pundits, especially, have been, or especially Black conservatives, have just been saying, oh, well, Trump lost because of this and that. And I'm like, well, y'all don't understand that y'all get rounded up too. You know, like, people are being extremely complacent with this. This is not really a time to be complacent and to sort of pretend like nothing is happening or nothing's going to happen. And that's just been my whole sort of point of keep bringing it up, because people are just like way too complacent with the fact that if you believe the media, then that's it. You know, you're not going to get another chance at this. This is it. 2016 was chance one. We successfully navigated that, and this is it. I mean, America is teetering on the edge of insolvency anyway. So this is, to me, this is like the last stand, and they call it Trump's last stand, which is weird. But
this is my question here.
Yeah. I would love to, by the way, I would really love to hear from our newcomer, T.A. Jackson, the friendly whale man. It's great to finally have you here.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Oh, hey. So yeah, just using this for the first time on my home computer. Can you guys hear me and stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Just fine.
Yeah.
So the discussion seems to be about America falling apart, huh?
Yep.
Kind of, yeah.
In so many words.
Oh, how the fuck am I gonna get this off?
Yeah, okay. So the thing to keep in mind with all of this is that this would not even be like the third time that I can recall off the top of my head when a federal election was probably stolen in some way or another. So it's not the end of the world here. It being extremely public is somewhat new, because like I'm pretty sure no matter which way it goes, everyone's gonna think it's blatant fraud, whether it's like our side or their side, because everyone has told them that all this Biden stuff is legitimate. All of his votes count. Trump's just being a sore loser. So if Trump gets this through the courts, they're gonna like freak out, but they're freaking out anyway. If it goes to the states, which I've heard apparently, like you guys down south in America, you can just have like your local state legislatures overrule the popular vote, apparently. Is that?
Yeah, it's a complicated process. If the electors don't believe that the election was done without fraud, if the electors believe the election had fraud, they can overrule the votes. But the problem with relying on that is that a lot of these state legislators are not pro-Trump people. So the citizens have been leaning extra heavy on them to do what's supposed to be done. And like, for example, in Georgia, they're supposed to do this audit and recount situation, but they're not actually doing an audit. They said they were going to do an audit, recanvass, and a recount, but really all they're doing is recounting the same fraudulent votes, and they're not doing the audit in the recanvass, which and then they have like a 1 to 10, one poll watcher per 10 tables, and it's a giant mess. So you have all of these never Trumpers, secret never Trumpers now apparently coming out of the woodworks to just sabotage the process, which
Well,
is causing a lot of problems.
If a political machine favorable to Trump was in charge in those states, they wouldn't have been the election wouldn't have been hijacked in the first place. So yeah, I guess that's not really a thing you can do. Normally I'd be a bit skeptical about the courts, but they went over for Bush back in the day, so like it's at least a faint possibility that could happen, and if it does, then the libs will freak out. But like I said, they're already rioting. Like there's not really much more they can do, so there's nothing to really lose going as hard as possible on them.
Well, I have a question.
Wait, real quick,
Okay.
everybody, I gotta go.
Remus,
Everybody,
thank you so
have a
much
good
for
night.
coming in.
buddy.
Really great seeing you.
See you later, all right?
Take care.
Take care.
Yeah, man.
So, T.A. Jackson, my question is, do you think that under the possible Biden administration, there would be more riots or less riots?
That is fairly tricky because
CNN.
yeah, like okay, basically the first let's talk about Black Lives Matter and the stuff related to it, why it happened the first time under Obama and why it's happening now. So the first time you get memos straight from the Open Society Foundation, I believe Chris Bond covered this on his Reactionary Future blog. That was one of the things that WikiLeaks leaked back in the day when they were still able to get away with things. And so what their plan there is, they're saying police reform is stymied by the fact that it's a state level issue, and they more or less tacitly admit, yeah, like everything we do goes on the federal or judicial level. So so they start immediately donating to these quote unquote racial justice groups, which foments this Black Lives Matter thing in the attempt to, like, you know, first propagandize everyone into thinking local cops are racist murderers so that you have an excuse to federalize them. And second, you know, if that doesn't work, literally burn everything down until the other side gives in and gives them what they want.
Was there any plan, by the way, anything close to police federalization that the Obama administration was ever considering? Like, where can you draw the line between the riots that were going on back during his presidency and anyone thinking of that kind of idea? It was
difficult because by the time that started, he'd already lost his supermajority, right?
No,
So-
Occupy Wall Street started in 2009.
Occupy was a different thing. The Tides Foundation did fund that at first, but you can see how it got sabotaged later on with the progressive stack infiltrators and how the funding gets cut.
Yeah, Idpol ruined Idpol and the New York Police Department.
Yeah, like the media, like the media turned on them
Also,
hard. You had like the fucking Daily Show making fun of them, which means
Yeah, they had him on for like the progressive stack, and like they
Yeah.
They were like Chapo is just as controlled as the Daily Show nowadays. Chapo is fucking Daily Show for.
Oh yeah,
Zoomers.
No question, which is why it's going to be hilarious since apparently Jon Stewart's coming back and he's going to fail because like the Chapo guys stole
that's
his job.
the Daily Show. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm surprised I
they
recognized
bring back
Chapo Trap House more than I didn't even watch Trapper, but I'm surprised I recognize that more because
Well,
a much bigger
Jules,
thing.
Jules, do you remember there was an episode we did where I pulled out that New York Magazine cover where they were talking about this fundraising party for the commies, and some of the Chapo Trap House people were there at this fancy loft somewhere in Brooklyn.
Was it Matt Kreisman himself, or was it?
Maybe, I'm not
Volker?
sure, but this was in Dumbo. This was located in Dumbo. This is a party, and something like that already would tell you that these are not like fringe elements. And
No, those I think most of those guys are like actually from money.
It's literally the SA radical chic, except for the new names.
And I think Matt Kreisman, his father was like an editor for the New Yorker or something like that.
But this isn't something weird. I mean, if we look at Lenin came from money. He wasn't like ultra rich, but he came from money. Karl Marx, he
I
was
love
an
the way
English...
Lev says that. Well, Lenin came from money.
Exactly. Karl Marx, like he got broke, but he did come from money as well. So all these intellectuals, like it's following a common theme. I wouldn't necessarily say that they're that intellectual.
Right. It's basically a weird, distorted version of the noblesse oblige thing, except it's the bourgeois version of it, which is why you get all of these, like Marx doing all of these autistic mathematical modeling and calculations and stuff, which is why like you can tell all of the good socialists have actually read Marx, because you have to be autistic enough to do that, and that's a barrier for entry. But like the CIA pulled a really great op where they said like demanding people read the books is classism. So
yes.
But yet you have this war though, because like for example, someone responded to a good friend of ours, Amy Therese, based red pilled woman. Hopefully we'll get her on the show. Responded to saying that, well, Anna Kachai and Amy Therese, they're not real leftists because they don't read theory enough. They're not varsotards. So, and me being a varsotard, I can say that's 100% bullshit, because like the Marxism was almost designed, it was almost tested in such a way where people didn't have to be like theory cells in order to comprehend like dialectics of history or something like that. So
but the point is that all of these like liberal dilettantes showing up, shitting everything up for them. Anyway, back to the point. So you can tell that Occupy Wall Street gets sabotaged, and I did several Twitter threads on this particular book, but it dates basically to when the guy who coined the "We Are the 99% slogan releases a book that about the history of debt. David Graeber, like David Graeber. He releases debt the first 5,000 years, and he literally calls for the federal executive to be given enough of a unitary power to institute a debt jubilee like it was common in ancient Israelite and Babylonian societies. So like that's literally fascism, don't you know? So they had to shut it down by like sending in the trannies.
Oh man,
to like think about stuff.
They could have even done a
send in the trannies.
Oh boy, they could have even done a deal.
Send in the clowns.
If things would have been, oh god. If things would have been different, by the way, what I would have loved to see maybe is a debt jubilee where they would have teamed up with Marvel before it got bought up by Disney, and they would have had Jubilee from X-Men as the mascot of the debt jubilee.
I'm fairly certain that they got bought out.
The most epic crossover.
That would have required a time machine, because Marvel like got bought out after their bankruptcy in the 90s, I believe. Anyway, so
and it would have been great for fireworks, because that's what she does. Jubilee, she creates fireworks, and that would have been like a whole fireworks spectacular.
There are people on Twitter who actually believe that Joe Biden will forgive student debt.
Oh my god. This is he might do it, if only because all of his like staffers are like
in student debt.
Well, maybe.
But like,
maybe
but on the other hand,
will get a hold of him, and he'll forget that anyone ever has any debt to begin with.
On the other hand, though, like when Kamala Harris takes over, it's going to be 100% fuck you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she'll put debtor's prison just to put.
She'll put.
Well, that's kind of the thing. Like, you can't discharge students' debt by bankruptcy, so I imagine something's. I don't know if like you literally go to jail, but if you can't pay it, then
that's because of Joe Biden. Like that actually is because of Joe Biden.
I did not know that was red pill me on this.
So because like Joe Biden, the whole thing of him being the the senator from Delaware and being, you know, really close with credit cards and all that stuff. When he was with this had to have been in the 90s, but yeah, like he was adamant in making sure that student loans that people who went bankrupt could not bankrupt on student loans.
Yeah, they
so they
couldn't
will always
discharge
be
their
with you,
loans.
and that's because of him.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like the idea of
Yeah,
shit.
that's
And they fucking
that-
voted for him.
oh my god.
well, yeah, because these people are.
The only thing I know about Delaware is that it had like the original Combat Zone Wrestling Tournament of Deaths back in the day because they couldn't do it in Philadelphia. They had to do it in Delaware. And in Delaware, there was this one place, I think it's still around, where it was the infamous spot where Nick Mondo and Zandig went off the rooftop into like the pile of glass and tables, and he like had a huge like back puncture. That's the only way I know about Delaware.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on a second. How does student debt work in America? Because it works, I think, a bit differently over here. Because
same in Canada works differently.
Yeah. Like in America, there's ideas that like, you know, you can't like take student loans and then discharge them through bankruptcy. The ostensible reason is, oh well, then like people would just like get a degree for free, immediately go bankrupt, and then like get hired for a job or whatever. Like I'm fairly certain that that's an incredibly dumb idea because credit ratings exist. But
yeah, it's a stupid logic.
That's their rationale.
Does it get paid? Does the debt get paid off? Like if you like keep paying it, if you haven't paid it by 35, does it just go away in America as well?
Oh God, no.
By the way, fellas, here's this
image.
image of Jubilee running away is a metaphor for people getting stuck in the debt prison. See, like the cage comes in.
Yeah.
There we go. No Jubilee for us.
Anyway, I believe that Amy Therese and some of her friends on their I guess we could call it dissident left podcasts, like Good Old
What's
Boys
Left
or whatever.
podcast, yeah.
They've talked about this debt trap because all of these, like what the leftists call professional managerial class and what we would basically call bug men.
The PM, the bugocracy, the verminoid heap.
Yeah, like they are all completely fucked by. Yeah, they are all completely fucked by student debt, and so like one of the reasons so their class analysis of this particular group is that they're starting all of this shit in order to purge all of like the boomers and Gen Xers for being insufficiently woke because they need those fucking jobs to pay their student debt off.
They have to cancel it. Yeah. I'm think like as the one good thing about being a Leaf is that I have 2 MA degrees and no student debt because of my grades. Boy.
So like the history of that sort of shit in America is pretty fascinating because it's only since around like the late 70s, 80s or so that like usury laws were totally relaxed in the United States. Like before then, like before that, I think the limit was like less than double digits interest rate, which is insane when you consider credit cards and payday.
And you also
loans
look at the housing market at that time before that era too, and especially how little college used to cost.
Yeah, but how can you? I don't understand. I know, like I understand it in terms of the globalist perspective, but how can you shackle the potentiality of upcoming generations of student debt?
This dog represents that potentiality. This dog Jules is holding represents the potentiality, and Jules is shackling it within his manly grasp.
That's the thing. Like, that's the thing because like these guys are turning to wokeness, like I mentioned to purge those guys. But the thing here is that wokeness is actually very, very good for globalism. Like if you're talking about like trans rights, that basically gives you a blank check to invade the entire third fucking world for crimes against humanity. For
a lot of the drone operators are trannies themselves. So.
Oh yeah. I remember that article. She shoots terrorists from 25,000 miles away or something.
Yeah, and she doesn't appreciate what did it say? She doesn't appreciate loud, mouthy boys or something like that. Girl.
Yeah. Like
no, it's the next missile will be sent by a woman of color. We're part of history.
Yeah, like even fucking Chapo Trap House was joking about more female prison guards as a lib thing, but now it's they've gone a bit beyond that. So anyway, what you get like what you get from this sort of stuff. This flows into the Black Lives Matter thing in the first time because they were going to like federalize the police. But again, that got stymied by Republican Congress because states' rights is still kind of sort of a thing they respect because they know they're definitely not in charge on the national level.
Yeah, so they have to. That's an easy trick.
Right. So
it's kind of like the
basically-
Second Amendment type deal, right?
No, the second
or First Amendment, sorry.
Yeah, so like the second time this happens, the seeds of it go up in 2017 when the Ford Foundation gives literally $100 million to the Black Lives Matter Foundation. And so yes, despite what all of the fucking libtards will say, there is an official group for these people, and they've received like fucking 9 figures. So
Antifa's just an idea. Remember that? Antifa's just an idea.
oh my god. No, like they literally Antifa, I don't know how it works in the States, but I know that in Europe, like they literally get money from like Open Society and Ties.
Yeah.
Well, Germany
So,
funds their Antifa. Like the German government funds. Their
Oh
Antifa.
yeah,
But it's every
yeah.
May
There's
Antifa burns
cases
down Eastern
where-
Germany.
So anyway,
And they
like
have to,
if you
and
know
they actually plan for this. The German
yeah.
government makes sure like every May they have all these systems in check, rebuild all this property destroyed, and fight all these fires caused, but they still fund them nonetheless.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's a stimulus package. Like it's the Keynesian broken windows.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, we were just
so
talking about
that's
that
it.
before with the broken blender. Remember, Jules?
Yeah,
So,
the broken
that's a
blender.
different- so Jules, you were talking about a different broken windows. So T.A. Jackson, can you explain the Keynesian broken windows? Because these are 2 different broken windowses.
Okay, so basically, what Keynesian economic theory says you should do to stimulate an economy, just to put this in really, really simplified for like people who don't have a background in this stuff, is that you want to boost aggregate demand, and the easiest way to boost aggregate demand is through the government, because the government can demand basically whatever it wants by spending. Plus, when you spend that money, it goes out into the economy and you get what's called a multiplier, whereas the people you've paid spend that money on other stuff and so on and so forth. So they really hate austerity measures for like good reasons if you look at what austerity has actually resulted in. So basically the idea here is that you want the government to be spending on stuff, which means you can spend it on entirely worthless and non-productive things, and it doesn't matter because the guys you give that money to do those things will spend the money, and you've boosted aggregate demand. So broken window comes from the idea of like, well, if we like break the windows and pay people to fix them, then we've created not only economic activity, which shows up on the GDP, which is basically invented in this era. Like there's a book called Inventing the Economy, because the idea of the economy as a specific thing separate from the rest of social measures in some way, it really shows up around the Great Depression as they're trying to figure out, okay, how do we unfuck this? But
Yeah.
anyway, so and this hits, it's so like the idea is like, well, Keynes didn't actually suggest a broken window. That was an idea of someone else's, but it became famous. Keynes literally suggested we could just like bury money in the ground and like pay people to dig it up.
Yeah.
So, and then of course he was also in favor of what is now notoriously known as military Keynesianism, because like we could stimulate the economy by having a war. It'd be great.
That's what they want to do now, yeah.
So
Yeah,
basically
so
the main
that is basically how the United States functioned up until the stagflation of the 70s, which for reasons again I'm not going to get into was supposed to be impossible under the Keynesian model. So you move over to monetarism, which is basically when neoliberalism becomes fully in control instead of a subcurrent of regular liberal policy.
It becomes the war economy and the oil economy at the same time, yeah.
Yeah. So like, and that comes into effect because of like Milton Friedman and his guys doing crazy fucking shit in South America, which gets exported back to regular America, because that's how everything happens now. Like, color revolutions were used to be a thing you guys did to other people and not yourselves, but that's not how it works anymore.
Yeah,
like,
now you bring it back, bring it
the
home.
feminism stuff was something you actually exported at first. Like the Ford Foundation, again, like if you look at their history, they get into India during what's called the emergency, where like Indira Gandhi, no relation to the more famous Gandhi, rules as a quasi-dictator, and her brother works with Ford on a quote-unquote family planning policy, where they talk about like, oh, the reason that like these third world countries are poor is because they have overpopulation, and like women can't contribute to the economy because they're too busy raising children and so on. So like what Ford does there is they literally invent the ideology of feminism, because before this you had everyone thinks that feminism started way earlier, but no, like there's a reason like the people demanding votes were called suffragettes and not feminists. It's because like this ideology gets backdated to like World War I and the women's suffrage leagues. So they invent feminism for this, and what they do with it in India is like literally sterilize more people than Adolf Hitler ever did.
They did that in Puerto Rico. There was actually a contemporary artist that did this, where before they brought the birth control pill, before they brought the pill over to Europe and North America, where it fundamentally destroyed and distorted various social relations between the genders. They actually tested this in Puerto Rico and ended up sterilizing and giving like terrible cases of ovarian cancers to thousands upon thousands of Puerto Rican women. And in India, they like legit just sterilized women in India.
And at the end of the day, what exactly changed? Because if you look at India right now, there are still a lot of really poor people living in really cramped conditions, really unsanitary conditions. So
that's partially because of the quote-unquote neo-colonial relations between them. Like, if you remember the infamous chemical spill and stuff, and
Bhopal,
then it's like basically what decolonization was an excuse for the U.S. and the Soviet Union to steal all of the Western European colonies. And you can tell this because guys like Frantz Fanon were literally financed and
trained
by the CIA.
And Jean-Paul
to say nothing, of course, like everyone knows about like the insert X Liberation Front movements that the KGB sponsored. They actually tried to pull that off in Canada with the FLQ in Quebec.
Yeah, that did work. You know what's funny about Bhopal? Did TA, you obviously, like me, did you grow up watching History Channel Turning Points of History when they covered the Bhopal? Did you watch that show?
When I was a kid, I mostly read like fantasy and science fiction. I only became interested in history later when fantasy started to suck.
Yeah,
and of course, there's too much to go into on how that happened. I'm fairly certain the guys who post on Vox Days, like publishing houses blog, can tell you all about that. But anyway, so what were you saying about like the History Channel?
They had the show Turning Points of History, which was like they covered the Bhopal incident, and they apparently there was a Canadian connection because Union Carbide had like some.
Like that the Canadian thing. Like Canada is also literally behind the asbestos industry, because that's there's literally a town in Quebec called Asbestos. They named it after that.
You know what's funny is that
like. Quebecers are some of the most based Canadians because they retain a degree of nationalism. But on the other hand, you just keep having to say, like, why is it always you guys when something happens? Did you know that the company Brazzers was founded in Montreal?
Yeah, I didn't know this.
And then I did a thread on this. And so like later on, due to like financial venture capitalists, they created a holding group called Manwin, which first called Mansef, later renamed to Manwin, and later it becomes MindGeek. And the reason for all these name changes is because the holding group comes up with the genius idea to buy out all of these internet porn piracy sites so they can get money off the ad revenue
Oh
and
my
create
God,
a fucking
genius.
cartel.
That was like back in the day you could do that. Like apparently that one atheist YouTuber Dusty Smith,
Yeah.
he had like a fake like a series of like repetitive like one site porn sites, like one
Yeah.
click. And so apparently back in the day you could like make serious cash on just like the ad revenue from like these copies of porn sites.
Yeah, so basically like pretty much every notable porn site, either professional or quote unquote pirate, because except for XTube. My understanding is that one's independent, but it's still owned by a porn studio. But like all of them are owned by this MindGeek place, and it operates out of fucking Quebec. So I'm like, why is it always you guys? Like, okay, you guys were like are based nationalists, kind of, but like this is a very degenerate nation you're trying to create.
Yeah, like Quebec nationalism is very much like secular identitarianism. It's no longer like Quebec of the 60s when the transformation happened. And the reason you have to read this book right here, Lament for George.
Oh yeah, like
everything.
Yeah, like the transformation happens basically as a result of that KGB funding for decolonization, because Pierre Trudeau, he's trying to do something about it, but here's the problem. The KGB had actually framed the CIA for the FLQ, which you think would be impossible because they're literally a third world style communist uprising in Quebec, wanting an independent socialist republic. And so you have to wonder, what the fuck did Pierre Trudeau know that he thought that was a plausible thing?
Yeah, so you heard it here, folks. Justin's daddy was a KGB psyop, so that's yeah.
Well, so basically,
so
basically what happens here is that Trudeau Sr. literally invents the ideology of multiculturalism to stop Quebec.
Yes.
I've done threads on this. There was a group of Canadian internet racists called the Council of Euro-Canadians. They document this.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
They have like a 10-part fucking article that's like hundreds of thousands of words, but like they link to like original primary source documents from.
Wasn't Richard Dutress part of that as well? Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, so Quebec invents multiculturalism isn't an excuse to like not only defray nationalist concerns, but to like literally do the open borders thing and stuff Quebec full of immigrants, which you can kind of understand because even after he did that, they lost their independence referendum by like less than 1%.
And this is why for people who don't know, the leader of the Bloc Québécois at the time, was it Parizeau, who said that money in the ethnic vote? Yeah.
And then all of the Jews were like, wait a minute, what do you mean by money?
What do you mean? That must
ethnics?
mean Jews, right? He's like, no, he meant Anglo-Canadians. That's what he meant by money.
Yeah, like he meant Anglo-Canadians who invented multiculturalism to like ship in millions of so-called quote-unquote. The other nice thing about this was that you got to ship in the quote-unquote temporary foreign workers, which is basically like the American H-1B thing, except it's even more ridiculous. Like you cannot find a single fucking fast food restaurant in Canada that does not have Filipino temporary foreign workers, because
my mother
this is the skilled labor we need visas for, folks.
So you have to realize that when people see TA, this is why like we've been boys for years now on the internet, and this is why I wanted to bring you on, because the thing is, people, America 10 years ago, they talked about the Swedish model, right? But no, it's the Canadian model. They're weaponizing multiculturalism in America based off of the Canadian model of multiculturalism because of that man's father right there. Well, not his real father, Fidel Castro, but Justin Trudeau, Pierre Trudeau, Trudeau Sr.
Yeah, so like Trudeau Sr. does this kind of stuff, and because he's also in a national state of emergency, like there's it's like fucking Chechnya in Canada at this point. Like parts of like members of the fucking government, like parts of his fucking cabinet were kidnapped by terrorists. And so like he invokes what was then called the War Measures Act and basically declares himself a dictator until the situation resolves, and then he also uses this to reform Canada on this multiculturalism model, like up to and including shit like changing the national flag or whatever. Although maybe that was Pearson, I don't fucking recall.
That was Pearson, but he was ratified under Trudeau.
Yes. So, but
wait, he went from a based Anglo Empire flag to a fucking leaf.
By the way, what does
It wasn't even a good leaf. Pearson designed a leaf flag that was better, but but Trudeau rejected it because like it was like 3 leaves to represent like Canada's 3 nations, the English, the French, and the natives. But then Trudeau Senior comes in and goes like, wait, nope, that's not quite diverse enough.
Well, I always thought that
Ewan, you had something to say, Ewan?
Yeah, what does Anglo-Canadian mean versus just Canadian? Or is it just...
Well, Anglo-Canadian refers to like the British, the descendants of the British settlers that colonized.
Versus Ontario, east of the Laurentian.
There's also a group called Métis because like the French being chronically horny, as we've talked about before, interbred with enough natives so that the Hapas became their own separate race.
Is this the most Canadians we've ever had on the show at one time?
How many Canadians do we have right now?
I feel like
we've had Remus, THX, and me, and
so anyway, the point about to make a long story short, so that's basically the history of these NGO psyops, which to get back to why this Black Lives Matter stuff is happening now is like the first reason we talked about it and why it kind of failed. Like the other reason that they pulled out of it, aside from like Republicans in the legislature not being willing to federalize stuff, is because it was hurting them in the polls, because back then the American public hadn't been psyoped quite enough yet to
where it's a
believe
public
that Ryan...
religious aspect to Black Lives Matter.
But is it psyoped quite enough now? It seems like things are separated. Like there's one group of people who
you
would
get
wear...
fired if you disagree.
Well,
with
one
that.
group of people would wear the BLM masks for COVID, but then the other group of people, I think they're even more disgusted by it than they were years ago.
So anyway, like the reason it's happening now is... well, the first reason is similar, but like not quite the same. So like if the local police department are preventing like their neo-lib psyops, like because like they'd have to like control every local police department to implement their social programs. So like they tried federalizing and quote unquote reforming it before, and now their idea is to do what they did before, because to get around the First Amendment. Like, okay, like we literally can't make a law against hate speech. Let's just invent HR departments.
Unlike in Canada, where you can have a law against hate speech. So
which is why our HR ladies quite aren't as evil, because like government people do that job at our Human Rights Tribunal.
Yeah.
Well,
but they've been fucked with because of Stephen Harper. They've been fucked with. They're not as bad. Although Trudeau, he like.
He gave them a bit more teeth, but so anyway, so that's behind their first slogan, which was like defund the police. So like if we can't get this fucking done by federalizing the local police, we'll just get rid of them, replace them with like private security, which that's what the euphemism community policing means, by the way. And this is why the dissident left, like Amy Therese and the rest of them, were against this.
Anna Kay.
Because this is literally the fucking shock doctrine that was used in Chile to like privatize the fucking water services there. And stuff.
Or like computers in India in the 90s. Yeah, that's the way they.
So this is what their first reason for it was. The second reason, like we talked before, is the whole creating a cultural revolution so that like the rising managerial class can take old boomer jobs.
Yeah.
The third thing is of course to discredit Trump.
Yeah.
Like the COVID stuff wasn't quite working at the time because
also because he gave a stimulus check that they really that's why they wouldn't give people stimulus checks, was because they wanted to discredit Trump. They couldn't do anything that was too friendly to Trump.
Yeah, and like Trump proposed that first, so they had to be like against it or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
So and like of course in the COVID case, like this was much earlier on, like back when people still remembered, because this disappeared down the hole, that the Democrats were initially against any sort of restrictions whatsoever.
That was racist.
Yeah, exactly. I remember. I don't
Right,
forget.
and so what happens is you have all of these protests for like racial justice to like and then they're saying like, oh, you have to allow us to like march around and like burn stuff down.
Remember,
and
the
have
World
fiery
Health
but
Organization said that racism was the bigger infected influenza.
So
than,
yeah, but this is
influenza.
why I think that
right, and so this is the other thing, of course, because and then we get the final thing, which is why we talked about Keynesianism, which is you know what you need to do after your city burns down? Build it back up.
Yeah.
And so when the economy
but
starts going,
corporations have the capital for that, not the average small business person. So.
right, which is why like all of these, which is why the stock market is skyrocketing, because all of these big corporations are just like buying out all of these small guys, and like even for a brief moment of time, even the normies realized something was up when like Jeff Bezos was saying, you know, it's actually social justice when rioters burn down your local stores. And then everyone's like, wait a fucking minute, this seems like it's in your interest. But they forgot about that later.
It should continue. It will continue.
But that's what I mean. I think this is why, in my opinion, I you know, maybe one day he'll come on the show to defend himself.
What, Jeff Bezos?
Oh, no, I was gonna say more.
Jeff Bezos to come on.
No, but maybe Jeff Bezos. Who knows?
Yeah. By the way,
I think so. If it's not overt rioting, then you might see a fracturing of these interests. Because again, this stuff, the reason in that it starts is like, again, like one year into the Trump presidency, the BLM guys get $100 million from Ford, who also, fun fact, in addition to all of their other wonderful historical crimes for neoliberalism, they pioneered sex selective abortions because they thought if we decrease the number of women, this will help feminism by like increasing the demand for them and giving them better leverage, because this is like what fucking marginalism does to your brain.
That's so fucked up, because the opposite is true, because now feminists, they're advocating for sex selective abortions against men to further strengthen the gunocracy. So like that terrible fucking, what's her name, that wrote the book Full Surrogacy Now. But yeah, so you and
like full surrogacy now is another thing that got talked about by the dissident left people. They're like talking about how, okay, like they have to the whole point of capitalism is reproducing the material conditions of its existence, or at least of the existence of its ruling class, which they can't do because the other things they're doing for capitalism, like feminism, homosexuality, have like decreased the birth rate to below replacement. And despite what everyone wants to tell you, this quote unquote meritocracy is heavily nepotistic. So the idea is like, if these empowerful women like don't want to like have kids, they can just literally pay poor people to do it for them. That's what full surrogacy now is about. And you saw similar criticism from like the actual, I believe they were called womanists to differentiate themselves from feminists, the black feminists groups, who were talking about like, okay, it's great that you want to like fucking work and have your own separate careers and like two working families, but you know who has to take care of your kids and can't do that if you're out working? It's going to be maids. It's going to be like daycare workers. Guess who those people are?
Third worlders are black women.
Yeah. So that was their critique, which is why this whole full surrogacy thing is ridiculous from a feminist perspective, if you actually, you know, cared about that in any real way.
Yeah.
Because like you've literally recreated the so-called reproductive slavery that women labored under, except now it's like women who most of the time aren't even like horny enough to be nice to you. So good fucking job.
Yeah. So once again, feminism is a white woman psyop against other women. So
yes.
You had something to say about the
like Ukrainian women and Greek women, women from Eastern Europe having children for people, like being carriers essentially. So
yes,
basically,
yeah.
And it's
this is
apparently very ethical.
Well, no, but these are the same people who have tried to tell you that you have to like decriminalize quote unquote sex work because like there's nothing wrong with anything you can.
I'm turning on the blender. I'm turning on the blender.
Like so, like, and of course, like they're saying there's nothing wrong with it. Anything wrong with it is from the stigma rather than the STDs, the amount of drugs
the
you
lifestyle
need
of
to work like this. And then of course then there's the fact that like once whores are legal, demand rises exponentially faster than supply, so you get the massive sex trafficking that shows up in like Germany and Australia.
Yeah, which is made even worse by open borders, by the way.
Yeah.
No, because then you have an international sex trafficking, but now it's like a woke, like that what's her face, the Merrick girl, communist bimboism, whatever her name on Twitter, where she said that in post-revolution, and apparently she has some connection to the Chapotus, post-revolution, sex work will be essential for community solidarity and to give a release and intimacy.
So essentially, it's going to be the
communal intimacy.
Yeah, which of course makes no fucking sense because like sex work is something you get paid for, and after the revolution, you won't be getting paid; you'll just be a slut. So just say like sluts will be essential after the revolution.
Also, does that also mean that like the state can force you to have sex if you don't want to? So essentially, the state.
The redistributed incel GM experience.
Like
so
this
pleasure
is why
women,
they freak.
Joy divisions for incels.
Yeah, see, this is why they freaked out so much about incels, because incels are basically what we could jokingly call like fourth wave feminism, because you've taken these logics from like back in like 2014 when like fat black women were talking about how it's racist not to fuck them, and you've extended it to like male virgins.
People,
I'm really not a fan of the term incel because it's just always some kind of like such a weird thing around it, and it's like it's basically the buzzword to mean.
The term's been like said so fucking often that has no actual meaning at this point.
Right. Well, I mean, like the people who self-described as incels and they made these sorts of arguments, which again, like everyone freaked out about because like this is the law, because like the redistribution of sex is literally like what these like you mentioned these trannies were calling for. Like it was a thing called the quote unquote cotton ceiling about how like they can't get women to fuck them. They can't get lesbians to fuck them.
Like touch starved, and they talk, it's like equivalent to psychological abuse to go for so long without sex and yada yada, and then
suddenly all of like these male virgins pick up on this argument, and they're like, oh fuck.
Exactly. Also, a lot of male virgins, by the way, who are not white and are kind of using intersectional.
Like if you go to the
the dating market.
Yeah, like there's literally an incel wiki made by incels for incels, and it has like a staggeringly large list of different kinds of names for like people who are cells because of their race, like curry cells for Indians.
No, but that's the thing. I feel that this incel connection could explain why a huge swath of original 2016, 2015 anti-SJW Gamergate grifters are now trying to go to BreadTube because of the sex-based resource redistribution economy.
It's called like the incels call it, I believe, transmaxing, because like you transition like Christian or like a I forget the original name, but he goes by Charlotte Clymer now.
Yeah,
they were both incels who like went trans, and so that it would be like politically incorrect not to fuck them.
Yeah, this is the Chris Chan male feminism logic. So
this is the incel to tranny pipeline.
The R9K, I can't get a girlfriend, I become the perfect girlfriend type of.
So there's an interesting distinction. There's a big distinction between trans women who are lesbian and trans women who like men. Like there's a
the difference
mile
being
long
is that there's autogynephilia and
Yes,
homosexual
yeah.
transsexual.
Yeah. So you've got that.
Yeah.
Like I remember there was a guy who was on Twitter. He later got banned for he later got banned for obvious reasons. He ran like some thing called Radlib takes. Or
yeah.
And he's talking, and he collaborated with a guy who ran another guy who got banned called Sev, who ran a thing called Marxoid takes, which is like what he used to refer to people who claim to be like socialists but are really just radlibs, based off
what
like the
happened to
classical
those-
meaning of the suffix oid, which means similar to but not.
Emoid and stuff like that.
Yeah, so basically they collaborated a lot before like they got banned by trannies. And one of the things they noticed was like, one, all of these anarchists are trannies, and two, all of these anarchists and trannies basically are extremely horny, and they have a quote unquote, this is their actual quote, pornified sexuality.
Pornified. It's
Back to the
what
Goon
P.
Cave
Michael
as we
Jones
go.
calls transient sterile relations. Yeah.
Yeah, like
I know a lot
I
of
remember
talk
like he posted something from like
Sissified.
Yeah, like
Well,
the thing that really got him
Gooners-
banned was when he posted like some like trans rights graffiti that had like the 09A star on it, and he's like, you guys should read up about this. And then
Oh
so
my
like
God.
they immediately got him like banned for being a. And if anyone doesn't know what 09A is, that's the order of
I
9
have
angles.
some very funny stories about the 09A.
Oh yes, they're fucking hilarious people. Like
So I can't say any names, and I'm not going to. But I was doing security in Long Island for a concert, and I knew the guys playing in the bands in that concert. And the guy who wanted me to do doors, collect all the money from everybody, told me, whatever you do, don't let these guys in. These guys are members of the 09A. I don't want them in the show. And I don't think they actually were. I think he just had like beef with them for whatever reason for saying some stuff on Facebook.
That's an oddly specific smear, though.
So what are they? They're like Nazi Satanists or something like
No,
that.
they're not Muslim Satanists, but
Yeah.
Because originally they were Satanists, and they were Nazi Satanists, and now they're Muslim Satanists.
Wow.
Like it changes. It
Yeah,
changes on
like,
whatever
basically
social
what they
controversial
do is
from that.
Incredibly indecisive
like,
from what it sounds
okay,
like.
have you guys heard of the strategy of tension that the CIA used in Italy by
under
like funding
Gladio.
both left and right wing terrorists? That is basically what the 09A does for free. Like they want to institute the new Nazi satanic millennium, and so like they join any extremist group and try to recruit it into 09A so that they can coordinate this shit.
That's what happened with those Iron March guys.
Yeah, they
got
got
totally taken over.
Yeah, so this is
and I believe James Mason had a connection there or something.
Wait, was the Iron March people, was that the people connected with the Russian government?
Yes.
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 Yeah, so like again, like if Wikipedia, like for once, actually has a fairly decent article on these guys, mainly because everyone who knows about them and isn't one of them fucking hates them. So
Yep.
You can look up Order of Nine Angles on
look,
Wikipedia.
They're followers of Sister Devi, so they're like esoteric.
Savitri
colony
Devi,
Hitler,
yeah. So like
There's a lot of like
Sister
chaos
Devi.
worship there too. It's kind of like chaos
Yeah,
magic.
like
You create more chaos by going into a movement and either running into the ground or getting to do something else. And they're
This
always
is like pure
saying- again, it's-
distilled like X/Paul like Iron March forums. Fucking
Yeah.
Right. So they've
But it's a lot like obsession with any ideology that's inherently like spooky. So like,
Edgy,
I'm
yeah.
pretty comfy with like tankies too. I think they like tankies quite a bit as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I said, they try to infiltrate any violent radical movement, like for that sort of stuff. And so like the guy was
Adam Woffen was supporting like the DPRK and ISIS and stuff.
Yes.
Yes, and that
Jesus.
Yeah,
like just anything opposed to like what's Mason called the system. Like if you've actually read Siege, you'll know that like what's
Siege is a fucking head trip.
Yeah, so that's
his Bob Larson interview is one of the greatest feats of performance art in history.
I kind of recommend everyone read Siege because that like gets in your head like, okay, like these guys are fucking retards.
Yeah.
Like that book will set you straight. I recommend it. After I was like, okay, I realized that everything in this book won't fucking help anything, so I'm glad I read it.
Oh,
like it's.
For T.A. Jackson, by the way, I want to read for you, and I wish that Michelson would be here right now. He's not, but he did write the Technocratic Elites article, and I wanted to read a bit of it for you. I'm curious what you would say in response. But before that, once again, please subscribe right now. We currently have 2,079 subscribers. We need one more, and we're gonna make it to 2,080. We have been growing at a really exponential rate, and really appreciate everybody's help in making this what it is. Grateful for all the panelists as well, and also
Lev,
yes.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I gotta head out, gentlemen. But thank you for having me on.
Thank you so much,
This
brother.
was a lot of fun.
See ya.
Guys, have a great weekend.
You too, Titus. Thank you so much for coming in, man. So, and the first timer, by the way, and definitely would love to have him again. And also, a really stupid thing that I just said right now with the curry, because while we were having one conversation here, there was a conversation about curry I started in the chat, and I was recently making curry with the crock pot slow cooker, but it wasn't curry, it was Lebanese cuisine. Anyway, I said that if there is cardamom, which was one of the ingredients, why not cardadad?
Anyway, a new spice.
Anyway, here we go. The managerial class are not the grand architects of a new world for good or for bad. They're a bunch of incompetent stooges with really good PR. Globalism, the vaunted and hallowed goal of Western liberalism since the end of the Cold War, is dead in the water. Global trade hit its peak before 2008 and hasn't recovered since the Great Recession. And as U.S. power abroad seems to wane, old regional hegemonies are eagerly waiting to fill in the gap. Hardly the image of a global village. Climate change has been hot talk of environmentalists for at least half a decade, with the predictions and warning only becoming more hyperbolic over time. What is the proposed solution to the supposedly existential, fast-approaching threat to humanity? Electric cars, carbon credits, and marginal investments in green energy. How ambitious? Now we have the pandemic, and in the sudden media blitz, the world was informed of the Great Reset, a drastic change in most people's normal way of life that's supposedly necessary to combat the virus and end the pandemic. Spend any amount of time reading about it, and you'll come across a plethora of laughable concepts like stakeholder capitalism, or a national database of skin-embedded computer chips to track vaccine distribution, all part of a global response to the COVID pandemic. We're honestly supposed to believe that the same people who couldn't even create a functional website for Obamacare are going to somehow implement, store, and utilize the database of more than 300 million health records? Do they have any idea how chaotic and dysfunctional actual record-keeping systems of the healthcare industry are? These are not attempts to engineer solutions to pressing issues, nor are they the plans to implement some global totalitarian superstate. They are pathetic attempts to hide the continuing failure and collapse of the liberal managerial state. When a part of the system fails, they don't try to fix it. They merely change the narrative in a way that makes it appear as if that part wasn't necessary in the first place. Maybe we're even better off without it. There's only one word that can truly encapsulate what this is: cope. The liberal technocrats have failed at nearly every single goal they've set for themselves, and can do nothing but use the media and academia, two things they do actually control, to try to dupe the masses into thinking that this is actually some new progressive development in the continually unfolding yet totally planned narrative of Whig history. Really, it's not even sensical to call them technocrats, because they are not even technically competent as imagined by the rule by engineers the actual technocrats advocated for. In reality, what we have is rule by bureaucrats, uninspired, unaccountable, unreliable, unproductive, and supremely insecure bureaucrats. Imagine Dilbert constantly finding ways to convince his boss he's not just getting paid to sit around and do jack shit. That's who rules you. On one hand,
Dilbert the series, by the way.
on one hand, this is a good thing. No need to worry about the NWO coming to throw you in a work camp. Shout out to Hotep Sophia. War communism is far too effective for these people to have ever considered it. On the other hand, it essentially means that as far as Anglo-American society goes, there's no one in the driver's seat. Or maybe there is, and he's just being a lazy son of a bitch. I'll leave that question to the post-liberals. Okay, that was the article. Not the full article. That was like the end of the article. There you go. I would love to hear what you have to say about that. And also, we have a newcomer here. requested by our great patron Ahmad Sadhu. This is Dashus Navmul in the land of the blind. The one-eyed man is king, and this gentleman right here is known as a one-eyed king or one-eye king on Twitter. So welcome, Dashus. It's great to have you here.
Hello.
Great to talk to you.
Shalom.
Shalom. So to
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
So Jackson,
Nice.
before we move things to One-Eyed King, let me know what you think of Michelson's article.
Well, he's sort of missing the fact that like the professional managerial class, the concept of it isn't supposed to mean that they're in charge. Again, like they have their own reasons for doing the Black Lives Matter thing, but again, all of it is more or less just to the benefit of the ruling oligarchs, because the side effect of what they're doing is to destroy smaller businesses and allow larger businesses to pick up the pieces. Like Marcus Crassus became possibly the richest man in history in Rome by like owning the local fire departments, and setting people's houses on fire and saying, "Oh, you have to pay me to put out the fire. You can pay me with like by selling me your house cheap," and then then developing it afterwards from the ridiculous cheapness of it. And then, of course, if they actually do like defund the police, you're gonna get more of these private security companies filling in the gaps and stuff. So yeah, they're like none of this is actually for the reasons that they say it's for. Like that's not what the concept is about. The problem, like the professional managerial class itself does believe in its bugman stuff because they are actual bugmen, but like Jeff Bezos is not doing anything for like that reason or that reason alone.
I see what you're saying. So this
the other thing, yeah, like the other thing, of course, is that they do have a plan for this kind of stuff. Like he's talking about like, oh, their ideas for like green energy. Well, that Green New Deal thing was not just a bunch of quote unquote minor tweaks. If you actually read what the fuck they were planning, there's a reason it didn't get through. And if you read places like, if you read people like Cory Morningstar, you can see the absolute fucking ridiculous amount of grift that was going on in there and the political reform involved. Like,
so if it's a grift, though,
that's just economic tweaks would be like saying, oh, that's just like what the New Deal is just economic tweak. No, it was a complete political restructuring of the American government, and
no,
the same sort of thing would
happen.
happen.
I am with you. I am with you that that's what it was.
Yeah.
My only thing, the thing that I would fall back on for some of these things, as to put a skeptical position on it, is that whether it was that gun protest that was going on with Emma Gonzalez and David Hogg, like I always mention that just like as one example. Afterwards, we didn't really have any anti-gun legislation that passed, as far as I know, or at least nothing that's that apparent. The reason why I'm mentioning that is it seems like a lot of the grift, it fulfills, let's say, the egoism of some of these old people who are in Davos and these other organizations, and make them feel good, like, oh my god, we're making a difference. They're just grifting, they're just getting money. But at the same time, it seems like a lot of this is also just shaking the little rattler, the little rattle, so that
like,
the babies are happy.
The reason that liberalism is like liberal democracy is so incredibly bad as a form of running things is because it has to do things with all of these ulterior motives outside of the government sphere, because you believe that, oh, there's such a thing as like civil society or a private sector or all of these other lies. And so what that means is that you have to propagandize people into like believing this stuff, because it's ridiculous when you think of it on its own. Like, who on earth possibly fucking thinks that Google is a private company, given all of the fucking involvement it has with the government or any of these other companies?
Or corporations
But
and
anyway,
people, my friend. Yeah.
yeah, but anyway, so like the problem with that is that the people who get educated in this propaganda grow up to run these organizations and the government itself. So like you can talk about like about propaganda in the more classical sense, where like I don't know, like Adolf Hitler was fairly blunt about what he was going to do. So even if you get propagandized into being like a Nazi, you're not deluded about what you're doing and why. Whereas for the liberal system, you get people who eventually like believe their own lies. Like I talked about how a lot of this decolonialization, anti-racism movement sort of stuff was created by like the United States in an attempt to like one, secure the bag in Africa, and two, generate better PR for themselves in the third world by like abolishing Jim Crow in the South. So like you can Ford Foundation was also behind the entire civil rights movement, like down to them basically more or less bribing the Supreme Court to get Brown versus Board of Education passed, hiring the guys who wrote like all of Martin Luther King's speeches, like Stanley Levison. Anything you hear from Martin Luther King Jr. that you actually remember comes from Stanley Levison. Like
Levison. Oh
yeah,
never mind.
yeah. So I'm not going to comment on that, but you should be. But some of the more
I'm just
experienced
joking. I'm making a
internet-
stupid meme, but you know, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, and the reason, of course, that Malcolm X gets assassinated is that in his infamous message to the grassroots speech, he calls out all of these like foundations and white liberal and quote unquote
like same with
white.
Malcolm X, right? The white liberals.
Yeah. And so like then he gets immediately like fucking taken out by one of his own guys who's like paid off by, I believe it's the CIA, but don't quote me on that. It definitely was definitely wasn't the FBI, because like Hoover was the one guy going against the rest of the establishment, because he like literally had blackmail docs on everyone else so he could get away with it. That's why they completely restructured the FBI after he died, so that no one would ever be able to do that again.
Yeah.
But anyway, so like all of this stuff, like I said, it had specific motives, but now fast forward several decades and you have true believers.
Yeah, so originally it started off as a psyop for ulterior motives, but then now it becomes mythology within, like it becomes secular mythology within the like Blue Empire cathedral system, and then
Right. Because like they're not able to do any of this openly, because that would require you to abandon the principle of liberalism and have the government use quote unquote like coercive powers.
Yeah.
Have you read the book The Age of Entitlement?
Yes, that is definitely, like, everyone was like, oh god, I hope this doesn't turn out like when he wrote Reflections on the Revolution in Europe and then like the migrant crisis happened like right afterwards. But it turns out that like Christopher Caldwell is some kind of cursed oracle where he could only like predict black
bad news.
By the way, look at the chat. Diogenes, 2 MAs, 2 scoops. Fuck you. That's good though. That is a good.
By the way,
should have been like 2 MAs, 2 orders of fries.
This is a very very interesting
I've forgotten what we were
conversation.
even originally talking about now. There's some stuff, and then it's like, the problem is here, right? I'm going to start speaking now. I've actually finally butted my head into the conversation.
Okay.
It's hard to fucking speak because it's like, this is the problem of like a lot of these cool things. We've got these group calls, and now there's like, how many people are there in here? There's like 9, but it's like Jackson has like been speaking for ages, and it's like it's like the
But
problem.
he's interesting. It's interesting.
No, he
to
is
hear him
interesting.
speak.
I'm not saying he can't speak. But
I
it's just
got
one of those
asked a
things.
question and I answered it. Like, if you want to talk, just tell me.
No, I'm not saying it's. I'm trying to explain a larger problem with me more than you, really. But it's the whole.
No. It's understandable. This is something that happens sometimes.
But
it's
and Yurji, you had a point about the cops, or
I was gonna. That now the point is like it's gone, but I was gonna make some silly joke basically because I was
Say it
saying
anyway.
that,
I want to hear it.
yeah, no, I'll say it because I was saying like because of the whole Blender thing, what I need to do is like set myself up as an anti like terrorist organization and start like basically putting webcams in Blenders and then just try and like get money from the government to do that.
you could probably pull it off. But for TA doesn't know. But before this, he put his webcam in a Blender, like legit on stream. You could rewatch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely legit. So I also want to go. I also want to
friend
go
of the
to
show,
friend of the
definitely
show.
legit.
I also want to go to One Eye King because here's the thing: I've been standing since 5 o'clock, and I did not sleep that long last night. I had to go into the city early on in the morning. So this is a very interesting conversation. We're gonna have to end it pretty soon, though. So One Eye King, I would love to. I would love to hear if you think that possibly the solution to all this is Urbit. What do you think of Urbit? I don't really know that much about it, but go for it. Everybody subscribe. We have one.
We
more.
actually have a phrase in the Urbit community. As usual, Urbit fixes.
And how?
What is this?
How does it fix?
Can you guys tell me what this word is? Urban or bid?
Urbit.
What are you saying?
Urbit. You know, it sounds kind of like a frog. You know, like ribbit, urbit.
Ribbit. Yeah, and I thought you said urban for a moment. I was confused. What is Urbit? Please tell me more.
No,
about it.
Urbit is a clean slate redesigned of the current computing software stack.
Okay.
And is that currently cannot exist using the current internet. It is a ground-up redesign of the internet.
Would this be Internet 2, or would this be more than Internet 2?
All of it.
All of it.
It's a ground-up redesign.
So it's not a sequel. It's an entire remake. It's not just adding stuff. It's everything being redone.
Everything down to the base code has been redone completely. And in fact, it's so thorough in that that for this system, 1 is no, and 0 is yes.
Wow. Okay, so it's
why do you need to do that?
Pardon me?
Why was that done? Because like that just seems like change for the sake of change to me. Like, is there something I'm missing?
Well, don't they say that Urbit, they want to go back to the original model of the internet as like a decentralized peer system instead of like corporations owning everything? If that's like, it's confusing to me, but yeah, I don't know.
Another question
I'm going
I
to
have
link
about Urbit, if I can ask oh no, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, I'm going to link a video in the chat that explains specifically.
Okay, could I ask another
0
question?
and 1 thing? And in fact, this is actually sure.
Where is this chat? Because like I'm not really seeing much in like the chat for this application or whatever.
In Zoom, you have to actually open it. Like it's hidden. It should be hidden in the corner. Of the screen.
I always recommend though to use Discord, because if you use Discord,
yeah,
then
I've been on the Discord though. I accidentally have been posting art in the sushi bar, and not it's our chat.
Okay, well, yeah, you can like give me an invite to the server where I can find this video or whatever then.
Yeah.
Okay,
but
anyway, go on.
I just want to ask. Because the thing is, I know I'm horrible at technology. I'm practically technologically illiterate, but I can use the internet. And there's a lot of people like me who can also use the internet, who know nothing about coding or anything like that. Will Urbit be like this, or would it only be accessible to people who know about coding and tech and stuff like that?
Actually, it's an opinion that is widely shared that people who have never had any coding experience they are actually it's actually much easier for them Urbit because they have no incorrect ideas that they need to unlearn.
That's very
yeah, Terry Davis was right.
Oh, of Temple OS.
This seems
Computing is
familiar.
fucked. It's a true shame that the CIA killed him.
Really?
Yeah, that Urbit is a spiritual successor to Temple OS.
Is it like Temple
do you
OS?
mean
the-
literally
God?
spiritual? Because this is Terry Davis we're talking
one of the
about.
things that Terry Davis kept on talking. I'm sorry, two people spoke at the same time. What was that?
No, just saying I've heard of Urbit before. It was just more of a exclamation. I should have even said I should do
No, but
fought it, but
TA said, "Is it literally spiritual?" Because we are talking about the late great Terry Davis, so it's a spiritual successor to.
I didn't even think about that. It is a metaphorical spiritual successor. The thing that Terry Davis kept on going off about is the Linux kernel, Linux system is just too complicated. It's no one person on earth fully understands it. The Linux kernel is 5 million lines of code, as opposed to the Nock kernel. And Nock is the base layer for Urbit. But this is all technical stuff. I guess more familiar with, for those who don't know, Urbit was founded by Curtis Yarvin, also known as Mencius Milbug.
Big fan
And
of Curtis.
Okay, there's something
I
that's
don't know if it's
One Eye King, there is something that's going on with your audio. You're constantly freezing. I'm not sure if there is any other way that you can call us back, because this is a really fascinating discussion, and I want you to talk about it, but
This is a really fascinating discussion.
Oh, there we go. There's my voice.
Yeah, is that better?
No, it's still glitching. It's still glitching out right now.
My headphones, excuse me.
All right, no problem. Let's see if we can take care of that. And while that is being taken care of, again, everybody, don't forget to subscribe. We love you all. You guys are great. Thank you so much for watching this. And also, let's do shout-outs, because I think we're going to be ending this pretty soon. New person I see here, Eugene Picatrix. Hello, Eugene. Welcome to the BTR stream. Don't forget to subscribe. Thank you so much for being here. Diogenes, not the Andy Worski Diogenes, although it would be fun to have both of you guys in the same stream together. Aman Sadhu, of course, Aman Sadhu, the great Aman Sadhu. Elliot C., who says, I still don't understand what Urbit is, but it sounds like it could pull out a Bitcoin-like pump. And we have Diogenes says, Base Terry Davis. We have S's. We have Evie. We have Wong Kar. Let's say this together, Gio. Wong Kar.
Superfan XOXOXO.
Let's see who else. I see the same people here. Keep scrolling up. Oh, I see somebody else. Oh no, that's Dashus. Oh yeah, well Dashus is over here, and he was in the chat earlier. John Pellich, the great small follower. Here he is.
Nice.
Let's see who else. Byzantium Archon. Jugs, of course, the great Jugs. And I think we keep seeing the same Buff. And I think that the Modern Hermeticist. Yes, the Modern Hermeticist was here before. And I do believe that that is all that I'm seeing right over here. So guys, thank you so much for watching. Let's give it one more shot with One Eye King.
Let's hope.
Let's hope.
Let's
Let's
pray.
keep our
Let's
our
pray.
fingers crossed.
Hello.
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Go for it, One Eye King.
Hello?
So what was the other questions about? And I just wanted to people always like to say that Urbit is like fascist because all they know about it is that Curtis Yarvin created. It's not done in the same style of his politics, honestly. It doesn't really have a whole lot of resemblance. I would like to, the Urbit community and like the Urbit project is deep enough that I think they would be worth doing an entire episode about it. I don't know if y'all would be interested in that, but
I would definitely be interested in it. And also, I just want to say that the sound is still not good. You still keep freezing. So my recommendation would be, I would love to have you back and bring other people along with you to talk about Urbit. I think it's a really fascinating discussion, and I want to bring other people from the tech sector along for the discussion. But right now, the audio is really bad. It's very slow, and you keep freezing. So my recommendation is let's end the stream right now, and let's reconvene later on, figure out what the heck is happening with your audio, so that we're going to take care of that, because I want this to be a good conversation where we're actually able to hear you, so you're not just speaking and then have it all be scrambled when we're actually getting the signal back. So
Hey Lev.
Yes.
If we're nodding out right now, if we're ending the stream right now, can I give a shout out to one guy?
Absolutely.
Thank
Go
you
for
so
it.
much. This goes out to my boy MacArthur's Gaze. That's at HueyBBQ on Twitter, American Absurdist. You're the coolest fucking guy. Just gotta give you a shout out, and just stay fucking cool. He's one of the boys watching from home.
Excellent. Okay. So Gio, do you have anybody you want to shout out or anything? Well, you have a new YouTube now. You have a Giant Art Productions.
Yeah, I just dropped a video called The Doomer and the Coomer. So meme analysis type stuff. Shout out to meme analysis, by the way. Hopefully we'll get him back on the show. Shout out to Hero Alchemy. Shout out to all the Blue Shoe, all the original BTR crew. So Skinwalker tapes, you name it. So
Oh, by the way, Tim Pool is live. He says that YouTube deleted his Alex Jones episode.
Oh my god! Of course.
Man, I hope somebody archived that, because I haven't finished listening to it yet. I got to the part about
someone guaranteed probably has archived it.
Yeah. Well, send me the archived episode. If anybody knows where it is, just send it to me. So anyway, here is Giovanni Panicetti's site, and the Doomer and the Coomer. That's what I'm gonna post right here for everybody's enjoyment. Here it is. Please watch it. Gio is the man. I love Gio. Gio, you are God's gift to this earth.
It was always a pleasure to talk to you, Gio, and to talk to you in Discord too.
Excellent.
And thank you guys for coming. Thank you, TA. TA has to come back on the show.
Definitely.
Yeah, TA and One Eye King too, and of course Ewan. Ewan really made this interesting. I hope we can see him again.
Thank you.
Really performance art type stuff.
I just want to finish this off with a few things, because there's something I have to say about this format. It's a good format, but I'm still getting used to it, because I still have that selfish desire. During the entire time TJ Jackson was speaking, I was thinking about that one thing, and I really shouldn't have been. So I was kind of trying to get rid of that dumb, selfish thing that I know a lot of people have. Maybe they'll be less honest about it.
It
they want
is
to say
true,
that
yeah. That.
Oh, I love this comment, by the way, from Shock 1999. I don't know why I find that name so funny. Shock 1999.
Tim Pool is woke centrist sissy hypno. So
there we go. And also, I want to thank the One-Eyed King for coming in. He's not in the stream right now, but I really want to thank him, and I want him to actually speak so that we can hear him. So I hope that the audio problems are going to be taken care of. I would love to know more about Urbit. And Ewan, did I say it correctly this time?
Ewan.
You win, or you lose. You lose because you didn't say it correctly. Okay.
It's like Cillian Murphy, Cillian Murphy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jules, I don't know if Jules is technically here right now. This is just his
I don't
shell.
know if he's here.
This is just Jules' anime
Jules is on
avatar
another
shell.
planet as always.
Yes. So, and the T.A. Jackson, man, this was a really interesting discussion. What I would love to do, I would love to have an episode where we bring Jessica back on. Not the Jessica you're thinking about, Gio, but the actual Jessica. And she worked for the Pete Buttigieg campaign. She was one of his staffers, and she's she's really cool. She vibed with us last time we were here talking about the Great Reset.
Yeah,
I think
it was really cool. I got a thread in the usury system to an actual U.S. politician, which I'm really proud of.
Yeah, there we go. So I would love to expand our reach and to actually talk with people who would be considered to be in quote unquote the cathedral or whatever. I think it would be very interesting to actually have a discussion with them present and see what do they what do they think about all this. It would be a very interesting discussion that I don't think they ever really get to have that often. So this is what I want to do. T.A. Jackson, would you be interested in participating in that?
Sure. It'd be interesting to talk with someone like that.
For sure, definitely. No, and again, I'm really thankful for coming on and supporting us, and she is definitely a friend of the show. And but anyway, that's it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. You guys are
It was
incredible.
so fun. I can't wait to be on the next one. I had a great time.
Thank
it was
you.
Good time, even if.
And I hope we can
stuff
hear
went
from
over
One
my
Eye
head.
King next time because I really loved it.
And here's what's here's what's coming up. Tuesday, November 17th, I'm gonna have to contact Serpent Mound and the fellas for Transhumanist and Prim 2 Electric Ooga Boogaloo. That is coming up on Tuesday, November 17th. Thursday, November 19th, Alex Forrest Sowing Discourse. That's going to be exciting. We're going to
Nice.
talk about trains, traveling, Japan. It's going to be real cool. Tuesday, November 24th, we are going to have the great author John Billman. If you guys are interested in people getting kidnapped, The Cold Vanish is the book that he wrote. The Cold Vanish, Seeking the Missing in North America's Wildlands. So we're going to talk a lot about that, cryptids, other mysterious happenings with them. I think that's going to be real interesting. And we are then going to have an e-girl stream. Send us the e-girls right now. DM me, send me some e-girls so I can then contact them.
I have some in mind.
Oh, well, we got to get in on this,
I
man.
wish I could help you. I intentionally avoid e-girls like the plague, so I'm the worst person to
Well,
ask that.
we gotta start. There's not enough time. I like scheduling all this shit in advance. Okay, on Tuesday, December 1, Alistair Crowley stream. And for that one, we're gonna have Dot Darling joining us again. She made her first appearance on the one that we did about Hermeticism with the modern Hermeticist. She's joining us back for that. We are also going to have Info Warlock, Saturnalia Sundown, Sophia, Recursion Rosary, Hermes Thurston, and we're going to have a stream about the goddess with the goddess herself, Nina Paley, and that's going to be a lot of fun. That's happening Tuesday, December 8th. And we're going to have Aiden Paladin coming in December 10th, a name that, you know, people have... was she part of, like, how would you describe it, Gio? She was part of...
Gamergate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm just a big fan of her work in general. She's one of those people that I disagree with a lot, but also agree with a lot. You know, and I really like her content.
come in. I would love to have you there. So there we
that'd be
go.
awesome.
This is what we got planned. I would love to have a Christmas stream on Thursday, December 24th. Like, this is planning way in advance, but still have a Christmas
Well, my
stream.
birthday's on the 23rd. So maybe we
Oh,
could-
happy birthday, man. That would be great.
Uh,
And I'm going to dress up as Santa, like I'm going to put on a beard or something. I don't know. I'll figure something
Yeah.
out. You know what I'll do? I'll just put some foam. I'll just put some foam like a mad dog on my face. And that'll
Rabbit Santa.
Yeah, that'll rabbit Santa. I'm gonna put some rabbit ears on me, so I'll be rabbit Santa. That will be a lot of fun.
All you need is a reindeer horn, so you can be a rabid jackalope Santa.
the psychedelic Terrence McKenna reindeer.
Exactly.
Get up.
Okay, and then I want to have a New Year's Eve stream on Thursday, December 31, because that's a Thursday, and it's right New Year's Eve. So that is it for that year. We will see what happens next year. We're constantly booking you guests.
It's gonna be a fucking train ride next year.
Yes. Send us recommendations. We got to know who you want to be on the stream. I'm going to check the counter one more time. If I don't see 2080, I don't know what I'm going to do. Here we go. I'm refreshing it. Still 2079. What the fuck? Come on. One more subscriber. Subscribe
One more,
right
one
now.
more.
One
I see
more.
it. I see the counter. It's 208 for me.
I don't know. That's YouTube.
Oh.
That's YouTube. I'm looking at the channel analytics in the studio. That's the
okay.
legit place. I think you
My
could
boy
even
out
see.
there, MacArthur's gays, you know what to do. Give us a subscribe.
Yeah, see over here, current subscribers, 2079. This is a window that's
Fine.
directly.
There you go.
In
I
fact,
did the sub.
so okay, let me see. Let me refresh. I mean, you don't. I don't know if that counts though, because you already know us. But okay. Anyway, let me just see if
That
it's
counts. So whatever.
Okay,
It counts,
whatever.
it counts.
All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. This was a great stream as always. I had a lot of fun. The only thing that was missing is that the dog was not humping Jules' leg later on. Maybe we're going to see some beautiful dog humping action. So, guys, thank you so much for watching.
Only in Canada.
Only Canada, exactly. Take care. Mwah. I love you. Good night,
See ya.
everybody.
Bye, everybody.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
See ya, everybody.